Today, we'll be creating a powerful scheduling application from scratch. No subscription, no limit. You will build everything from authentication using JWT to event creation, custom booking calendar, and seamless integration with Google Meet, Google Calendar, and more. With this, you'll be able to sync meetings to your calendar, generate Google Meet links automatically, and manage your availability. So make sure to subscribe, like, share again, and rate this video in the comment section. Let's dive into the demo. So let's start off by signing up a new user or logging in the user. So once you authenticate the application, you'll be brought to this beautiful dashboard where we have this button to create a new event. So once you click on the create event, you'll be asked to provide the event name, description, and duration. Once you provide the information, you will need to select the location type. So I'm going to use Google Meet. So once you click on Google Meet, it will check if the user have connected or integrated their Google Meet and Google Calendar. Then it will throw an error if we have not. So I've not connected my, so I will click on visit integration page where you will ask to connect your application. So I'm going to connect my Google Meet and calendar. So hit this button. And once I hit it, I'll be redirected to Google website where I will select an account. So I'm going to select an account and immediately I'll be redirected back from Google to display that I've connected my application. And you can see I've connected my Google Meet and calendar. Now and it will show that my Google Meet is connected. I'll click on create and this should create the events for me. And you should notice username was generated, a unique link was generated for a user, which you can share to your client or customer. You can also turn on or turn off the events if you want. You can also update your availability by switching the default on and off of the days which you're not available or setting the time gap for different days and times. So I will disable this and click on save changes and this should update our availability. Then once we are done, we'll go back to the events type and then click on share this link. Once your client or customer visit the link, they click on the event available. They will be brought to this beautiful booking custom form where you will have the title, the time, and the book and the location type. Then you'll be able to select days that are available for the user. So Monday is disabled for me currently, and Sunday and Saturday. So once I select the day, I'll be given this time which you can switch between 12 hours or 24 hours. So once I select 9:30, I'll click on next and I will be brought to the booking detail form where I fill up my details. Once I fill in my details, I will be able to see the time and date which I've scheduled for the meeting. Then I'll click on schedule meeting and immediately a Google Meet link will be generated for me to share or use. The scheduled events will be added to the user's calendar and the mail will be sent to the client or customer. Also, the user, on the other hand, will be able to see the scheduled meeting, upcoming, past, or cancelled meeting by switching the tabs and also click to view more details about the meeting or click on the cancel button to cancel the meeting. So I have my VS Code open. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create this folder, two folder, one for the backend, one for the client. So I'm going to say backend and a different folder for the front end. So just then inside the backend, we're going to navigate into the backend. So make sure to open your terminal and then just cd into backend. Let me. So what we are going to do, okay, it's a backend already. And what we're going to do is to do npm init -y to initialize npm first. And then we are going to install our dependency. So I'm going to clear this and I'm going to do npm install. So I'm going to just paste that and I'm going to point out what we are going to install. So we're going to install bcrypt with the specified version here, class transformer, class validator, custom, get function .env express, Google API, AX base 64 passport JWT, PG for Postgres, and reflect metadata, and then TypeORM with UUID. So we're going to show you how we're going to use this. So just click on enter and this should install all the packages for us. So I'm going to wait for it to install, then we can install the dev dependency. So it has installed the packages dependency completely. Now let me clear my terminal and install the dev dependency. So I'm going to press that npm -d to install the precrypt to store .env express and type slash node passport passport type ts node dev and TypeScript. So I'm going to press enter to install, and I'm going to wait for it to install completely. So now let's set up TypeScript in our project. So I'm going to clear my terminal and let's do npx xc for TypeScript, and let's do init. And this should initialize TypeScript for us and give us a TS config. So go into your TS config and open this. We're going to modify this. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to change this from ES 2016 to ES 2021. Then I'm going to also enable the root directory and set the root directory to src because we're going to use the source directory. Then we're going to also specify the out directory to this folder. So just enable our directory and just changes to this folder. Then we are going to check this and keep keep leave check. We're going to check for that this is true. Then we are going to also provide two. Um, we're going to provide two of them, which will be used for TypeORM. So I'm going to leave them for now, and then we're going to okay. These are the two of them. We're going to enable these. So these two experimental decorator and emit decorator metadata. You will see the reason why we have to enable that. So I'm going to disable it. I'm going to comment it down. Then we'll come back and do that later. So just save your changes, and then let's structure our folder here. So I'm going to go into my backend and let's create an SRC folder. And inside here, we're going to create a controllers, and then service with routes. So I'm going to also say service. Then we're going to also have the route folder, and we're going to have the utils. Then we're going to also have config. This will hold our config, configuration settings, the middleware, and index.tx. So we're going to have our middleware, and then let's create the index.tx. I think I forgot I forgot two things. I forgot the enums and the type. So I'm going to use as symbol for types and set it like this. So so the next let's also create the .env file here, which we're going to use. So what we are going to do now is to set up our env, creating a separate utility function to handle the env. So let's go into the env, and we're going to just give this port. This is going to be 8000. Then we have the node env, or the node env for development. And then I'm going to just complete everything. We're going to have our database URL, JWT secret, JWT expire into 1 day, Google Client ID, Google Secret ID, and Google Redirects UI. Then we have the front end UI because we're going to be using Vite. So this is the default route for the origin for Vite React. Then we're also going to also have the front end integration URL, which we're going to talk on the integration side of it. So I'm going to save this, and then let's create a file in the utils which can be served to get the env, and if any env um, value is not being passed, it will throw an error. So I'm going to say call this get env.tx. Then let me close this, and here we're going to do export constant get env, and then this is going to we're going to take in the key, which is a string. Then we have the default value, and that this is going to also be a string. And then we are going to just call the arrow function there. and save. Then let's open this. Let's set this to let's set default empty string like this. And let me open this back. And then inside here we're going to say constant value. This is equals to process.env. Then we're going to get the key, and then just put let's say if value. We're going to check if value is equals to undefined. Then we are going to also check if the default value, if there's a default value, then we are going to return default value. Then if not, we're going to throw a new error. We are going to just let me just say environment. So I'm just going to just paste. I say environment variable key is not set. Then we just return the value, and let's save that. So to use this, you're going to make use of it inside the config. You're going to create app config, or you can call this env config. So I'm going to just call it app config. So let me just put the .tx there. And then, so we should change this from app-config to app.config or env.config. Then I'm going to close this. So what we're going to do is we're going to say constant app config. App config. So this is going to be equals to, we're going to call a function that return an object. So inside here, we're going to get the port, and we're going to use the getEnv function which we created, and we're going to pass in the env. So I'm going to say port, and we can give it a default value to 8,000 or 5,000. If we give 5,000, since we already have the env port in the .env file, it will make use of the 8,000 instead of the default value. So once you are done with this, I'm going to just paste everything. So I'm going to just put comma here, and you can see the node env development, which we already have default development. So I added a base pass. Base pass is not set in the env, so it's going to use the /API, which we're going to use for our endpoint. Then database URL, JWT secret, JWT expires in, which we have here. Then we have the Google, the front-end origin and the front-end integration URL, which we're going to look at that. So let's just export this constant config. You can call this config. Config is equals to app config. Then just call it like this. So now let's also create a config. Since we're already in the config folder, we're going to create a HTTP config, not HTTP status config. So HTTP, we can just call it status.config. So I'm just going to leave it at http.config.tx. So just know that this handles the status. So what I'm going to do is inside here, we're going to create constant HTTP config. And this is also going to return the object. So this is to help us return the human readable status code. So like we have here, we're going to say, okay, this is 200 status. We have created, which is 201. I'm going to paste that, and you can see that the top one is for success response status or response or status code. Then we have client error, we have internal server error response code. You can see how we are going to use this in our return response status code. This status I mean to say. So let's export this and say constant HTTP status. This is going to be equals to HTTP config, and let's call this. Then we also need to specify the type. So I'm going to say the type which we are going to use in our error. So I'm going to just use HTTP status code. I'm going to say type. And this is going to be equals to the type of. So let's just wrap this type of type of, then we're going to say type of the HTTP status, and then we are going to, let me wrap this back. I think it's to remove it. So let me put it back. Then we're going to also have the key of and type of HTTP status. So this, if we hover over this, you can see this is a number. So it's going to tell us that this is a number. So if you hover over HTTP status, you can see OK created at on the type is being set there. So let's save this. So now we need to go into our index.ts to set up our server. So before this env can work, we need to use the .env package, which we install inside the package.json. You can see we have .env. So I'm going to go into my index and let's import .env. So we're going to do .env/config. And then we are going to import express with the type of next function request and response. Then let's also import the cursor. So I'm going to say cost from cost. Then let's say constant app is equals to express. So express, and let's call that. Then we can get the base parts from our config for the API. So I'm going to say base parts is equals to config. So make sure the config is from .config or app config, and we can get the base part here. So this is going to be the API/API. So now I'm going to say app.use. So let's use our middleware called express.json. Then we can duplicate this and just change it from express.json to express.url encoded. And then we're going to set extended to true. So let's use the app.use and let's call our cost here. So it's only allow only the origin which we set in the env and the frontend origin here. So I'm going to set origin, and this should be config.frontend origin. Then you can also pass credentials through if you want, or there's no need since we're using JWT. So once you're done with that, now let's call our server here. So app.listing, and then we can get the ports here. So config.port, and this should be async, and let's say console.log, and there we're going to server is listening. So let me just press that here. So we have server listening on port config port in config node env. So if you save that, then let's just create a simple app.get route here. So I'm going to just say slash, and then we can just return. So just say request, and we can call our request type, which we've imported, then response, and then next for next function. Then let's just call this. Then we're going to return. So let's return response.status. So we're going to use the HTTP status which we've implement inside here. You can see this from the HTTP config, and then we say dot OK. So status will be 200, and then we can just say just JSON, and let's just return a message. Let's say hello. So I'm just going to give it a message here, and think why is it still failing? Let me see. Okay, I think I've made a mistake here. So I need to remove this return statement to fix the error, and this error should stop. So I think that is it. So let's run the server. So let's go into our package.json and update the script for before we can able to run. So since we're using TypeScript, we're going to be using TS. I think we installed that here, TS Node Dev, which act like NodeMon if you're using JavaScript. So I'm going to use that for the dev. So I'm going to say dev, which is going to be TX Node Dev, and this will point out the files. Then say src/index.tx. Then we are going to also have the build script. Then the build script, we are going to use txc to 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 compile the TypeScript to JX, and also copy. We're going to use and to copy the package.json. So I'm going to say package.json, and then we're going to point where we want to be. We're going to point that into the this folder. We're going to copy the package.json into the this folder, and then to start the server after building, we're going to run the server node this index.js. Then we're going to save it. So let's try and run the server now. lpn run dev, and then they should run the server, and we can see server listening on port 8000. So if I run this here on my tab here browser, I'm going to say localhost, I think localhost 8000. And if I enter, we can see hello and subscribe to the channel. So that is it for the intro. So that is it for this project setup. So let's go ahead and work on the error handler and async handler. So let's close the terminal and let's go into the index.tx. So in this index.tx, we are going to handle our error with our error handler. So error handler will catch all errors that occur in the app and return them gracefully and return them in form of response like internal server error. So what we are going to do is after or before the app listen, we're going to call a middleware app use, and we're going to call this error handler. So the error handler which we are going to create now is a middleware which will catch all errors. So let's go ahead and work. So let's go into my Explorer and let's go into middleware and let's create a file called error handler. So I'm going to say error handler dot middleware .tx and click on enter. So what we are going to do, we are going to export constant error handler, and this is going to be of type error handler from express. So we are going to have equals to, and let's call this, and let's return this. So here we are going to get the error, the request, the response, and also the next. Just save that. Then let me open it. So what we are going to do now, sorry, let me open the parenthesis and let's do console log. We are going to console the log out the error that occurred. So I'm pointing out the part where the error occurred. So I'm going to say occurred on parts. And we're going to say request.part. And then we are going to call the error, log out the error. So what we are going to do, we're going to return response.status, and we're going to set the HTTP status code to internal server. So we're going to put internal server, which is 500. Then we are going to say .json, and let's say message. We're going to say internal server error. And then we can say error dot message, or we just say unknown error occurred. And let's save that. So this should, okay. So what we are going to do, I think this should stop throwing the error. So to stop the error, we are going to just put any as the response here. Let me just put any here, and the error should stop. So let's go into index.txt and import this. So inside the error handler, one of the type of error we can catch is the syntax error. So for instance, so here I'm going to say if error instance of syntax, can see syntax error, then we should return HTTP bad request, invalid JSON format. Please check your request body. So let's check our server. Server is running. Then let me open my Postman here. So I'm going to open Postman. So I already open my Postman, and we can see we have a request here. So I have somebody JSON objects here, which I'm going to just remove the comma. And once I try to save this and try to hit till my server is running, I'll try to click on send, and we should see bad request, invalid JSON format. Please check your request body. So this error handler helps to catch errors in an application. So now this has catch the error from the syntax error. So we can have more errors, but if this is not available, if I comment this out and I save this, this should fall back to the internal server error. And I'm going to just click on this again, and we should see internal server error expected, or and you can see the property is pointing out here. So I'm going to enable this and comment this out, and that is it for the error handler. So we need to go into our index.ts and let's set up our async handler. Yeah, the async handler. So the async handler, when error occur in an async controller or router or route, it throws an error, and this error can only be caught when we wrap the app or the controller with a try or catch. So if, for instance, we call and throw an error here, and we save that and check our server is running, go over to Postman and try to click on, let me cover this, and then click on send, we should see an error occur here. Okay, let me see. This is a get request. Let me try this again. Okay, we need to convert this to async so we're going to convert this to async, and let's try it again, because without the async, the error handler will catch the error. So we need to convert it to async. And when we click on send, we should see that the error, it's crashed the server. So this is because async error, when passing async, the error is not being caught, or it's not being sent to the next middleware, or the next middleware. So what we are going to do is to wrap this into a try or catch. So I'm going to say try and catch, and let's paste this here. So what we are going to do here, we are going to use the next to pass down the error to the next middleware, and next middleware is the error handler. So once I save this, confirm my server is running, and I click on the send, and we should see that the internal server error catch the error throwing async error, and we can see that it got the message. So this is where async handler comes in. We don't want to keep on writing the try or catch and also putting the next error here to on all of our controllers. So we are going to create a separate middleware which handle this, which we can use to wrap this uh, this controller or route. So what we are going to do is we are going to go into the middleware and let's create, let's say, async handler dot middleware dot tx. And then let me close this. We are going to import express next function request and response. Then we're going to have a type of async controller. So we're going to say async controller type, and this is going to be we're going to say the request, which is request from express response, and then the next function. So let's return this and give this we're going to return a promise of, let's just give it any year. Then let's export, say export constant async handler, and we're going to say controller async controller type, async controller type, and then we are going to, let me say, async request response, sorry, request response next, and then we are going to return try and catch awaits controller request response next. Then let's say next and let's pass down the error. Let's save that. So what we are going to do now is to copy this and let's go into the index.tx, and here let's wrap this. So I'm going to remove the try, catch, and everything here. So what I do like this, I'm going to wrap this with the async handler. So let me just, what am I doing? So I'm going to just check this. Okay. Sorry, let me just remove this. So let me import this from middleware and you should see that it's right. So let's confirm our server is running and let's try it again. And once I click on this, we should see the error is being passed without adding try and catch here anymore. So the async handler helps to catch this error and pass it down to the next middleware. So that is it for the async handler. So let's go ahead and work on custom HTTP exceptions. So to set up a custom error and exception, so why do we need a custom error and exception? Yeah, we need it because it's going to give us, you're going to make it human readable custom error and exception. For instance, instead of having throw new error here, we're going to have throw bad request. So what this does exception, so what this does, this once we call this, it's going to return the status code 400. So we're going to have the message. We're going to also have the status code, and then we have the error of, code or the error code. Yeah, the error code, and that's it. So it's going to return the. If you go into the error handler, it's going to return the message and the error. So we're going to configure that inside the error handler. So that's the reason why we need the custom error. It's not a must. If you want to use this, you can use that. If you want to keep on, if you want to use the normal request and response status and the message directly, if you are trying to check, for instance, if user is not found, you want to use, so you can just use not found exception. So to do that, we are going to go into our utils and let's create a file called app error.tx. So let me close this. And here we are going to extend from the error. So we're going to say export class. So this is going to be a class app error, and this is going to extend from error. And we're going to say public status code, and this is going to be HTTP status code type, and status code type is coming from the HTTP config, which we specify the HTTP status code type here. So I'm going to close this, and then we have another argument which is public error code. So error code, we are going to say error code in. So we've not created a file for that. So I'm going to just specify it here like this. So let's go ahead and create the constant values for the error code. So I'm going to go into my enum and let's create error code dot enum dot tx. So the error code is optional. So we're going to say export constant error code enum, and this is going to be equals, and we're going to say as constant. So inside here, we can have some constant value like resource not found. We can have like let me give this like auth user not found. And this will just be, it will also be the same thing, auth user not found. So let me just type that, not found. So this is some custom constant error code we can use. You can have different like validation error, like access unauthorized, which will pass to the response. So I'm going to just paste that here. I will have from email already exists, invalid token, auth not found, unauthorized access, and stuff like that. So let's also create the type. So I'm going to say export type error code enum type. So this is just going to be equals to key of type of error code enum. So we can copy this and let's go over into the app error and let's import this. So now the error, so now we will have the constructor, and the constructor, we are going to pass in the message, which is a type of string. We are going to have the status code and error code. So I'm going to just pass this here. And this is going to just be, we're going to give it a default value of HTTP status.internal server error. Let me break it down. And then we are going to have the error code. This too is optional. So I'm going to say error code uh, type. Then let's just open this and call super and pass in the message. Then this dot status code is equals to status code. Then this dot error code is equals to error code. Then we are going to also call the error dot capture stack trace and passing the this, and then this dot constructor. This dot constructor. Oh yeah. So now we have completed our extension from the error. We have completed our app error. So now we want to create the exceptions individually where we can use to show error. So here we can have um, a class again, an export class here. And we can have the internal server, first of all, the internal server exception. And this will extend now from the app error. Then we can just call the constructor here. And then we can pass in default message. I'll just pass in default message here. Message is going to be internal server error. Then we can have the error code. This is optional. We can just say uh, the type is error code type, and then we can just call super and just pass in the message. Then for the error code, no, the way for the status code, we will say HTTP internal server error, and then for the error code, we can just say error code, or the we can just make use of the error code dot internal server error. So this is what is going to be passed, and this is going to either take the one the user pass, or we're just going to use the default one here. So now this is the internal server error. We can make use of this. So I'm going to paste the remaining one here, like the not found exception, which extend the message is resource not found, and then we have error code, just simply the same thing, not found. Status is 404, error code resource not found. We have the bad request, and you can see you can just use error validation error, or any type of error. It's up to you. Then unauthorized exception. So now we are done with it. So before we go ahead and make use of let's use the bad request exception. Let's go into the error handler, and then let's also catch the instance of app error and then return the status code. So this is going to be dynamic because we are passing it. We have the status code. Yeah, we have the status code and the error code. So let me go into the error handler, and then let's get the if error instance here, and let's call this app error. So import that, and then I can just return the same thing here, and this should be, instead of the HTTP bad request, we can just say error dot. You can see that stack code and status code, and then you can have the error message here, error dot message, and then the error code. We're going to say error dot error code, and then we can see that. So what we are going to do is, inside there, let's import the bad request exception. I'm going to remove this, and we can have other things you can pass it. Yeah, we have to pass the uh so this is for the error code. So we are just passing only the message and the error code. We don't need to pass in the status here because we've handled that. Yeah, that's the reason why we didn't pass in this, because we've already passed that. So we are not requesting the user to pass in the status code. So you can also create a custom one that does not is not specific to is not defined for a specific purpose here. So I'm going to try, and let's save this. And if I run this now, so I'm going to confirm for my server. Let me drop this down, and let's hope it is running. And let's cancel this, and let me try and run this again. We can see validation error throwing async error. So this work. So that is it. So for the error code, we can also pass it. Let me bring in the custom one you can use. So you can pass in the status code if you don't want to use the specific one. And that one we can call this HTTP exception. And this is where you just pass everything. No no default value for them. So that's it for the custom error and exception. So let's set up our database URL. So if you go into your ENV, we notice that we have the database URL. So we're using Postgres URL instead of the DB host, or using our local Postgres. So I'm going to use the online version of Postgres, which is we're going to be using Superbase, which is going to give us a Postgres URL, which we can use for this project. You can also use your local um, Postgres or your Docker Postgres image, whatever you want, but let's go ahead and then implement with Super. So I'll move to I'll open Superbase here, and immediately, if you go over to superbase.com, you'll land to this page. So once you sign up, I've already signed up already and logged in, and you should see this empty um, screen here with no project. So to set up a project, just click on the new project, and it should first of all ask you to create an organization first. So you should wait for it to come up, and it should bring a pop-up telling us to create a new organization. So I can give this text with a man, or then it should be personal. Then you should select the free plan. So click on create. And once you create the organization, it will ask us to create the project. So or you should wait for it to create the organization. And now you can see that it has brought us to where we can create a new project. So we have the organization here. So I'm going to just call this project Meetly. And there we can create a password. So click on the generate password. And all you need to do is to copy this password and paste it in your ENV. So I'm going to paste that in my ENV. So I'm going to paste that here. Let me just paste it above here. And then let me just go back. Then for the region, you can select the region you prefer. So I'm going to use the default one. Then click on security option. What connection do you plan to use? So I just want to use only connection string. You have other uh, Superbase offers some other products you can use apart from the Postgres URL, which provide the connection string. So I'm going to use only the connection string. Then the advanced configuration, then I'm going to leave it to Postgres as default. So click on create new project, and this should create the project for us. So and immediately you should see that it has created the project and it's setting up the project for us. So we can see all of the information here. So what you can do now is to go into your click on the sidebar project overview and go straight to project settings. And there supposed to be database, then you can reset your password. Yeah. So we can see it here. You can reset your database password here. And to get the connection string, just click at the top here, connect. And you can see that Sparkbase provide different varieties like the app framework, mobile framework, and ORM. So since we are using connection string, we have three connection. We have the direct connection, the transaction puller, and session puller. So we can see the description here. Basically, the one that we use is a transaction puller because it works for me. So I'm going to copy this. And once I copy that, then let me just close this. And once I copy this, then you will be able to, once you use that, you can go to the table editor. Currently have nothing here in the table editor. So let's go ahead and make use of the database URL. So I'm going to go back to my code editor. And then let me paste this inside here. And what we're going to do, we're going to replace your password with the password which we copied, which we paste here. So I'm going to just cut that, and I'm going to paste this here. And then we are done with our database URL. So what we are going to do, so it's left for us now to set up our ORM, which will connect to our database URL. So for this project, we are using TypeORM. So we can just search for TypeORM. And you should see TypeORM is commonly used in Next.js. Next.js is a framework for Node.js. So I'm going to click on TypeORM, the first link, and it should take us to TypeORM website. And if you can see, TypeORM is an ORM and can run in Node.js and some other framework like React Native and so. So if you scroll down to yeah, you can see TypeORM support active record and data mapper pattern, unlike JavaScript or so. And one thing I love about TypeORM is uses TypeScript. So we can scroll down and you can see here with TypeORM, the model look like this. We have to use the class and define the decorator, which is called the entity. And then you can see how it is being done. Then this is how to use it in your service. So I'm going to scroll down to where we have the installation and connection. So you have to install and TypeORM with the reflect metadata. If you go into your package.json, we already done that. We've installed TypeORM, we've installed reflect data metadata. Then you also need to install type node, which we've done. Yeah, you need to pick a database driver. So we pick Postgres and we can see um, Postgres. I think they specify Postgres. Yeah, say Postgres here, PG. We've done that. So scroll down to where we have the. So let me scroll. Yeah, so the quick start. So you can see that in TypeScript configuration, we need to set the emit decorator metadata and the experimental decorator. So just copy this and let's go into the TS config and let's enable that here. So I'm just going to paste this here. Yeah. So for the quick start, to set up a TypeORM project, we need to use TypeORM init, and we can see the project structure. We have the entity and the user, migration and data source .tx and the index.tx. Now, this is how to set up the data source for TypeORM. So I'm going to let me just zoom out this. Yeah. So we can see the data source here. And to use data source, you need to specify the type, which is Postgres, the host, the port username, and the migration. So we can also have the subscriber and entity. So what we are going to do, we are not going to be using host and then this, we are going to be using the URL. TypeScript, TypeORM also provide support for URL. So that is it. So let's go ahead and set up our data source and then we can go ahead and then implement the entity. So to do that, let's go into our code and let me close all of this, open, and let's create a folder. Let's call this database. Then inside there, we're going to say database.tx. Then we're going to create a folder for migrations and entities. So I'm going to say migrations, and then I'm going to just say entities here. Then inside the config, so instead of I don't want to use data source, so I'm going to use database.config. So you can use the data source, name the file. I'm going to database.config. So I'm going to close this. So here we are going to import .env because we are going to be running the script without the app server or stuff. So we need to also import .env here because we're going to get a database URL from our env. So make sure to import that. Then we also need to import the path from path, and let's create a function. I'm going to say export constant get database config, and this is going to be what to call this. And we're going to say constant is production. So I want to check if it's in production. We're going to say config. So import config from app config, which is our env, and we're going to get the node env. If this is equals to production, then we can get the database URL, which is going to be config.database URL. So now let's return the data source. So I'm going to say new data source, and so I think it's not coming up. This should check whether TypeORM is installed. So I'm going to import data source here and I'm going to pass it here. Okay. Yeah, we can see that comes out. So I'm going to specify the type, and this is Postgres. Then we can see host and other name and database. So I'm going to use URL, and then our database URL is going to be database URL. The entities, we are going to use the path to join this. So I'm going to say join. I'm going to use the direct directory name. Then I'm going to just do dot point out where database is, and then we're going to say entities, and then we are going to give this an asterisk dot tx. Then we can do comma dot jx too. Then let's put comma here, and we can just duplicate this, and let's change this to migration. Then here we can just say migrations tx or dot jx. Now the next thing we have the synchronize. So synchronize, we want synchronize to only be in development. That's why we said not in production. So this will auto sync schema in development. So I'm going to also add logger, login, I mean not logger. We can set logger to true for development, and we can set it to false for production. So I'm going to say if it's a production, so let's say false. For production, for development, I just want only error. Then SSL, we can say is production. Then we can say reject unauthorized, so which means it's going to enable SSL, and it's going to reject any unauthorized request here from it. So I'm going to say reject unauthorized for development, because I don't want to use SSL. We are going to call this from HTTP, not HTTPS here. So that is it. So let's export this. And we're going to say constant app and data source. This is going to be equals to get data config. So now we are done with this. What we are going to do next is to call the app source inside our app dot listing. So, but before we do that, we're going to initialize this first. So to initialize this, I'm going to put the initialize database inside the database.tx. So I'm going to just say export constant initialize database. And this is going to be an async. Now I'm going to close this. So I'm going to say try catch. So catch any error that occur. And then then inside the try and catch, we're going to say await then app data source dot initialize. So if it fails, we are going to just let's also console if successful. We are going to say database connected successfully. Why if it fails, we have a database connection error, and then we say process dot exist. We want this to the database to start to make sure it's connected before the server starts. So I'm going to call this initialize database inside the index.tx, and I'm going to say await, and let's import it, and then make sure to add async, and then we should check our server, and we should wait for this to run, and we can see database connected successfully. This is great. So the next thing we are going to do in our TypeORM is to create our entity. So TypeORM gave you example of how model works, how model look like, and it's just the same pattern, or kind of just adding decoration to it. You can see it, and then instead of ID number, instead of just only the ID number, we are adding uh, decorator on top of it, each of them. You can see that. Yeah. So before we go ahead and start working on the prime entities, I forgot to add something to the database of TX. We need to import the reflex metadata here. So just remember to add that there. And we are going to go ahead now and work on the entities by creating the entities, I mean, by creating the tables which we are going to use. And then we're going to migrate that to our Superbase database, and we can be able to see that there. So Let me just close this and let's let's try. Let's go ahead and work on that. So let's look at the table structure. So for the entity, we are going to create a user entity, and the user entity is going to have a one to many relationship to the event. So this is the events table which we are going to create, and these are the columns that we are going to create. Location type has an enum too. Then we have the integration. This is to store the data, the external application data like the Google Meet and Google Calendar, and this so the user has a one to many, which means the user has many integration, likewise many events. Then we also have the availability. So the user has one relationship with the availability because the user only have one availability created that is attached to. So and the availability also has one to many relationship with the day availability because this is where we're going to store the days from Monday to Sunday to Saturday, and the start time and end time. Likewise, for the meeting user will have multiple meetings, which is one to many. Then the event too, we have one to many because the event can have multiple meetings, and events can have multiple meetings. So this is the data structure, the data table we are going to work on. And here we can see the enums for the app type, the provider, and the categories. If you go, let me move into the category. You can see provider, category, and app type. And here, these are the providers, the enums for them, and which we are going to implement now. So let's go ahead and then implement the entity on in our code. So I'll just go over to my code, and then we should. So let's go ahead and create the user entity. I'm going to say user dot entity dot tx. So I'm going to close. So the first thing we're going to do is to the first thing we're going to do is to export class user, and then at the top we should add our declarator entity, and make sure to import that from TypeORM. So if we migrate this entity to our DB, the table name will be assigned to it as user. To change the table name, you can easily do that in TypeORM. You can either do it like this: name users, or you can just simply remove the name and name it like this. So this is another method. So I'm just going to leave it like this. So now let's create ID. So ID colon. So I'm going to say ID string. So I'm going to be using string instead of number, and I'm going to be using the UUID. So we need to add a decorator. I'll say primary generated column, and I'm going to pass in the UUID. So we should also have in case it's throwing some initializer and it's not defined assigned to the constructor. So to fix this error, this is a TypeScript error. So I'm going to go into my TS config. So let me just go into my TS config. And what we are going to do, we are going to enable the street property initializer. And I'm going to set this to false, and this should fix it. The error should stop. Yeah, that stop. That should stop. Then also we also need to add this include and exclude here, the source and then the type. Then also exclude node test this and then other files. So make sure to just add this, yeah, and also add this to false. So let's continue inside our user entity, and then we need to create the name column. So I'm going to say string, and then this should be column from type ORM, and then we can add some You can add the nullable, setting it to false. So this we trigger that we can add user without the name. So I'm going to just do the same for password for username first. So for the username, nullable first, then we are going to say unique true. So you can have unique here, true. So there are more properties you can get from here. If I put comma, there are more stuff you can get from here, like the length and others there. So I'm just going to leave it like this. Then we also have the email. So for the email, we can just set this to unique truth. And then we can have the password here. Password is there, and we can set the password nullable first. Then you can also add length if you want. So I'm just going to leave it like this. We're going to add validation for that. Then you can just have you can have the image URL if you want to add image URL. This will be string. You can set this to true and be nullable true. And then think we're done with the user. So we're going to also have the one to many relationship with the integration. So we've now created the integration. So we're going to just skip the um we're going to come back for the one to many, the many to one to many relationship, like integration and the event. So let's add some other decorator here, which we can add like a password. We want to hash the password once the user tries to sign up. So to do that, we're going to use the as symbol, and then we say before. We can see before insert and before update, and have it before update. Then we can just say async, write our method here, hash and password, and let's just like this. Then we say if this dot password, then we can say this dot password. So if this of password has data, then we say await hash. We've not created this, you can say hash value and then pass in this password. So let's go ahead and create this function. So we should go into our utils and let's create a file called bcrypt.txt. And there we're going to, so you should make sure you have installed bcrypt inside your package.json. So I'm going to just go into bcrypt, so tx, and I'm going to just paste this here. Say bcrypt from bcrypt. Then we have the hash value, pass in the value and source around 10. Default value is 10. Then we pass in the uh, bcrypt.hash value and the source round. And also for the compare value, once user try to log in, then we say value string, um, hash value string, then bcrypt compare and pass in the value and the hash value. So save this and let's go back into our YouTube user entity and let's import this. So now we also want another method. This will be for the compare value. So instead we're going to call this compare password, and there we can just say password. This is going to be string, and then we can just return compare. Also compare value. You can import that from bcrypt and pass in the password. Then say this dot password and pass in the hash password. So this should just give us a type of promise boolean. Just say boolean here. Yeah. So the last method we want to create, this is going to help us to remove the password when we are trying to query the database. It's going to remove the password from the response. By calling the method, it will remove the password. So I'm just going to call this omit password, and this will have a type of omit user, and then let's pass in the password. So we're going to let's just call this. Then we're going to say this, and let's just get the password out of this, and then say user without password. Then we're going to return user without password, and this should actually should give us an error. So we're going to just tell it as it's going to give us an error because password is not being passed here because we didn't add password. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say omit user and password, and the error should stop. So now we are done with this. So let's go ahead and implement the integration entity. And then we're going to come back here to update this and add the relationship for the integration entity. So I'm going to go to my entity here, and let me just verify create dot entity dot cx. So like this, we just get this, and let me just import both of them. And here we just change this to integrations, and then we have this. So based on the table we saw earlier on, we have to provide the provider, app type, and also the category where the integration will be. So we want for the integration, we just want apps that has video conferencing and calendar. So to do that, let's first of all create the enums here. So I'm going to say export enum. This is for the provider, and for the provider we have Google, and Google is just going to be Google. Then we can have Zoom. Can also have Microsoft and other provider. Then we can just duplicate this and just create for the category. Uh, yeah, let's have the category here. And let me just create the app type here. This is the app itself. So for the app, we have Zoom meeting, Outlook calendar, we have Outlook calendar. So these are all the apps which the user you're going to provide once the user is creating adding this. We want to add Google Calendar, Outlook Calendar. Then you have to specify the type, the app type. So let me just paste this here. So this one we have Google Meet and Google Calendar. So the problem with Google Meet and Google Calendar is um, they are going to have the same. You can separate it if you want, but currently with Google Calendar API from Google, you can use Calendar API to create both Google Meet. So since both of them can work hand in hand, they are simply the same. Why should I duplicate them in the database? So instead, I'm going to combine them. I'm going to reference them as one. So to handle that, I'm going to combine Google Meet and Calendar. Then I'm going to just say Google Meet and Calendar. You can separate them because Google Meet has its own API. Calendar has its own API. But Calendar can also create Google Meet when you schedule a meeting, when you add event to Google Calendar. So I'm just going to combine them, but I'm going to be using the Calendar API. So once you say that, so these are the apps we are going to have. Then I'm going to duplicate this again for the categories. So I'm going to say category, you know, And here we are going to have video conf- video conference. Let me just change this. And then calendar. Let me remove this. So this so video conference are for apps that are for meetings, while calendar are for apps that are for calendar. Just separate it. But for this, because this we're having Google Meet and calendar, I want to create a separate category for to contain both of them. So I'm going to just for this calendar and video conferencing. I'm just going to copy this and just paste it here. So that is it. So what we're going to do next is to create the app type. Let's create a column. I'm going to say column from TypeORM. So this we have type. You can specify the type, and I'm going to just say sorry. So you can see so many type here you can have. So I'm going to find for enum, and then you can specify the enum here. So since I want to start with the provider, so let me just pick provider and just pass it here. And then we should have provider, and let's pass the enum here too. So we can just copy this and do that for category and app type. So let me just copy the category enum, pass that here, and then here. And for the last one, we can just have the app type. So I'm going to just duplicate that, change this to app underscore type, and let me just copy this integration app type enum and just replace this here. So once we are done with that, let's create a column for the access token. We're going to store the access token from Google or from any of the app. So I'm going to say access underscore token or string. Then we're going to also have column. Then we need refresh token underscore token. And this will be string. And here we can also set nullable to in case if the refresh token is not being sent. Then lastly, we also want the expiring date. So we can use that to check if the access token has expired. We use refresh token to generate a new access token for us. So I'm going to just say expiring date, and then we can send nullable true. It can be null. So I'm going to change this to number, and then we're going to have the type. We can just set the type to big int. Then for the other column, we're going to set column. So there's some other information that each of these platform might provide, and I want to make this. Oh, sorry, I also forgot to change this to integration. So there are some other information that we need to save here. So I'm trying to make this entity for the integration entity to match to contain for both different applications like Google Calendar, Zoom, and others. So if there's some other information you want to store, we can have what we call metadata. So this is going to be a column, but it's going to be a type of JSON where we can store some other information that are dynamic. So I'm going to just say metadata. And to make this entire script specific so we can be able to call the metadata and get the information since they're dynamic, I'm going to create a type for this. So I'm going to just let's put it here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the interface. I'm going to just paste that here. So we have the interface here. for Google Meet. I'll say Google Meet scope and token type. Um, English should be Google. You can combine it together instead of extending from Google. Then Google Calendar can extend from Google Meet metadata. So I'm going to just remove this, and this should just be Google Meet and Calendar metadata. And then I'm going to just replace this here. You a separate metadata for the Zoom. We can say Zoom metadata, and then specify the information you will save from Zoom. And then what you have to do is just to add all here to this. So we have integration metadata, and integration metadata will pass here. So now metadata can have um, two of this type. So we know the data we are storing there. We're storing the scope and the token type, and then for the Zoom metadata. So I'm going to also add uh, the a particular column. We have a column again, and this column we have a default true. So this is for is connected. We're going to use this to track if the user is connected, if the app the user connect to is connected. So we're going to use it. So once the user creates this and we have the access token and refresh token, we set this connected to true by default. So since we are not storing all of this app in a separate entity, I'm using it here as the enum here. You can store them in an entity in a separate entity, all the apps, and then use the only what this entity is for user to add their the app information like the Google, Zoom, and any other application. So I'm just going to add that here, and then we're going to add the user. Yes, add another column. I'm going to say nullable because this is going to be reference to user ID. So we're trying to add the relationship to the user. So I'm going to say user ID string, and then we have many to one. So we have many integration to one user. So I'm going to pass a user, and then I'm going to say user.integration. We are going to go over to user side and do that. Then we have user. So let's import user from user entity. So we've not added it, so that's why it's complaining we don't have this. So if you want to do relationship in TypeORM, many to one relationship can be done like this. There's no point adding this. TypeORM is going to add that for us since it's one to going to add that for us. So there's another property or declarator we can add here, which is called the join column. So this is just to specify where we want TypeORM to add the foreign key. So, but for many to one or one to many, TypeORM does that for us. But since I want to specify the column name, TypeORM generates the foreign key column name. So I want to change it. I want to change the column name. So I have to point out. So if I try to change that here, I'll just specify user ID. So I have to point out where user ID is. So I have to create a column for that. So now typewriter we save the foreign key here. We name the column will be named as user ID. So that is that. Then let's um make create. So for the create date column, we're going to say this will be created at, I will call this date. Then we also have the updated at. So I'm just going to change this to update updated at, and let's change this to updated at date updated date column. So now we are done with the integration uh entity. So let's go over to user and add the relationship to for the user. So for the user entity, I'll just go back to my user entity, and what I'm going to do is I'll scroll down to where we have this. And we also forgot to add the created date and updated art in the user. So I'm just going to bring it and paste it here. And let me import that. So after this or before the created art, I'm going to add a one to many. Since user has a one to many relationship with the integration. So I'm going to just say integration. So import that. Then we just say integration, then integration dot user. Then what we're going to do here is we are going to add, let's create the column name. So I'm going to say integration. So now we can see we name these integrations because user has multiple integration. And this is another way to set the relationship. There's no need to add a join column. I'm not changing it. TypeORM is going to create the join column name for me, and it's going to add that for us. So then we're going to add um, we're going to add cascade here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add put an object here, and let's just say cascade to true. So I've added cascade to true for this. Then for the integration entity, so everything is up to date. Now let's go ahead and work on the event entity. So I'm going to open my Explorer and let's write events.entity.tx, and I'm just going to copy this. So let me just copy this name and let me just paste that here. And let's import the entity and type RM. Also import the primary generated column, and then let me change this to event, and then let's change this to events. So now for the event, we're going to have title. I'm going to say column, sorry, not collection, column, and this should be nullable false. Title, string. Then we can duplicate this for description. Description we have nullable true. Description, and then we have this log. This should be nullable false. And then we have is private. So this will determine if the event is private or public. So I'm going to remove this nullable and set the first to true. Let's set the first to false. So I don't want it to be private. Then we have the location type. So let's add the column. So type enum, and then let's say location type. So this is going to be event location type, location enum type. And let me just copy this and let's add enum here. So let's create the location type here. So I'm going to just say export enum location enum type, and then so for the location enum type, I'm going to extend it from the integration entity. So I'm going to get the app type. I'm going to uh, get the Google Meet and calendar and then Zoom meeting. So the location type is only for video conferencing. So I'm going to just go over here and let me extend this here. So I'm not going to get the Outlook. So reason why I'm extending it because you might want to add other options here like in person and other type of location type. So for now, once you use Google Meet and Zoom meeting, so I'm just going to bring that inside here. I will see Google Meet and calendar and then Zoom meeting. So this is at the location type. Now let's also get the created art and updated art into the event entity. So I'm going to paste this here and let me import that, two of them. So once we import both of them, now we need to add the relationship with event and user. So since I've explained before that a user have multiple events, so now inside the event entity, we are going to have many to one. That is many events to one user. So I'm going to use the many to one user, many to one declarator. And I'm going to just call this function. We say user, so import user entity. Then we're going to say user and user dot event. Uh, Then we're going to just say user, so import user. So now let's go ahead and then create the relationship for the event inside the user entity. So I'm going to scroll down. It's simply the same thing here. I'm just going to do one to many, and I'm going to just events import invert from. Make sure to import it from the entity, and then I'm going to comma and let's call this to say events, events dot user, and here we're going to say events. And let's not forget to add the cascade. So I'm going to add cascade to true. So the reason for cascade here is to ensure relationship install automatically. So you can use from the user entity to save event. Use user entity once you delete, update, and also delete the event. So that's the reason why we added the cascade through. So now let's go ahead and work on the availability. And for the event, we're going to still come back and add the relationship with the meeting entity. So I'm going to just open there and let's create the. So let's create a file here. We're going to say availability dot entity dot tx, and then let me just create this and make sure to let's import this from TypeORM and also import the primary generate column. And I'm going to import one to one relationship with the user and the user entity. So we have not specified the user availability yet. So basically, the availability has a one-to-one relationship with the user. I've mentioned that before. So I'm not changing the name for the availability. I left it like this. This is one-to-one. Then the availability also have one-to-many, one-to-many day availability. So we are going to create that. Let's wait. Let me comment this out. Once we create we're going to go ahead and create that entity. So let me just create the other column. I'm going to set this column is for the time gap. Sorry. And this is going to be a number. And we're going to give this number a default value of 30. And then we are going to also add the created ads and then updated ads here too. So let's import both of them. So now let's go ahead and just quickly add the one-to-one relationship with the availability inside the user entity. So for the user ends, I'm going to add that. Let me add that here. So I'm just going to just paste this, and I'm going to just change this to availability entity. Then I'm just going to change this to availability.user. So I'm going to remove this dot. Okay, let me import the one-to-one relationship first. Yeah. So now you can see one-to-one relationship. And then let me also change this to availability. So don't make the mistake of leaving user inside user entity. So change it. So this is it. So we have one-to-one relationship. And there we can specify the join column. So I'm going to just say join column here for the one-to-one relationship. So so that is it. Let's go ahead and then work on the day availability where we store the days the user is available and not available. So I'm going to just say day. So let me close this. So yeah, let me paste this here and let me import the entity. And since we're going to have many to one, so let me import the availability and we can explain this. So the entity we have the entity and the availability is tied to the availability. So we have many day availability to one availability. So that's the reason why we added. So we're going to go ahead and implement the relationship through there. I'm going to add a column here. So the column is going to have type of enum. So this is going to be the day, and the day we are going to have the day of the week enum. So I'm going to just bring it there. Days of the week. I'm going to just copy this enum, pass it here. I'm going to say enum. So it's going to be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday will be the day. Then we also need to store the start date, and the start time, and then end time. So I'm going to just say start time. This is going to be date. Then we can just copy this and paste it here. We have end time. And then we're going to also have a column to define if the user is available. So it's available on that day. We're going to set this to Boolean. And then let's set default true. Then lastly, we're going to just paste the created it and then updated it. Also, we need to update, we need to import the updated ads. And then we're done with the day availability. Let's go to the availability entity and let's enable this. So this is one to many. Then we need to import the one to many. Okay, we've imported it. So let me just get the day. And then we're going to just put comma here. And let me just copy it, paste it here and call this day availability. Let me just bring this down. Day availability dot availability. And then we can just say this should be think this, and then just add in the array because it's going to be more. It's not going to be only uh, one row. It's going to be more like from Sunday morning. Each of them will have a row in the table. So they're going to be a list. So we are done with this. I think we've added it in the user entity. So let's go ahead and then work on the meeting.entity .tx. And then I'm just going to close this. Then let's create the entity, and I'm going to just paste this here. Let me just close this, import entity, and then primary generated column. Now we need to have, we can specify the guest name, the guest email. So let's just do that. You can say column guest name. This is of type string. Sorry, I'll just copy this and paste it here. Guest email, and then additional information. If the guest user wants to add some additional information, just say additional info. This is a string, and then we can just say nullable true. Then we can add a relationship here. Let's just add the relationship many to one relationship. We put user and then event. So many to one. Or just say let's start with user. So import user, and then we can just say user dot. We don't have the meeting yet, so I'm just going to say meetings, and let me just say user. So this is going to be the same thing with the event. I'm going to say events from, make sure to import that from event entity, and then we're going to have events here, event just meeting, then event, and make sure to replace this with events. So now, so we're going to also have another column for the start date, end date, and meeting link. Then we have a column for the calendar events. So we're going to save this calendar events ID. So this will be used to cancel events, cancel any meeting. Yeah. If the user cancel the meeting, we are going to use this to remove it from the calendar. Then we're going to have an enum here, type enum. Then let's just add the enums here. I'm just going to this is going to be schedule or cancel. So I'm going to just copy this, schedule and cancel. Then I'm going to just say, enum. Then we're going to say status, meeting status. And then the last thing we're going to do is to just paste the created ads and updated ads from TypeORM. So let's go to user and the event and update this uh, relationship here. So inside the user, I'm going to just add that. Let me just add it here. So I'm going to paste it here and let's import the meeting. So meeting, so one to many. Then for the event, let me open my okay, so the event here. I'm just going to paste that here. Let me import this one to many and also the meeting entity. So event has one to many meetings. So we can save that, and that is the end of the entity. So what we're going to do now is to configure the script so we can migrate our entity. You can generate migration and also um, run migration. So those the tables are created in the database. So I'm going to just go to my package.json and where we're going to do that. So before we do that, I'm going to go to TypeORM. Let me just search for TypeORM migration and we can see migrations here. So once you scroll down, we can see just find everything. We can see TypeORM migrate create. So this is to create migration. We're not going to create, we're going to generate. Why this is to run migration. So since we are using TS node, we are going to be making use of TypeORM TS node common JS. And you know the TypeScript we're using is common JS. Their migration run. And we're going to specify the data source. Likewise, also the same thing for generate, but this is for ESM, but it's still similar for migration generate. So we've seen how to do that. So let's implement that inside our script. So let's come down where we have this test. Let me just remove this test here and let's just have the DB. So before we do the DB, I'm going to use TypeORM first here. And we're going to use what we saw in the what we saw here. So let me add it here. So I'm going to clear this and I'm going to use TypeORM. We say TypeORM first, and then we're going to use the TypeScript MTS node common JX. Then we're going to just say T, and we're going to point at the data source first. So I'm going to say slash src. Then we're going to get config and database dot config dot tx. So the reason why I said like this, so we can make use of TypeORM here in to generate the migration and also to run the migration. So I'm going to add my here and then let's implement the generate migration. So I'm going to say db generate or migration generate. Anyone you want to name it is up to you. So I'm going to just say npm run TypeORM. So this TypeORM here is for this run TypeORM migration. Okay, no, sorry, this should be migration generate. And for the generation, we need to specify where the migration files are. So I'm going to say source database slash migration. Then you can do like this. It will generate using random name, or you can just specify uh, create tables. This will just be the name of the migration. This will define the name. You can remove it. So I've tried to make this dynamic, but it does not work. So it's either you remove it or you just add like this, or you come over here and be changing the name to match the each of the migration each of the generated migration. So I'm going to just add comma here and let's say db migrate. There used to be npm1 type orm migration one. So I'm going to duplicate this again and this will be revert and this will be revert. And the last one is drop. This will be schema drop. So we've completed it. So let's test our migration. So I'm going to open my uh, terminal and let me clear everything. And let's see if this works. I'm going to do npm run db generate, and we should check if our entity will be converted into will be added to the migration will be added to the migration file. So I think an error occur. Okay, yeah, I made a mistake. Data source. This should be database config.txt. So make sure you correct that. So I'm going to run it again. Hopefully it should migrate. It should generate our migrations inside here. So let's wait for that to run. And okay, this is it here. And they successfully say it has generated our migration. So I'm going to just open this, and you can see all of our table, all of our entity are being generated here both for. So now let's run the migration. So I'm going to open my terminal and let's do npm run db migrate, and this should migrate our entity or our migration file. And we should wait for this to migrate, and let's wait for that to run the migration, and this should populate our database with, and we can see that it's migrating the database and populating it, creating the tables in the database, and you can see it has executed successfully. So let's check our database to see if the table is already created. So let's go to the database. So I'm going to click on the Superbase, and we can see the entity or the table has been created. And let me just remove this, close this off, and then we can see all of the table. So we have successfully migrated or created the table which we are going to use for this project. So now let's go ahead and create the first endpoint, which is the registration endpoint. So let's go and work on that. So I'm just going to go back to my code, and let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go ahead and create the endpoint, the controller for register. So I'm going to go into my Explorer, and let's go into controllers, and let's create a file. Let's call this alt.controller.txt. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do export constant register controller, and we're going to use the async handler, and then just put passing your async here, and then let's return this. So we need to pass in the request and response. So I'm going to just do request, and make sure to import request from Express. Likewise, response from Express too, and then we can just return our response status HTTP created status.created, and we're just going to pass in our JSON. For now, we're just going to pass in the message user created successfully. So we're done with that. So now let's validate uh, our request body. So we can get a request body. We can say constants body is equals to request body. I know to register, we're going to provide, let's check our entity. We are going to provide the name, email, and also the password which used to register. So for validation, I've been using Vault before in my previous video. So in this video, I'm going to use a validator that works with TypeORM mostly. So I'm going to search online, and it's called class validator. You should see that if I click on class validator, once you scroll up, you can see how to use class validator, and you can see it's somehow similar to um, TypeORM. Yeah, so it works with TypeORM well, and this is how to make use of it. So you can add it in your TypeORM class to your entity too. You can work there. So basically, this is how you're going to make use of it. So I'm going to install that. We've already installed it. So I'm going to go into my package listing to confirm. And also, class validator also work with class transformer. So that is the reason why we install these two package. So I'm going to close and let's go into our controller. So inside the user entity, you can directly use it here. That's how they specify it. You can directly use it here. You can just copy, let's say, his email, and you can paste it here. You can bring it below this, and then you can import this. So let me import this email. Somehow missing. So let me just import this from class validator. And remove this lens, and we can see that it's import this. We can use it here. And let me just add a decorator. And you can see that the error stop. So, but I don't really like to add validation in the entity. So I'm going to create a separate file for that. So I'm going to remove this. And that file is called DTO, data transfer object. So I'm going to create a folder here inside the database folder. Let me click on this file. I'll call it DTO. And then I'm going to create a file, say auth.dto.tx. So that's where I'm going to be using I'm going to use the class validator inside here. So to use it, I'm going to create, let me close this, and I'm going to say export class register DTO, and then we can say, okay, what do we want the user to pass? Name. Then we can define it. The role wants name. You can say it's not empty. Let me try and see if this is okay. So let me just import it from class validator. So I'll just import it here. Then we have the email string. Then we need to add our validation for this. I'll say it's not empty too. Then I'm going to also say it's email. So it handles the validation for the email. Then likewise the password is to be string. And then we're going to say minimum length 6. And also I don't want this to be empty. So you can also do the same thing for the login. So I'll just quickly just do that here, but they're the same thing. And we just need the email and password and length. So we are done with the DTO. So we can make use of this inside the controller. So I'm going to go into my controller, and then yeah, I'm going to make use of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say constant register DTO is going to be equals to uh so I'm going to use plain instance, and this is coming from the transformer. So this will make me I'll have to pass this and then pass the request dot body. So let me import the register TO, and let me import plain instance. I don't know why it's not coming out. So let me just import it here. Import from class transformer. Why is it not coming up? Okay, sorry, not plain instance. It should be. Let me check. Okay, plain to instance, not plain instance. Plain to instance. So transformer is going to help us to transform this, so we can pass it to the class validator. So to pass it, we're going to do. Let me clear it. The constant errors equals to. We're going to do await here, and we're going to say validate from class validator, and then let's pass in the register DTO. Then what we can do is say if error dot length is greater than 0, we can just return a response here. So I'm going to just say return. Let me just say return response dot status http status dot bad request dot json. Then I can map this data like this. So I'm going to just import the enum validation error message validate field and the error from the error. So I'm going to remove this request body, and let's run our server to test this. So I'm going to say npm run dev, and let me go to my Postman, and let me open this. So I have a Postman collection here. So I'm going to just click on register. I think we didn't create a route, so let's just create a route first. So I'm going to just create a route. Let's call this auth.route.cs, and then inside we're going to import a router from Express. Then we're going to say auth router, then auth router dot post register. Okay, let's put slash register, and let's pass in the register controller from our controller, and let's just export default auth route. So let's go into the index.txt, and let's create the app.use, and let's use the base path, and I think base path slash auth, and let's say auth router. So we should check this. We should restart the server, and then let me go to my. Let's wait for this to run. So let me go to my Postman, and then you can see I have some name here. I'm going to try to test the. So let's modify the mail. Let me make this like this. Oh, sorry, and then let me remove the name and make this great. So I'm going to save that, and then let me click on send. So you can see we're using localhost 8000 and auth/register. So once I click on submit, and we can see the validation works. You can see it's the error say field name must not be empty. Email must be email. Password must be longer than or equal to 6 characters. To see that the validation work, if I'm to pass everything correctly, then you can see the message here. So this is how to handle validation with class validator. So now let's go back to the controller. So writing a validation like this, both for login, for register, for all of our APIs which we're going to create, is kind of duplicating the same code or copying and pasting the same code all the time. So I want to create a higher order function. So which we'll call with validator as we can pass like this with validate, sorry, with validate or with validation. And with validation, we just take in, let me bring it up. It will take in the register, it will take in the register DTO, and then you specify if it's a request body or request para, specify the source. Then this will just wrap the async handler like this to be inside here. So this is a higher order function. So a higher order function is a function that takes in and takes in function and return function. So by using this, we don't uh have to write all of this. Everything will be inside this middleware. So if you don't really understand what higher order is, you can just search for higher order higher order example, and you should see crypto camp. You can go into there and read about higher order functions, and you can see example of how it is being implemented here. Or basically, we can look at an example. So you can look at another example here inside which I've placed here. So how this work is with message takes in a function and then return a function, and this function is being called here. I'm passing the name. So this function, this with message is a higher order functionality in a function. While the function which it wraps also takes in an argument. Then we call this function and pass the argument being passed here into this function. So this is a function which we are going to use, greet, and the greet takes in name, and my name is name. So this greet is going to be this. Then what we're going to do is we're going to call with greet and then pass in greet. And then when we're calling greet with message, we're going to pass in name. So basically, it's just the same thing with this. So let me give you an example of similar way with this. So I'm going to comment this out first. So I'm just going to paste it here. So basically, this is what this is how it will work. So the which validate takes in the register and then the body. Then we can make use of this, and then we are going to call the handler, and the handler or the function is going to be this. So the revalidator takes in two arguments, and the function is returned also takes in a function. And this is so basically this is what we are going to implement. This is a shorthand for that. So for the example, if I try to run this, you should see the name of the user has been passed. Yeah, you can see, and we can see hello. The function has been passed and the name is being passed too. So basically that's what we're going to do. So let me go into middleware and let's create this higher order function. So I'm going to just close all of this and let me just call this with um, validation the middleware .txt. So inside here, so what we're going to do here, let's create a type and we're going to call it validation source. This is going to be equals to body or param or query. So now let's create the middleware itself. Let's create the higher order function and we'll say with validation. And since this does not have a specific type, we're going to just say t extend. It's going to be generic from objects. And I'm going to just open this. Then we're going to pass in the DTO. And you know DTO is a class. We're going to say new uh, T. So we're going to also say source. And source is going to be of type validate source with the default value of body. So let's just call it like this. And then let's return the function. And this function should have something. So basically this is similar to the example we've seen there. Then this function takes in a handler. And this handler is a function. So this handler, we are going to call this like this. So I'm going to say request import it from express response from express and then next from next function. And then you're going to say and the return is going to be a promise. Just give it any. Then inside here, we are going to uh, implement the function. So basically what we're going to do inside this function is to do exactly the same thing we did inside this port controller. So what we're going to do, so I'm going to just copy this. And then since this is an async, yeah, this is we need to add async. So I'm going to just say, yeah, I'm going to still also return because we are going to also have uh we're going to also need the request and response too. So I'm going to say this async. It should be under function request. And let me request. That's basically everything here. I'm going to just copy this. All right. Then let me just return this. I'll just say try and catch, and then we can just paste. Let me paste those plain to text, place plain to instance. I mean to say. So I'm going to import this from class transformer and then import validate from class validator. So instead of register DTO, we're going to say DTO class. And instead of request body, we're going to say request source. So that is it. So for the error, we've passed it. Let's just change this to DTO instance. And let's pass it here. Then we can do the if check for the errors. Dot length is greater than 0. And let's return. So I'm just going to call this format validate validation error. And let's pass in the response and the errors. So let me close this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back and copy this return. Come back here and let's just create the function. I just say format, uh, validation, error, res, and errors. I just paste this. So let me import this too, and let me save this. So let's add a type for this. So I'm going to add a type here. So this will be request, and let's import validation error from class validator. So we just import the type. Then once we are done with this, we can just say request DCO. So I'm going to sorry. So I'm going to pass in the request.dto. I'm going to add the DTO to the request. It's going to be passed to DTO instance. Then once I'm going to say return handler request response done next. So I made a mistake. Let me remove this. It should not be inside the request. We can quickly just pass it into the handler. So for the handler, I'm going to remove the next function here. So I'm going to also remove the next function here. And let me pass in the DTO instance here. And let me fix it here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, let me just fix that. I'm going to say DTOT, because just passing DTOT, and that should fix the. Then we can just pass in the next here and pass down the error. So the next is coming from the return function here, which is this. The handler is the async function. So I'm going to make use of this now inside uh, my code. So let me go into Alt controller and then let me make use of this. So I'm going to just copy this whole thing, bring it inside here, and then I'm going to import the with validation. Then it's asking for let me wrap the entire thing with it. Let me wrap it, and the error should stop. Then I can remove all of this. I'll copy this, I'll remove everything here, and then I can just pass in my register DTO here. So if I console this, console the log, save this, check my server is running. Then I'll go over to my Postman and let me try a validation to see if it's working. So let's wait for this to so we're waiting for the server. Let's wait for the server to or we can test it without the database. So I'm going to try and let me try and run this. Let me check. Okay, yeah, it's connected. So I'm going to make some changes here and I'm going to click on send and we can see the validation works. If I make the password less, the validation work properly. So this is great. So if I uh change it back and I click on send, it's successful and we can see the registered DTO. We can see the data is being passed back to this here. So this is great. You can just do this, you can change this to DTO and just DTO and just put the type to register DTO like this. It's okay. So I'm going to leave it like this. So this is how to handle validation. So there's a different approach. There's another approach you can use to avoid this confusing, uh, making this to confuse people. So what we can do, we can create a separate. We can make this and separate and just, all this separate and then wrap it with this. So how this will work, let me just go at the top And let me just create a function here. So this function, we're going to call this async handle, async handle, and validates. So this is just going to have a type of TSS, the same thing with the extend object. And then we're going to say DTO new T. And then we're going to pass in the same handler which we pass in there. I'll just go into my this and just copy this whole thing here, pass it here. Then we can just return, async handler with validation DTO, and you can just set the body. So I'm going to also add, let's add the source, the same thing with what we have inside the which validates middleware. I'll just copy this and just paste it here. I'll just add in comma and let me just pass it like this. Then I'm going to just import this from class validator. Uh, okay. I can just export this too. Let me just import this from, I'm just for example. And then I'm going to just pass in the source instead of the body here. And then here, I'm just going to pass in the handler. And we can see the error and stuff. So we can just copy this and just wrap this whole thing like this. I just add in comma. Let me just remove this. And then we can see the errors. So we can use async handle or async handler and then validator or validate. So I'm going to save it like this. And then if we test this out, so let me just test this here. See the validation works. If I save this now, it says it works. So you can choose to use the previous method where we use we make use of this inside the controller, register controller, or you can use the other method of wrapping the entire the register controller with the with validation, or we can just simply use this method, which is more constant. So it depends on the one you want to use. So we have different ways to handle the validation, combine the validation with the async handler. You can use different way, but this is more easier and more simpler. So I'm going to just cut this. Uh, we can just cut this, and we can move it inside the with validation. I'm looking if this will be okay. So I can just add it here, or it depends where you want to put it. So I just paste it here. Let me just paste it here, and let me import the async handler from the async middleware. And then I don't think we need to export this anymore. So since we are passing it here, instead we're going to export this. So now sorry. So now we have the with validation, async handler and validate, async handler and validation. Which one is better? And validation, yeah. Then we have the with validation here. We have the format validation error here. So all of this contain the validation. So I'm going to just come back here and just change this to async handler with validation, and I'm going to import this. So let me remove all of this. and then this work fine. So let's go ahead and implement our service and then test our registration endpoints. So I'm going to let me remove this and then let me call the register. I'll call it register service. Then I'm going to pass in the sorry, I think it's saying register GTO. Then we're going to pass in the user. Yeah. So what we're going to do, let's go ahead and create this. Okay, I think mistake will create this. Yeah. So let's go to service and create this. So I'm going to go into my service. I'll say auth.service.tx. Let me remove this. I say export constant register service async and let's go arrow function. Then let's pass in the register DTO. And we can also register DTO from, we're going to import that. Then how to use the TypeORM, how to get the user, how to make use of the user. So remember we said we're going to for register user repository. If you don't remember, inside TypeORM documentation, if you scroll down to where in the beginning, so let me scroll to the top and you can see this is how to use it. You get the data source dot get repository and then get the user. So I'll just do that like this here. So since we don't have app, we are using app data source. Then user, we can just import user from user entity. And basically that is how to get the user. So we're going to say user repository. Then we're going to check if the user exists. So I'm going to say constant existing user is going to be equals to await user repository dot find one. We can see find one. We're going to say where email register GTO dot email. Then we're going to say if existing user, then we need to throw new not found. Okay, let's use bad request. User already exists. Then we can just say constant user is equals to user repository just create. We can just pass in the register DTO and we can just say constant user repository just save. Let's check it again. User repository just save and we're passing the user. Basically, this is how to create this. So if you look at if you go into our entity, database entity inside the user, you notice we added username. So we are not asking the user to pass any username. So we are going to generate the username by ourselves and add the username when the user is creating or the user is registering. So what we are going to do is go into let me import this from our service. And then when I return the user, so I'm going to just go into my host service. And then what we're going to do here, we're going to say constant username is equals to await generate username, and we're going to say register. So what I'm going to pass in the name of the user. So we're going to generate a username based on the name the user passed. So let's just create that here. Function generate. I just say name string. Yeah, we're going to get the UUID because we're going to use UUID to generate a random number to attach the name. So what I'm going to do is let me go into my package JSON and know, okay, we install UUID. So let me go back to my service, and inside my service, so let's import the UUID. So I'm going to import that here, v4 as UUID v4. Then inside here, we're going to just say return promise, yeah, promise string. So now we need to add async here. So what we're going to do, okay. So I'm going to say constant. So first we need to clean the name. So I'm going to say clean name is equals to name dot replace. So you're going to replace space. You're going to give it some regular expression, and then replace anything. You're going to replace any of this, and then convert it to local lowercase. We're going to remove every space and then convert the entire name to lowercase. Then you can just say base username is equals to clean name. So let's get a UUID. So I'm going to say UUID v4. We are going to dot split. We just get the first side of the UUID. They will say let um username equals to. So let's combine it together. Base username and then the UUID and suffix. Then we're going to test this if the user already have it. So I'm going to just get the user repository. Then we're going to check, we're going to find. So I'm going to copy this too. So if the user already have it, then we're going to pass in username here. So if the username already exists, then we're going to keep on generating. We're going to say base username. We're going to say UUID. We can just say UUID v1 or something like this. I don't think like this. I think it should be uh. So I think this should not be if we made a mistake here. Um, let's remove this. Let me say let's here. So this is not actually looping. So I'm going to just replace this from if to y. Then also instead of using the splits, we can just use let's also use replace to remove the dash, and then we can just split. Sorry, we can just say this split to say slice, not split. we're going to slice from 0 and 6, or let's do 0 and 4. Then we'll use this. So I'm going to just bring this down here. Let me move this up. So what we're going to do, if this is not true, if this is false, then it's going to check for this. It's going to look this until it finds the one that is unique. So if this is existing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this again, and I can just paste it here. So it's and then I'm going to just say let sorry, I'm going to just say existing user find username. So it's going to keep on looping to find the one that doesn't exist. So let's just return with username, and we should hope this work. So we are done with this. So now I can just pass in the username here. Um, then we want to also, once the user register, if you go into the entity, we want to populate the availability entity with the information, also with the day availability. So I want to populate the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday into the database for that particular user. So to do that, I'm going to just go back to my service and let's get the availability and the availability here. So I'm just going to just bring that here. You can see we're going to say app source get repository, and let's just get the day availability and the availability itself. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the availability repository, and then let me come down here where we have quit. So I'm going to say constant availability. This is going to be equals to the repository availability repository just creates. So I'm going to pass in time gap to default to 30. It's not a must since we're already passing. Then I'm going to say days, which is I'm going to say days is going to be object of value. So I'm trying to convert the day of week into array. Then we're going to map this and get a specific day. And then I'm going to use this to return to create this. I'm going to say day availability repository dot create. I'm going to pass in the day today. Then the start time. I'm going to say start time is new dates. Then I'm going to just put let's say 2000. The main thing is the time that we need, not the date. So I'm just going to just set time like this. Then the time is going to be 0 sorry 0900, and then I'll just put 00 and set. So let's duplicate this for the end time. So for the end time, I'm going to just say let's put 17 here. So this should be 9 o'clock. Why this should be 17 o'clock. So I can just change this to 2025. Three, and the time. So we okay, it should be 5 p.m. 5 p.m. And then for its availability, so we're going to say if day is not equals to day of the week dot Sunday, and then day of the week, sorry, and day is not equals to day of the week dot Saturday. So what this will do is going to set anyone that does not match day Sunday and then Saturday to true. Why Saturday and Sunday will be set to false. So that is it. So let's this say user dot availability is equals to availability, and because we're using Cascade, is going to create the availability for us. Then we can just return the user and omit the password. So I'm going to just say return user. I'm going to say user dot omit password, and then this should stop training. This should stop complaining. Then what we're going to do is let's test this endpoint to see if this works. So I'm going to wait for my database to connect. Then we can create our first user. So it has connect. The database is connected. So let me test this. Go to my Postman, and I'm going to use this user. And let me click on create or sign them in. And then this should be successful. So let's wait for it to run completely. And then you can see that it has created the place for us, and we can see the username Imagine 2E79. The email and the availability is being passed return. So that is it. So we're going to go ahead and then work on the login endpoints, the controller, and service and route. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the login controller. So I'm going to do export constant login controller, and this is going to be async handler with validation. Then we're going to put in our login DTO. Make sure to import that, and this to the source will be body, and then we can have the async. I will just copy everything here, paste it here, and get the login DTO. And then let me just return this. There we're going to return a response, remove the user. Then we can say user login successfully. So now let's say constant await. Also, let me just do await login and service. And I'm going to pass in the login CTO. So let's go ahead and create the login service. So I'm going to go into my auth service, and I'm going to come at the top here and say constant uh, export first, constant login service, login DTO. So we're going to get the user repository. So I'm going to just copy the user repository, and here we are going to find the user. So I'm going to say constant user is equals to await user repository dot find one. Here email register, oh sorry, login DTO dot email. So if not, we're going to just throw a not found error. So if not user, then we can just say throw new not found exception. Just say user not found. Or we can just say let me add async here. Or we can just say invalid email or password. Then we can just use bad request instead of not found. So now we need to compare the password now. So I'm going to say constant is password valid. So this is going to be equals to await await user dot. You can see that you can see the compare password. If you remember inside the user entity, we created the method here. If I scroll down, you can see compare password and omit password. So since this is using async, so that's the reason we added await here. So I'm going to say await compare password. We're going to pass in the password, login, dto dot password, and we're going to pass in I think it's really just the password. Then we're going to say if not is password, I think we just say throw new unauthorized exception, um, invalid email or password. I think this one I need to change this to not found. Exception user not found. So now we are going to get the token. So how we're going to do? We're going to call sign JWT JWT token, and then we're going to just pass in the user ID, which is going to be the user dot ID. Then what we're going to get from this sign and JWT, we're going to get the token and also the expire at if you want to use that expire at. Think that is. Then we're going to return. So we're going to quickly create that. So let me just return user. I say user dot omit password. Sorry. You're going to say access token. It's going to be token. And then expired at, you're going to just pass that here. So let's create the file which we're going to implement the signed JWT token. So let's just go into our utils and create a file called jwt.cx. And then we're going to specify the access type. So I'm going to say type access TP load user ID, the user ID which we pass. And then we're going to get the type of sign in option and then secret. This is going to be equals to sign option, sign options from JWT. And we're going to say secret string. Then we can set the default constant default. We're going to give it a type of sign options. And then s put equals to, we're going to say the audience, sorry, audience of user. Sorry, this should be square and square bracket. So we have set the default. Now let's export constant. Let me just say constant. Sorry, constant access token sign option. So now we're going to give it the type of sign option secret, and here we're going to specify the expired expire in. You can just say 1 day, then secret. The secret is going to be, let's say, config for app config dot jwt secret. So let me remove this. Here we can say export constant now, and we're going to implement the sign jwt token, and this is going to equals to the payload. This is going to take in the payload, and the payload is going to be access t payload type. Then the options, which is optional, is going to be the sign option secret. Then let's return this. So we're going to destructure the options. So I'm going to just say equals to options, or you can say access sign option. Then here we're going to say secret. We're going to get the secret, and we're going to get the rest. So now let's sign the token. We're going to say token constant token is going to be equals to jwt dot sign jwt dot sign wt dot sign. Why is this thing moving like this? So let me try again. It's not returning this. So let me just import this. So I'm going to just let me pass it here. Uh-huh. And sign. We are going to get the payload. We're going to pass in the payload and then the secret. So now we're going to just say the default and the options. So to get the expires at, we can just decode the token. So I'm going to just say decoded token is equals to jwt dot decode token as jwt payload. I can just say or no. Then we can get the constant expires at is going to be the decoded token dot expire. Then we say the decoded token dot expire. I'm going to say, let me give this like this. And inside here, we're going to have times 1000. So I'm going to just put times here. and then we can return both of them. The return token expires at, so we are done with it. So let's go into our service and let's import this. And once we've done, let's go into our auth controller and import auth uh, service, and then we can just get all of this. So you'll get a user access token and expired at. So I'm just going to copy all of this and paste it here. So let's go into our route and let me just copy and paste these changes to login, and then we can use login controller, import that, and this should, so let's check our server is running, and then we can try to test this postman. So I'm going to just go to login. So open my collection here, click on login. So I'm going to wait for the server to start running and the database to connect. My database is connected. Let me close my thing and let's try to test this. I'm going to click on send API out login, and we should get the access token and the user information. So it has returned the data for us. We can see the name, username, and the access token. So that is it for the login endpoint. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to implement a passport. So remember we're using passport JWT, and that's what we've installed, passport JWT and passport. So to implement that, we're going to create a passport config. So I'm going to go into my config and I'm going to say passport.config.ts. Then inside here, I'm going to uh, create the interface JWT payload, which is the user ID. Then we are going to say options, and this is going to be of type strategy option, and then this is going to have JWT from request. This will be extract JWT. So why is this thing showing some error here? So I'm going to import this up here. So I'm going to import this, and this should stop the error. We're going to say they cannot find the name. Oh, we need to install the type for JWT. So strategy as JWT strategy, extract JWT and strategy options. So let me just install this here. So I'm going to paste it here, and let's wait for it to install. So the error has stopped, and we can just continue. We can say from bearer token and call this, and then we say secret key. This is going to be config.jwt. So a port config from app.config dot jwt secret. Then we're going to pass in the audience, which is user. Then let's pass the algorithm. Now let's make use of a passport. So passport dot use new JWT strategy. We're going to pass in the options, and then we're going to say async payload is a JWT payload. Then we're going to pass in done. So let's return this. Let's just try and catch. And inside here, we're going to say use constant user, which we are going to create find by ID user service. And we're going to pass in payload dot user ID. Then we're going to say if not user, then return done null and false. Then also here we can just return null and error. Sorry, error and false. And so here we are going to say passport dot serialize user as it done and done with the null user. We're going to duplicate this and let's say sorry the serialized user and it's the same thing. So now we are going to just say export instance passport authenticate JWT is equals to um passport. So let me just say passport dot authenticate JWT. And we're going to say session post. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and implement we can just call this first inside the user, inside the index.tx. I'm going to just go into my index.tx and I can just import this here, import from config slash passport. And then I think here we can use I think app.use. Then we're going to initialize a passport here. And we'll say passport initialize. And let's import passport. So for the user, we're going to create, let me open this and let's create a user service .tx. Then let me just go and copy this. Export constant. Find this up a service. Async. User ID. String. Then let's get a user repository. We'll say app data source dot get repo. Then user. Then we're going to return await user repository. So find one where ID is user ID. So I think that is it. Then we're going to just go and import that inside the let's go into the passport config and let me import this. And then we've implemented the passport, and we're going to use this inside the other API we are going to create, which will require uh, passport authentication. Which will require the Vera token. So let's go ahead and then work on it. So let's go ahead and work on the event controller. So I'm going to open my Explorer and let me go into, let me close all of this. Then let me open my source directory, go into controller, and let's create event controller.tx. And then I'll just go into my auth controller and let me just copy some of this. And then let me go into the event controller and just paste that here. Then I'm going to just let me just get this. So let me close this. So what we're going to do, we're going to do a create event. So I'm going to export constant create event controller. It's going to be equals to, so let's import a validation. So we're going to pass in the validation and also the body. So let's just quickly go and create the DTO. So I'm going to go into my database and I'll create an event.dto.tx. And let me go inside my, then if we go into our entity, for event entity, we need to provide the title, description, and location type. So let me go back to my event DTO and then let's export class create events DTO, and then we're going to have title, which is of type string. Then we're going to give this a string from class validator, and also we're going to tell it that it should not be empty, not empty. Then I'll just duplicate this and I'm going to call this description. For description, will be optional. So we can say it's optional here from class validator. Then we have duration. This is going to be a number. And here we're going to say it's number from class validator. And also we should say it is not empty. Then the last one is location type. And location type is going to be an enum. So we're going to say event location enum type. If you know, let me go into it and we can see the list of locations enum. So we're going to also add it's not empty too. And also we're going to use the is enum decorator from class validator. Is enum, yeah. And then we're going to pass in the enum. And that is it. We are done with this. So we can go into our control events controller. Let me go into the event controller and let's pass it here. Let's import this and also import this. Okay, we've imported this. So I'm going to say body, and then we can have the async request, then response. Then we can say events. Create events DTO. And then let me just like this. So I'm thinking of doing this like this TTO. I'll just set the type to create event DTO. So it's easy for me to just do like that. Or let me just leave it like this. So what we're going to do, let's return our response first. The status http dot created dot json. We're going to have message. You will say events created successfully. So creating the event we need the user ID, and the user ID will be coming from, if I go into our passport, go into config and passport config, the ID should come because passport we added to the request. So we need to get the ID from the request. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go into type, and let's create the type d.tx, and then we're going to add user ID to the global. So we're going to add user ID string here, and we can just import the user entity. Let's try and see how to use it. So I'm going to say constant user ID is equals to request dot user dot ID. So I think this is going to be optional like this, and it's complaining that ID is not does not exist. So what we're going to do, let me import a user entity. Let me import the user entity from database slash entity user. And let's see, and this error should stop. Even if you pass, it's going to say undefined. You can just say a string if you want, like this. Or you can also check if the user ID exists, or it should exist. So I've gotten my user ID, and it will create event DTO. So let's create a service. So I'm going to say await create event service, and this is going to take in the user ID and then the create event DTO. So let's go ahead and create the event service. So inside the service, let me just create event.service.tx. I will say export constant, and let me return this. Then this should be async. Then we have the user ID, which is of type string, and the create event DTO, which is going to be of type create event DTO. So yeah, we need to also, let's just add as string, and let me import this. So inside the events, we are going to check if can check if the user ID exists here. I'm not going to check that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say constant event repository is equals to app data source dot get repo. I'm going to say event So make sure to import this event. So we're going to check if we're going to convert the event location enum to object. I mean to array. We say value event um, location. Yeah, we are going to check if the location type being passed here exists is include in the once to convert the event location enum type to array. We'll check if it exists there. So we're going to say includes events creates event DTO dot location type. So let me just break this like this. And then we're going to throw an error bad request exception. We're going to say invalid location type. And then if you go into the events, let's go into the database event entity. You should know that we have slug and the slug must not be null. So we need to generate the slug inside the event service. So what we're going to do, we're going to do constant slug. We're going to say array slugify. We're going to pass in the event title. So we're going to say create events dot title, and then we're going to create the event. So let's just finish this and go ahead and create the slugify um, function. So I'm going to say events repository dot create, and let's destructure the create event DTO, passing this log, and we're going to say user. So we need to pass in the user. So we can't just pass in user ID here. It won't work. You will see error. TypeORM is going to complain. So what we're going to do, we're going to do user and then open and say ID and then pass in the user ID. Sorry, this is wrong. ID. And you see the error has stopped. Then what we can do, we can just do await events repository dot save event, and then we can return the event. So we are done with that. So we're going to go and create a certified. So let me just go to my utils and let me create it here. So let me just create a file. I'll just call it helper.tx. And there, let's just do export function and simplify. Say text string. This is going to return a string for us. So what we're going to do, we're going to make use of the UUID for this. So I'm going to import UUID here. And then I'm going to say constant UUID is equals to UUID v4 dot split. Let's get the first, we can say slice. So 4, or we can use the replace here. I think so. Let's instead of doing this, let's just use the replace, and we are going to do a regular expression plus slash g, So I'm going to remove, let me just put, let's use space here. Yeah, something like this. And then we're going to slice 4 out of it. So now let's create this log. It's going to be text. So I'm going to first of all change this to lowercase. Then we're going to also remove, we're going to also replace this. So let me add dots here. We're going to also replace the space with hyphen. And then we're going to remove non-character. So I'm going to say replace. So let me remove this. Replace. So we're going to add in a regular expression to remove non-word character. So this should be a square brackets and then a backslash with W, then another backslash, and then a hyphen. Yeah, then a plus and a forward slash with G. Yeah, and then we can remove that. Then we still want to replace multiple hyphen. So yeah, we are going to have a replace again, just to remove all unwanted character from this. So we are going to replace multiple hyphen. So I'm going to just say plus forward slash G and then hyphen again. And then we are going to, so we're going to also, let's duplicate this. We want to trim all hyphen from the front. So we don't want hyphen to be at the front of the text and also at the end of the text. So this is just to replace multiple hyphen with just single hyphen. Then we're going to replace, so I'm going to remove the expression here. And then we're going to change it to forward slash and then hyphen plus and then forward slash, and let's just remove the hyphen here. We're going to remove the any hyphen at the start of the text and also at the end of the text. So I'm going to also, let me remove this and then put a $sign. And I think that's it. So we are done. So let's return, let's combine this log, which is so this is just the title of the events we are trying to clean up for this log. Then we're going to add random, some random number and text, which is the UUID. So I'm going to say UUID, and then we are done. So let's just go into our event service and import this. And once we are done, let's go and create a route for this. So I'll go into my controller and let me create the event route .route.tx. Just simply the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this one and I'm going to import the route from Express, then change this to event route. And let's copy it and say export default event route. So then we're going to say event route. We're going to use post. And we're going to also add the authenticate JWT. Let me go to passport config Let me, okay, passport authenticate UWT. So we can add it here. And let me import it. And then the controller creates event controller. Then let's also add create here. So let's make use of this inside the index.c inside here.cx. I'll just go into my index and duplicate this, change this to events, and then use create event route. So let's make sure server is running. So let me start my server, cd backend, npm run dev. And then in my postman, I should go into my uh, events folder and click on create event. So I'll have some this I've added here. So I'm going to just remove this. So done with this. So we have the title, the description, and then location type. So I use Google Meet and calendar. Okay, I think it's complain about user. Okay, let me save this. Let me restart the server again. So my server and database is connected. I'm going to test the endpoint now. So we have the title, description, and then duration. I think I didn't add duration to. Let me check my database and DTO. Okay, I added duration there. So let me close that. And then let's test it out first. So I'm going to click on send. Now we should see, okay, unauthorized. You can see our passport is working fine. So let me go into my login uh, hot folder and click on login. So let me just close this and let me send. I think this will make it be 200, not 201. So I'm going to copy the access token here. And then I'm going to go into my create event. I will close this. Then inside the auth, I'll use Pira token. So let me just remove this and let me just paste the one I copied. And then I should click on send and I think it should work. So we should wait for this to create the event for us. So if you encounter this issue that is loading all the time, we made a mistake. So I'm going to go to my passport config and I noticed that after checking this out, I noticed I didn't return the user. So the user is not even added to the request. So it's not moving out after this. There's no return. Uh, there's nothing that we are returning. So what we're going to do is just to return done, no, I'm passing the user, and this should fix it. So let this server to run. Let us the stop it from running. So I'll wait for the server to do. So the server is connected and the database is connected. So let me just click on send. Hopefully it should fix it, and then you should see events. Okay, oh, we didn't also. Let me go into my service. Not service events controller. I think I didn't return this. Let me just say constant events, and then let's return the event. Let me also remove this. So we can try this out again. So I'll test with a different name. So I'll just say client demo event for demo. I'll change duration to 60 minutes and let's just leave it like this. So let me click on create and this should create it. And then we can see this log added to demo events and the UUID we add the user ID and its private is first. So that's it for create event. So let's go ahead and create the next endpoint. So I'm going to just say so I'll just say export constant get. So we're going to get the user event. So I'm going to say get user event controller. So, so it's going to be equals to async handler and validation. I think I don't think we user need to pass any validation here. So we can just fall back to the async handler itself. We don't need validation. So I'm just going to say async. I'll just say request and response. So let's get a user ID and let's also return the response here and just say user event fetch successfully. And they are just going to return the user, the events, and the username. So I'm just going to leave it like this for now. So let's just say await get user event service, and we're just passing the user ID. So let me copy this and let's go into the service and let's create this. So let me just collapse this and let's say export constant get event service async user ID. This is going to be string, and let me just return this. So we are going to use the user. We are going to use the user repository. So let me just open this and just get constant user repository. This is going to be equals to app data source dot uh get repository user. So let's import user. So we have used if you go into let's go into the auth service. We've used this method of querying the find one and find a value from the database to query the database. So TypeORM also provide a query builder. So I'm going to just show you. Let's search TypeORM query builder here. Or I think it should be in this place. Or let me just quickly search it. TypeORM query builder. So I'm going to click on the first link and this should bring out TypeORM, and you should see how TypeORM query builder is. So you can query the database in a different way, just like the way we use SQL. And so you can see query builder is one of the most powerful features in TypeORM. It allows you to build SQL queries using the elegant and convenient syntax, execute them, and get automatically transform entity. So you can see an example of how to use a query builder here. And this is another example of how to do it. So I just want to show you a different approach you can use with TypeORM to query the database. So you can go over here and read more about it. So let me just go back and then let's implement the service to the get system using uh, the create query builder. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the user. I'm going to say constant user await user repository. Sorry. So through the user, we're going to join the left, join the event. We're going to join the event and select it. So I'm going to first say create query builder first, and it's going to ask us to provide the. I'm going to provide the user. Then I'm going to. So let me just break this down here. So now we want to get the event from the user. So I'm going to left join. So we have different left join here. We can have a left join. I just want left join and select. So I'm going to say user dot event, and I'm going to give it uh event. So once we have joined that, we want to load the relations here. So I'm going to say dot load relation count and map. So I also want to count the meetings each event have. So I'm going to say event dot, I'm going to go underscore count dot meeting, and this will be event dot meeting meetings, put s here. Then we are going to now filter. So let me filter here. Where, so we want to go where the user ID. So I'm going to say user dot ID is equals to I'm going to give it user ID, and then just passing the user ID which we have passed inside the which we have passed here the argument. So this will just replace this. Then we want to order by events dot created at, and we want it in descending order. Then we have to say get one. So the get one is for the user. Remember, we are querying the user repository. So we're going to just to get one user. So I'm going to say if not, then if not user, so that user is not found based on the user ID being passed. So I'm going to say true new not found exception. I'll just say user not found. And then we can just return the event. We say user dot event, and then we're going to say user. Let me just get the username. User dot username, and then let me go into my controller and let me import this. And then we are going to get the constant. Let's get. Oh, sorry. Let me get the event and let me get the username. And we can just pass events and the username. So we can just get this. So go into our events route. And let me just duplicate this, change this to all. And let me just say get user event controller. And let's check our server is running and we can test this out. So I'm going to go into my event collection and I'll go to where we have user events. Let me click on this and we can see events slash all. So let me quickly get the token first. Let me go into my login and let me just copy the token. Go into my user events. Let me say bearer token and let me paste that and click on get. Okay, it said API events for short. Okay, this should be get. Sorry, this should be get, not post. Made a mistake there. And let's wait for it to. So my database is connected. Let me click on send. and this should return all my events. You can see the first events which I created and the number of meetings which we had. You can see the second, the latest one I created, and you can see my username here. So, so that is so. The next one we're going to create. Let me close this. We are going to implement. I think toggling the. So let me just create export constant toggle. So we're going to toggle the event from private to public, from public to private. So I'm going to say events privacy controller, and yes, so we're going to use the async handler and validation. And let's just go ahead and create the DCO. So I'll go into my event DCO, and there we're just going to pass in the event ID. So I'm going to just paste the event ID. Then we can also pass in UUID here from class validator, and we can pass in the version 4, and let's pass in a message, say invalid UUID, something like that. So I think that is it. So let me just close this, and let me import it here. I think of DTO event ID DTO. So I'm going to pass it here, and this is going to be param. So let me just say param here. Or let me just use the body instead. So I'll just pass it to the body. Then I will say async. Let me just get this request and response here, pass it here, and then let's return this. Then we can just get the return. So this should be okay. Likewise, this should be okay. Then here we're going to just say, um, let me get the events ID here. And also the user ID. Let me leave the message for now. So I'm going to say constant events is equals to await toggle events privacy service. I'm going to pass in the user ID and the event ID DCO. So let me go into the event service and let's create this. So I'm going to say export constant async user ID and user ID string, then event ID, uh, events ID. So I think let me go over here and check this. Like it's events ID DTO and the events ID. So you'll say events ID, and then I'll just change it. Say this is string, and then let's open this. And let me go into my controller and import this. So inside the service, I'm going to just get uh, the events. So I'm going to let's make sure we have imported the events. So events from entity. So events repository. Then we are going to check for the events ID. We're going to query. So await event repository dot find one. So we're going to say where ID is event ID. then user ID is of a user ID. Then we're going to say if not event, then we're going to say true new not found exception event not found. Then we can change the, if you look at the entity, remember we are still using is private. So it's private is false. When it's private is false, it means it is public. When it's private is true, it means it is private. So let me go back to my service and we're going to just start with this. So we're going to say events dot is private is equals to not events dot is private. Why is this saying string? Okay, I think we made a mistake here. Oh, we made a mistake. This should be Boolean. Oh, so let me just generate this. So I'm just going to run npm run db generates. So npm db generate. And we should have changed the name of the migration file. So I'm just going to leave it like this. So let me wait for this to generate. So it has generated. So let me just push migration. So I'll just say db migrates. And hopefully it should. Okay, so it has fixed it. So let me just run npm run dev. So let me go back to my service and the error should stop. So now we should say await event repository dot save event, and then we can just return the event. So that is it. So let me go into my controller and then let me use this event. So I'm going to just use and say event sets. You can just say event set to. So I'm going to say if event dot is private, we can just say private else public successfully. So let me just break this here. So that's it. So let's wait for our server to run so we can. Okay, let's go into our event route and let me create this. So database is connected. So I'm going to use put for this. So say event put, and I'm going to just call this. Let me call this. So let me call this toggle privacy, and let me put pass in the passport UWT and also the toggle, and then we can test this inside the postman. So let me go into, let me make sure I copy this. So change this. Okay. So the database is connected. So let me just drag this down. I'll copy this the token. Then I'm going to toggle event visibility. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just replace this with my own token. Then I'll go into my user event and let me copy the ID of the event. Currently, this is this is visible. So let me just close this one. So toggle events, I'm going to set the ID here inside the body. So if I make mistake to this user ID, let me see. It should throw an error saying invalid user ID. So I'm going to just correct this. And I'm going to click on send, and you can see I think event set to private. Let me just close this back. So save. So now we can see that the events has been switched to private. So that is it. If you try to record the user event, you should see it's private to be true. So if I click on send again, and we can see it's private is true. So that is it for being able to toggle the events from private to public or public to private. Then we are going to get events for the public events. So we want to get all the public events, and this one will not require the JWT token. So this particular event controller we want to create is for public. When the user shares the event link which were created, the users or the clients which is shared to, we see all of the public events. That's those events that are not set to private. So we are going to say export constant get public events, and we're going to be using by username controller. So we're going to be using let's use our validation. So we're going to pass in the username, and let's create a DTO for that. So I'll go into my events DTO, and there we can export constant username DTO, and then we're going to say username string. Also, this should be class, and it's not empty, and also it is string. So likewise, when the user click on the clients click on it on one of the events, the public events, we need to also fetch uh, the data for that particular event using this log and the username. So I'm going to just copy this entire thing inside there and just say class username and log DTO. So I'll paste this inside there. So let me copy this and paste it here and paste it again. Change this to slug, and that is it. So let me just copy this, go into my events controller, and let me pass it here, import it. Why this is going to be around, so I'm going to just say async, and let me just get the request, and let me just save this, and we are going to return a response to status http okay dot okay dot json message. It's a public events fetch successfully, and then we can just change this to user name DTO, and then we can just say constant is equals to await, get, let me just copy this. This is too long. Service, and then we're going to pass in the username.dto. Remember, this is an object, so we're going to say dto dot username, and then we just put it like this, and let's go into the service, and let me create this here. So I'm going to close this and say export constant get public service async username string, and let me just go into my controller and import this and save. And then we're going to go into the service, and then let's get the user repository app get user repository to fetch the username. So we're going to be using query, the create query builder. So I'm going to say constant user is equals to await user repository dot create query builder, and we're going to pass in the user. Then we can also left join and select as usual. We're going to select the user dot event, and we are going to say this event, and also the event we're going to get the dot is private. So let me break this down. Then for the private is going to be equals to is private, which we are going to pass, and we're going to say that it should fetch only, if you get only is private, sorry, is private, and that is false. So now we've done that. So let's use the where, let's filter. Uh, okay, sorry, it should be outside this. Dot where I want to get the user dot username equals to the username. So I'm going to pass in, let me say username here. So let me put it equals to, and then we're going to just pass in the username which we're passing from the up from the argument which we pass here. Then we're going to also we're going to select. So I want to select some. I select the use some column, the user column. So I'm going to get the user ID, the user dot name, and also the user dot image URL. So I'm going to also do for the, I want to select some of the column for events. So I'm going to use the add select, and this is going to be an array. I'm going to say ID, sorry, event dot ID, event dot title. You're going to get the event title, event description, then the event stock, events duration, and then we're done with that. So let's order this, sort this by descending order. I'm going to say events just created at descending order. Then we can get one. Sorry, that's get one. So if not user, then we can throw new not found exception. We're going to say user not found. Then let's just return the user and the event. So I'm going to say user. I just say name, username dot name, and we can say the username too, user dot username, and also image URL if you want to pass that. So we'll say user dot image URL. Then for the event, I'll just say user dot event. So let me add comma here. So we are done with that. Let's go into controller and let me just get the user and also the event and quickly pass that here, user and the event. So do we add duration here? Okay, so if we add duration, let's check the entity if we didn't add any duration. If we add duration there, so make sure if you, in your entity uh, duration is being passed here. So confirm that the duration is being passed, and you can set the default to 30, and then you can generate migration. Uh, then let me go back to my controller, events controller. We have returned that, so I'll just go into the route, and then I can just say events route public username, and then get public event by username. So I'll just run this to see if the server is running. So let me test this out in my Postman. So I'm going to go into, so let me copy my username here from the user event. I'll select public events, and you can see the endpoint event public, and then the username. Just paste the username. There's no need for the bearer token. Remember, we didn't add any bearer token here. We didn't add passport because this is for public and it's without token. So let me test it out and make sure this is get request. I'm waiting for this for the server to pick up. So let me click on send, and hopefully it should return the user event here. You can see the username, the name, image, URL. I think the reason why it didn't return the username is because of we selected this here. So we didn't select username. So if you want that, you can just do username select. So there's no need. We can just pass in the username like this, since we are passing the username from here. So that is it. We have the duration 30. So that is it for the endpoints, the controller to get the public events. For okay, so now the next thing we are going to do is when we display if public event for the client or the customer or business partner, the client or customer will have to click on a particular event. So if the user click on this event, the user will want us to provide the details of the event. So we need to provide the details of this event. So we are going to get that using this log and the username. So the username and slug will be passed. So uh, let's quickly create the export here, constant, and we're just going to call this get events, get public events by username and slug. So this should be in controller first. So let me just close this. Say export constant, change this to controller. And then we're going to say async handler and validation. And then we're going to pass in the username and the and stock DTO. And then we're going to pass in and then say async, and let's get the request and the DTO. So we can just say username. Let me just call this DTO. I'm just saying username and log DTO. So let me just open this and return, get a return, state the return uh, status there and the return. So I'll just get only the event. So for now, I'm just going to just remove this. I say get public event or event detail first successfully. Event details. So now let's create a service. I'll say await constant await get event. So let me just remove S there. Get events by username and stock service. And then we can just pass in the username and slug DTO. So let's go ahead and create this inside the event service. So we're going to say async, and let me just say, so inside here, I'm going to just say username and DTO, and slug DTO is going to be of type username and slug DTO. And there we are going to get the event repository, since we have the slug attached to and passed to the argument to the slug is inside the DTO. So I'm going to also just structure this now. So to just get just a user name and slug, or just a username and slug. And then I'm going to get the event repository. And then we can use the query builder to say event is equals to await event repository dot create builder. I will say event the left join select. So now we are select, we're going to get the user, joining the user. So I'm going to say user event dot user, which we're going to name it as user. There we are going to use it to filter the username. So I'm going to say user dot username is going to be equals to username, and we're going to pass in the username. And then we're going to add uh, okay, we're going to say that and where, so we want to have multiple, so where event dot log is equals to log. Then we also want to also filter again dot and where event dot is private is equals to is private. So I'm going to say is private is false. Yeah. So then we can just select the same thing we did here. So just select everything here. And do so just select, and we focus. We should not forget to pass in is private. No, not even is private location type. So let me just pass it here too. I think so you can also pass in the is private if you want. So let me just also return the user. I'm going to say add select user.id, just the same thing. User.name and user.image URL. And then we're going to get one. So let's just return the event. So we're done with this. Let me just import this. So let's say constant events, and let me just return the event here. And then let's go into the route, events route, and let's get the let's pass put the route for that. So I'm going to say events route get public username and user and slug. So let me just import this from controller. So these two are without passport authentication JWT. So we're using the username and slug to get the events and the user who wants it. So just save that and make sure your server is running. Then let me test this out. See Postman. So we're going to copy the username and also I think this log. Yes, let's get this log of the event. And let me just let me go to public event details. So I'm going to just remove all of this. I'll put in the username now and then this log. So we can see the username Imagine and the webinar event. So I'm going to click on send, and then this should hopefully run. And then we can see the details of the event or user too. And we can see everything. So great. So let's also look at let's also see from the database if all of this is the events are being stored and the username is also being stored. So let's go to the database, and we can see that for the user, we can see the Imagine is being added, and we can see the okay, saying this one is not. So let me try and reload this. There is no reload there. So let me just reload this from the up. I don't know why it's saying no for the UUI for the availability ID. So let me check availability. The event is created. I think the availability didn't insert. So I'm going to check that. So let me just tell you events first. And we can see that the event duration is there. We can let's go ahead and then press the to see why the availability and things create when we register the user. So I'm going to go back to my code and let me check. Let me go into the auth service and go straight to register. So we set this. Let me check the entity first. The user entity. Okay. So I noticed the issue is because we didn't add cascade to this. And if you look at the if you go over to the auth service, we are just assigning it to the user availability, which is not going to work, which is not actually going to create this for us. So let me add this inside the availability. Sorry, the user entity. So let me just add. So let me just. So let me add the cascade here and set it to true. Think it's not okay. Just the error has stopped. So I see why it's not adding here. So we stop the error has stopped. So let's try it out and see if it will work now. So I'm going to register a new user and let me just try that here. Let me go to register and let me change this to so I've filled in my information. Let me click on send and then we can see it. So let's confirm if it is created in the database. So let's go over to so let's check this and see. Let me reload this. So this is somewhere gets. So let me confirm. And we can see the ID is being set here. So that means the availability was created. So I'll click on availability and we can see that. So let's check the day availability. The day availability is not created. Not created. So there's a problem here. The availability was created and the day availability was not created. So let's check. Let's go back and check, fix that too. So in my code, so I think we should go and check the availability entity, and then yeah, we didn't add the cascade to in this one too. So let me add that again. Say cascade true, and let's try and register a user again. This is so let's wait for it to load, and so I'm going to create a new user here. So I'm filling my a new user here. So let me click on send, and we should go ahead and test this out again. Hopefully, okay, it has created the user and it has showed the availability. Let's so let's go ahead and check this. So now you can see that we can see that it created the availability for us. Let me go and check the user. So we're having Jeffrey Josh. So if I go into Jeffrey Josh and I click inside here, we can see the availability set. You can see the ID here. Okay. Yeah, we can see the so let me click on let me go into so let me go into the day availability. This should be the ID and the ID end at think E03. So E. Then the day availability, if we check the availability ID, we can see 0E. So which so it's reference this here. So the ID is inside the day availability. So it's created now. So it's working fine. So let's go ahead and then work with. So we're going to be using this other user. this event which did not create. So I'm going to create a new event for the new user. I'll just remove all of this data and then remove the other user which didn't create the availability so that we can be able to have a clean uh, data in the database. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go ahead and create the other endpoint. The endpoint we'll use to delete the event. So that is the delete event endpoint. So let me go into my controller, events controller, and this should be the last endpoints for the events. So I'm going to say export constant delete events controller. We're going to get the async handler validation. And here we're going to also pass in the event IDDTO, and this should be param async. So I'm going to say request and response and the event. So let me just so this should be event IDDTO, and here we're going to just let me just return this. Say okay, event deleted successfully. There's no response. So let's just say await delete event service, and let's pass in the user ID. So let me get the user ID and also the events DTO dot event ID. So let's create this. So I'll go into my service. Let me collapse all of this and say export constant user ID and string and event ID string, and let me just return this async here. So let's get the events repository. Then we can just find the event. So event is equals to await um, events repository dot find one. You say where ID event ID, then user ID is user ID. Then we say if not event, then we can show um not found exception. Events not found. Then we can just do await the events. Sorry, outside this event repository dot remove event. Let's just return success true or just MC. Don't need to return anything. So I think that is it. So let's go into the events controller and let's import this service. And then inside the route, below this, we're going to say events route dot delete, and then we're going to say we're going to pass in the event ID, and we're going to pass in the passport JWT. Then we're going to say delete control event controller. So make sure your server is running and let's go and delete all those events which we created. So I'm going to go into okay, yeah, user events And let me copy these events. I'm going to delete all of these events. So let's go into my delete event. And we should not forget to get the login details. I mean, sorry, the bearer token. So I'm going to copy that from inside one of the requests here. And then let me go back into the delete event request. And let me just go into the alt. I'll just remove this old one, paste this here. And the event ID. Oh, sorry, this is wrong. So for the event ID, I'm going to just pass in the event ID here. Yeah. And change this to, I think we use delete. Change this to delete. And let me click on send. And this should remove the event. So if I go over and check my user event, click on all, and we can see it's only one that is remaining. So let me remove all of them. Sorry, the ID. Change the ID, not the. So I'm going to click on send now, and this should delete this other event. So if I go to user event, click on send, and we can see empty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my register and I'm going to make use of this email instead of the other one. So let me just remove, let me just copy this. And I'm going to use it to log in now. So that is it for the event. Uh, so that's it for event. So let's go ahead and work on the availability endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on the availability endpoint. So I'm going to close my terminal and let's go into my Explorer. And then let me just close all of this, open backend again, source directory, and inside the controllers, we're just going to say availability, availability, yeah, dot controller dot cx. Yeah. So what we're going to do now, we're going to create the endpoint to get the user availability. So I'm going to say export constants get user availability, the name of the controller. So I'm going to say, sorry, I forgot to add the availability here. Then this is not going to take in any, we're not going to provide any validation. So we're just going to use the async handler here. So from the middleware, and we just call our async, and I'll just get your request. Request we import that from Express. Likewise, the response from Express. So I'm going to say response from Express here. So let me just return this. Then we are going to get the user ID. So from the request, we're going to say user ID is equals to request dot user ID as some string. Then let me just return the response dot status, and this will be HTTP dot OK. We're going to say .json, and the message is going to be sorry, let me really remove this. Message is going to be fetch availability and successfully. So we're going to create the service for this. I'm going to just say, let me just say constant availability. Ability is going to be equals to await. Let me just quickly copy this and then change this to service. And then we're going to pass in the user ID. So we're just going to return this. So let me just copy this and let's go into the service. Let's go ahead and create the availability service for this. So I'm going to say availability service.cx, and let me close this. So we're going to say export constant get user availability. Sorry, we need to add in the async here and provide a user ID. This is going to be string, and then let me just return this. So what we are going to do, we are going to get the user repository here. So let me just call that here, and let's import the app data source from the config database config, and then the user from the user entity. Then we are going to find the user. So I'm going to say user is equals to await user repository dot find one where ID is user ID. Then because we are going to get the availability, so we need to add relations. So this is how to add relations in TypeORM. So I'm going to say I need to add the availability relations here, and also the availability also has a relation. So we are going to also add get that too, which is the days. So I'm going to say availability dot days. So quick recap, I'm just going to go into the entity and just show you what it means. So inside the availability, we have the days. So we are trying to pick the day availability from the availability. So we can render these days, day of the week, and the time, start time and end time, and it's available in the response. So let me go into my controller and let me just import this quickly. Save that and then go back to the service. And we're going to check if not user or not user dot availability, then we can just throw not found exception. I'll just say user not found or availability. So what we're going to do, we're going to since this is so below here we're going to create let's say availability data. So we're going to create the data availability data. So this is going to be equals to the time gap, and this will be user dot availability dot time gap. So now we need to get the days, but the days is so the days is inside the availability dot days. So what we are going to do is we are going to return this. We're going to return this like this. So let me just give you an example. The day string the is available boolean, then the start time and end time, just like this way. So this is how I want to return that. So what we're going to do, we're going to map the day and then push into this day. So let's do it like this. So I'm going to say user dot availability dot day dot for each. So day availability. Sorry. So let me just I'll just say availability data dot push. Sorry, dot days dot push, and then we're going to push in the day, which is the day availability dot day. We are going to say start time day availability dot start time. So we're not going to render the start time. If you look at the user controller, let me go to the auth service. You should see that this is the way we save the date. So we just want to get only the time. We are going to render only the time, which is the 9 o'clock and 17. So I'm going to split this. So I'm going to first of all convert this to ISO string. Then I'm going to slice from the 11 position to 16. Then I'm going to duplicate this, change this to end time, and I'm going to copy end time and pass it here. Then the last one is the is available. It's available, which is going to be day availability dot is available. So now we are done with this. We can just return availability data. So TypeScript is throwing some error here. It's saying argument of type day of the week is not assignable to the parameter of never. Yeah, because this is never. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a type for this. So I'm going to say availability response or response. This is response type. So I'll just create this. Let me just create this inside this type. I'll just call this availability dot type dot tx. Then I'll just do let's do export type export type. Let me just quickly copy that again. Then go into my type, then equals to say time gap, which is type of number, then days, which is we have the day, which is of type string. We have the start time, which is of string. Yes. We have the end time, which is of type string. Then the is available, which is of type boolean. Then we can just go ahead and import this and the error should stop. Okay, sorry, we forgot to add array here and it should stop. So that is it. So let's just go into our controller. We've returned this. So let's go ahead and create a route for availability. So I'm going to go into my route and let's just say availability dot route dot tx. So I'm just going to just copy this to make it faster. So I'll just import a router from Express and just change this to availability route. Export this to and just change this to availability routes and change this to get user availability controller. And this should be get request, and we can just set this to me. Then don't forget to add the passport JWT. So I'm going to just import this. So why is it not important? So let me just import it at the top. I'll say from config passport config. Why is TypeScript not picking this? So let me just try and well, okay, server is connected. Let's go into the index. Hopefully TypeScript will pick this index.tx. And let me just duplicate this, change this to availability. Dot availability routes. So availability routes. And I think let's check this if the error has stopped. So I can't find this. So let me just try again. So that's it. So let's run our server and let's test it out. So I'm going to go to my index.tx and then make sure this is saved. Yeah. So let's just go to. So I'm going to go into my. So I'm going to first of all let me copy the. Let me click on this and login again to make sure I get the access token. I'll copy this and then I'll go into the availability. So let me close the event, go to availability. So I'll click on user availability. Then we can see the endpoint API availability me temporal token. So I'll just remove this old one, paste this here. And then let me just click on send and we should be able to see the use. So yeah, we can see this now fetch successfully and we can see the days, the start time, end time from Sunday to you can see our availability here is false for Saturday and our availability here is false for Sunday. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the user is available. So that's it. So we are going to go ahead and work on the next endpoint. So let's go into our controller, availability controller, and yeah. So let's go ahead and work on the updates endpoint for the availability. So let me go out of this and say export constant updates, updates availability controller. So this we're going to use validation. So we're going to use async handler with validation. And then let's go ahead and create the DTO for that. So I'm going to go into my database folder, DTO, and let me just say availability. The DTO.tx. And here we're going to, let me just close this. We are going to create the, first of all, the day availability DTO, then add it to the, so it's going to basically be the same way the response which we send in the, if you look at the response from the initial endpoint you created, this endpoint here. So this is the way the front end will send it to us. They'll send the day and the time gap. So this method is how it will be sent. So we are going to just look out for this too. So let's just create the DTO to match that same type payload. So I'm going to first of all say export constant, sorry, class day availability. Let me just use that here. And here we're going to say the day, which is going to be of day of the week and then we are going to set the decorator to its enum. And let's pass the day of the week enum there. Then we're going to have the start time, which is of string, and this one is a string. We can also have it's not empty here. We can also do that here too. Let's have the end time. Then the last one is the is available. This is going to be boolean, not string. And we're going to say not empty, and then this should be is boolean. Then now let's create the export class updates availability. DTO. We're going to say time gap is of type number. You can say is number. You can also pass this should not be empty. Then for the day, remember the days will be it's going to be this. So I'm going to copy this day availability DTO, and it's going to be an array of this. So we need to what? So what do you want me to do? How much? What? So let's say the declarator is array. Then we're going to say validate. So I want it to validate next, because this is going to be a nested object. So I'm going to say each true. Nested data. Then we're going to set the type for this. We're going to say day availability. So we are done with that. Let's go ahead and then use this. So I'm going to copy the updates, the availability, and let's go into let's pass it here. And then we're going to pass in body. And then let's say async, and let's return this. So I'm going to copy the request and response. And then let's say updates. Let me just copy this, paste it here. Update DTO. And then let's do return response.status. This should be HTTP okay .json. Then we're going to pass in the message. So what we're going to do, we're going to also get the user ID. So I'm going to pass that here. And let's do await update. Sorry, let me just copy this. Update availability service. And we're going to pass the user ID with the updated DTO. Update DTO. So let's go ahead and create a service. So I'm going to copy this, go into my availability service. Let me collapse this. I say export constant update availability service async and user ID string. Then we are going to also pass in the updates DTO. Oh, let me just put data here. Yeah, to just make it easy. So I'm just going to just say return. And let's go into our ability controller and import this. So let me go into my service, and then we are going to get the user. Let me get the user repository and also the availability repository. So I'll just duplicate this and I'll say availability repository, availability from availability entity. So I'm going to say availability repository. Then we're going to find, not check, we're going to find the user or check if the user exists. So I'm going to say await user repository.find one. Then let's open the object, say where ID is user ID. And as usual, we're going to add a relation. So let me just replace this here. Then we are going to also say not found, user not found. So let me just sign not found. Yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to transform the data to the format which we're going to save to the database. So we're going to convert the date, the start time and end time to the time, the date format which we're going to save in the database. So we're going to say constant availability. Data is going to be equals to day data dot days dot map, and let me just return this ID. So inside here we are going to destructure this and just get from the days, we are going to get the day, we are going to get it is available, we're going to get the start time, and we're going to get the end time. And then inside here we are going to say base dates. This is going to new day dot iso to iso string, and then we are going to split from t, and we're going to get the first side of it. So let me show you how it is. I'll just go to my auth service, and we're going to split from here to get the date. Then we're going to add it back to be the time. So I'm going to just close this. Then now let's return. We're going to say day. This is going to be day dot to uppercase. It doesn't matter if you add uppercase, it's going to be auto uppercase. So I'm going to say as day date and then we're going to have the start time, new dates. You can just pass in the base dates. We're going to pass in the put the t back, and we're going to put the start time. Then we're going to put the end, which is 00z. Sorry. So let me add my comma here, duplicate this, set this to end time too. And let's pass the end time here too. So now for the is available, we're just going to pass that here. So that is it. So what we're going to do now, we're going to check if the user availability, remember we check only the user. So now we're going to check if the user availability, if user availability, user.availability, we can just save this here. So I'll just say await availability repository. We're going to say ID, which is user dot availability dot ID. time gap, which is data dot time gap. Yeah, yes. So basically this one is going to be for the day availability, not even the availability, it should be day availability data. Yeah, day availability data. Then we're going to say days is going to be, we're going to make use of this and then map is, we're going to say map day, and let's structure this day. Yeah, and let me just pass the availability. Oh, sorry, I think I made a mistake here. I would have wrapped this, should be an object day, then availability is going to be ID of user dot availability dot ID. So let's just return success true. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and so this is going to it's going to update it because we are passing the ID of the availability ID. So to learn more about TypeORM repository, you can come over to this website here. Just go to TypeORM repository API. You can see some of the repository. You can see other options you can use. You can use as ID. You can use creates. We have creates. We have remove, save. So we have remove. We have insert. We also have update. So you can use update if you want. But I just use update. You just put the ID and the data. You can use updates in this place. So I just use save. So this is going to still update because we are passing the ID which we are saving to. Then we also have delete here, soft delete, restore. We have recover, increments and decrements. We also have exist, count, count by some, and there are so many here. Find by, also have find one and fill. Let me check that find one and fill. Yeah, this is a find one and fill. So instead of doing multiple check, I just put find one and fill, and that should just find it. So you can just go to the TypeORM repository API, and then you can see so many of its API which you can use here. So let's just continue. I've saved this. I'll just go into my controller, and then think we have done everything completely. Let's just go into the route, and let's call this. So I'm going to, yeah, we're going to say availability route put, and we're going to say updates. Let me put / here, and then we're going to pass the passport authenticate JWT. We are going to also do updates. Yeah, update availability controller. So let's save and confirm our server is running. Then let me go to my Postman, and then let's click on, let me copy this API token. Then let me go into my updates availability, and we can see availability / updates. Then I'll just add it here. Let me remove this old one, paste this here. And inside my body, you should see I've already added is, think this is wrong. Let me copy this out like this. And let me paste it like this. I'll just remove the objects here. So let me just quickly let me just remove all of this. And I'll go into my user availability and let me copy this whole thing here. And then let me go into update availability and I'm going to paste it here. So now we can decide to modify this the way we want. I can set let me change Saturday to true. I can change the time from Monday to 10. And then I can change this to 16. Then change Wednesday to 10. So we can just do that. Let's try and save it. So my server is connected, and then let me click on send. This is input. It shows that it's input. And therefore, let's see it's safe, it updates. So yeah, updated. So what we're going to do, let's go into the user availability and let's try and call this. So this is the old response. Let's try and click on send, and then let's see. So we're waiting for it to load, and then we can check Saturday true. We can check Monday 10. Then I think okay, my time. Let me remove this. I think let me check the time gap I use here. Okay, a time gap I use there is 10. You can see that it changed the time gap to, and then the Monday 10, and then 4 o'clock or 16. Wednesday 2, it changed. So basically that is it. So the user will just update and then we can use. So let's go ahead and then work on the last endpoint for availability. So this endpoint is going to be a public endpoint where the client or the customer of the user sees the available days and available time. So anyone that is not available that day will not be enabled in the calendar. So let me go into my controller and then let's collage this and let's implement it. Let's pause constant. So let's pass in the event, the controller name. So I'm going to get availability for public events controller. So this we are going to pass in the validation. So we're going to be using the ID, event ID for this. So I'm going to say async handler and validate, and we're going to pass in the event ID. So remember, we already have the event ID.dto. So we're going to import that from events, and then we're going to say params. Then let's say async. And let me get a request and request and response. And then we're going to say constant. Let me just return this first. Return response dot status. Oh shit. Response status HTTP status dot okay dot JSON. And we're going to say message event availability fetched successfully. Then let's also get the DTO, which is the event ID DTO. This endpoint will not require the user ID, so I'm going to say for public events. So I'm going to say constant availability equals to await. So let me copy this and then paste this here. Service. Then we're going to pass in the event DTO dot events ID. So this availability, we can just return this just a data That is okay. So let's copy this and let's create a service for this. So I'm going to go into my availability service and let me collapse this. So constant availability service is equals to async and the event ID, which is of type string. And then let's return this. So let me go into my controller and import this. So this error should stop showing. So save that and let's go into the service. So here we're going to get so let's get the repository for events. So let me import event from event entity. Then we're going to quickly check if the event exists. So I'm going to say await events repository find one where ID for the event is event ID. And they're also going to check is private is false. So this is not even a must, but we're just going to do it. So say relation, we're going to get the user. We also want to get the user the availability. So I'm going to say so the availability is connected to the user. It's related to it has a relationship with the user. So I'm going to say availability. And likewise, the availability also have relation with the days. Then we also want to get the meeting. So and the meeting has a relationship with the user. So I'm going to say meeting. So this is audio meeting. Not we're not getting the one tied to event, but the one tied to all user. So we want to I think it's particular to the event, right? Yeah. So I'll just leave it like this. Reason why we're getting the meeting, we want to try to find we're going to create a time slot based on the time the user provide the start time and end time. So we want to check if a particular time slot has been taken or a meeting has been created. Then we check for that event. And if that time slot has been taken, then when we're returning or getting the availability again with the time slot, we are going to exclude the one that has been taken so that meeting won't clash with each other. So that is it. So let me say if not events dot user dot availability, we can just say return empty array. So now let's get the events dot user, and then we can get the availability, then get the meeting. Then now let's get the day of the week. We're going to convert the day of the week into an array. So day of the week is equals to objects dot values. We are going to convert the day of the week. If you go into this is the day of the week, so I'm going to go into so we're going to convert this into an array. So the array is going to have the key value. You're just going to pick all of this, and then this will be inside the array, only this. So now we want to create an empty array which we're going to call available days, and this is going to be an empty array. So we are going to loop through the days of the week and then check for the day that is available, and we're going to update that. So we're going to use let's use the for loop. I will say constant day of the week sorry, of days of the week. And then we're going to say constant day availability is equals to availability the days find. We are going to find day, and we're going to say day is equals to day of the week. We're going to find it from the availability. So if it's match, then we're going to say if it's match. Let me just break this here. So if the availability match, then we're going to generate the slot. So I'm going to say constant slot is equals to the availability dot is available. We are going to say generate available time slot, and we're going to just say else empty array. So we are not going to generate slots for those days that are not available, only the ones that are available. Then let me check this. Sorry. Let me move this like this. Then for the generate available time, so we're going to pass in the start time, end time, the event duration, because we need to know the duration for the events and also the meeting. Then also the available time gap too. And also we are going to pass the the current date. Yeah. So what we are going to do again, we are going to try to also get the next day. We're going to try to get the dates for the day, which we are going to use. So the reason why we're doing this is to get the next occurrence of this day. So what it means is that we want in a situation where the time we generate, we are going to make sure that the time, if the current time is 8:58 00, or let's say the current time is 9:00, and the time the user provide for the available day starts by 9:00, we want to shift the time stuff forward so that it starts from 9:30 instead of 9:00, because the time is already 9:00 already. So to do that, we are going to say constant next date is equals to get next date for the day, day of the week. So let's also pass in the requirement for this. I'm going to say day availability dot start time. We are going to pass the end time. We are going to also pass in the let's pass in the event duration, meetings. We're going to say format. So import format from date function, and we're going to pass in next dates. We're going to say y for y, the month and day, and then the availability dot timestamp time gap. I mean. So now, let me check this. So what we are going to do inside this if available, we are going to just do available days dot push day, which is going to be the day of the week which we are looping through. We are going to pass in the slot. So this should be an object, and then we're going to say it's available This is going to be day availability dot is available. So let's go ahead and create this one before we create this generate times not. So let's scroll down to the end, and then let's say export, sorry, constant day, or let me just use function instead. I'll just pass in day of the week, which is string. We're going to return dates, and there we're going to say constant day. So we're going to just let me quickly pass in the Sunday, Monday to in an array. So I'm going to just quickly pass. So I've pasted, I've copied, I've written the dates for the days Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So I've put that there. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get the current dates. So I noticed I made some mistake here. So this is to get the next occurrence day. So this is just to get the day of the week, which is Monday. So for instance, if we pass Monday here, and the dates which we are going to get from here is Wednesday. We are going to try to get the day, and then we're going to try to like get the day for that particular day in the next time it occur, like the next day, like which is let's say Monday. We're going to try to find Monday if the current date is Wednesday. So let's get the dates today, which is going to be equals to new dates. So now let's also get the today day, which is today's day, which is going to be equals to today uh dot get day. So now this is going to return a number, which is going to be either, let's say Sunday is 0, 1, and so on. Then we are going to try to get the index. So I'm going to say target day. So the target day is equals to days dot index day of the week. Sorry, day of the week. So we're going to also get the index of the day of the week for this. If this is Monday, that means the index is going to be 1. Then it's going to match with this. So now we're going to say, okay, let's calculate the number of days until the next occurrence of that target day or the next occurrence of this day. So if this day of the week is Monday and we're on Wednesday, we're going to try to get the day for the next Monday. So let's check constant day until targets, which is going to be equals to targets day minus today, and we're going to say plus 7, and then we are going to let's say well, we say 7, and so so what this does actually, so this gets the day onto the target day, ensuring that it always stays. So this module ensure that it always stays in the range of 0 and 6. So it keeps the result within a week range. So let's take this example. So I'm going to take this example here, and I'm going to explain it. So I'm going to say, let's say, let me comment this. I'll say, if today day which we pass is equals to 4. Let's say Thursday is Thursday. 4 is Thursday of the week and the target day, which is the day of the week which we pass, we are looking through is Monday, and that will be 1. Once we found the index here, it's going to be 1. Then we'll say this is Monday. Then how to calculate the difference? So what we are going to do, we're going to say 1 Let me comment this out. We're going to say 1 minus 4, which is going to be equals to minus 3. So we are going to add 7. So it always stays positive. So I'm going to say add 7, which is going to be 7. Which is going to be minus 3 plus 7, which is going to be equals to 4. Then we're going to apply the module. And since it is positive, we're going to apply the module, and the module is going to be equals to 4. Sorry. If we say 4 module of 7, it's going to be equals to 4. So the result, then the result is going to be results. So the result is going to be Monday is in 4 days. So when we are trying to get the days of the week, each of the day of the week we are passing, which is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we are not going to skip anyone. If today the current day we are on is on Thursday, and we are passing in Monday or Sunday, instead of skipping it, we are going to say, okay, return the date for the next Sunday or Monday. Then we keep on doing the loop. Since we are looping through here, we're going to keep on doing it for both Sunday and Monday. So if today is Monday, which is 1, and the day of the week is Monday, it's going to return 0, which is actual day. So if I check, is 1 minus 1 is 0, so it's going to return 0. And we want it to also get the date for that day and also for the next day. So this can also reference both get today and next day for the day. Yeah. So basically, this is how it's going to be structured. This is the reason why we're doing like this. Then once we do that, we're going to return the date. So we're going to be using dates function to add that particular date. So what we're going to do is say, okay, return add day. We're going to say add today, then today. So if today is this, then add and day until target. So we're going to calculate and give us the date. So we can just call this where is it? We can also console it, console the log, and then we can just pass that day here, which we get from here. So it's basically not only the next day, it will also bring based on the day of the week. You can just say I don't know what we can name the function any way you want to name it. So and we just change the format like this. So now let me collapse this and let's go ahead and then create the function for this. So function for get generate available time slots, and we're going to just pass in the start time, which is string, end time, which is string, we have the duration, which is number, we have the meeting. So for the meeting, we are going to just get it's going to be an object. What we are going to get is the start time. So if I go into meeting entity, what we want to get is the start time and end time from the meeting. That is the only two things we're getting from the meeting. So I'm going to say start time, which is of type string, and also the end time, which is of type string. So we can call this date starts or this I'll just say string. I don't think this thing should be string. This should be date. This should be date, not string. Because we are getting this from the database. So this one to is date. This one to is date. This one can be string because Yeah, we can set that on a string. And then we can just say type and time gap number, which has 30 by default. Then now what we are going to do, we are going to create an array for the slot, which is going to be equals to an empty array. And then the next thing we are going to do, we're going to say, okay, let's the current time. So current time is going to be because the dates, we can call it dates, yeah. Meeting is not of parameter of start date and end date property missing. Let me check meeting entity. Oh, sorry. End time. So I wrote ended time. So we're going to pierce this. We're going to first of all, let's get the dates there. We're going to join this together. The start time. We're going to also, okay, we're going to get the time from the start time, which is, we're going to first of all convert this to string and then slice from position 11 and then 16. Then we can just say pierce ISO from date function, and let's pass it here. So we are going to also do that for the we are going to call this the slots end time. So let me copy end time and pass end time here. So we are going to get the current time, which is now is equals to new dates, or the current date, I mean. So now we're going to check if the date is today. There's a constant is today is equals to, let's format now, and then let's say y. So it's just the same thing with this. So this should be dates. Okay, let me just copy this. So you're going to check if this is equals to this there. If this is going to return, okay, yeah, it's going to return a string. So this is a string. So if it's today, we're going to check this here. Then we are going to loop through a time range to generate the available slot. So we're going to loop through this. We are going to loop from this is less than this. You can see this is the slot start time, and this is the slot end time. Yeah, I think something like that. So I'm going to say y current time is less than slot end time. Then we're going to say not if not today, or current time is greater than equals to now, then we're going to skip slow down in the past, so only for today. So I'm going to change this to is today, and then we're going to calculate the end time of the current slot. So we say the end, so it's slot end is equals to new date. You're going to say current time dot get time plus duration. Yeah, something like this. And then we are going to also check So we also forgot to convert this to milliseconds. So I'm going to add times 60, 60. So this will convert to, since this is going to give us in milliseconds, sorry, I forgot to add duration here again, times, yeah, so this way. So this is just to check, is to skip the past. So once we're generating the time slot, we are going to skip the past. When I mean by the past, if the current time is uh 9 o'clock, it's going to skip 9 o'clock and move to the future. Yeah, skip the past one and move to the future ones. So let's continue here. So now let's check if the slot is available. So we're going to say if is slot available, we're going to pass in the current time, the slot end, and also the meetings. And with this, we are going to then get the slots. Uh, so this is not end. Oh, I think I made this inside here. So we're going to say slot push. Slot push. Say format current time in time formats. So so this is, so we're going to create this function here. So there's a function is available, and then let us return this. And we are going to pass in, let us pass in current time. So note that this current time, we can just set this to instead of current time, because it's not starts time. So it's easy for someone to understand. So just pass it, slot start time, and then let's just pass slot starts. You can say this is a date, and then slot end is also a date, and then the meeting. So I'll just copy this, the meeting, and then we are just going to return a boolean here. So we're going to look through the meeting to get the we're going to look through the meeting and then skip the ones that the start time is already, or the time for the slot is already being used. So we're going to say for constant meeting of meetings. So we're going to say if it's not let me just say slot starts is less than meeting dot end time, and slot end is less than meeting dot start time. Then we are going to return false. So if it's less than this and this, we're going to return false, and then we're going to return true if not. Sorry, return true should be outside. So now we're going to come down here, and then we're going to say the slot start time is going to be equals to add minutes. So this should be outside the I think outside the while loop. Outside the if here. Let's say add minutes from date function. They will pass in the slot start time and the time gap. So we're going to move to the next slot by adding the time gap to the current time, or to the slot start time. Then let's return the slots. So I think we need to also return the day. So let me just check this, and let's return the available day. So we need to confirm that everything is fine. So everything's okay. Let's go to our controller, and then we can just test this out, and let's go to the route. I'll just go to my availability route, and then let me just create the get request here. So I'm going to say sorry, availability route dot get public event ID. Remember, we're passing event ID to the controller together. So let's just test this out, make sure the server is running. So server will stop running. Let me just npm run dev, and then let me just go straight to, let me just pick an event. I think we don't have an event, so let me create an event, a new event, and let me first of all get the token from, let me say, Vera token copy inside create events. Let's say demo events. Let me remove this old token, paste this, and let's create this for the user. So we have this events. We can go into user events, and then let me pass the token here too, and click on send, and this should get the events for us with a username. So I'll copy the events ID, and then let me save this. Oh, we forgot to. Okay, okay, yeah. I think this is public. Let me try and get the. Let me also copy the user, and let's make sure we can get the public event. Yeah. So let me copy the ID again, and let me collapse this. Let me go into get public events, availability events, and there let me pass in the ID of the event. Save this and click on send, and let's see. So we can see that this next day in the events in the availability controller, availability service. Remember, we console this next day. We can see it O316. Okay, let me also pass in the day too. So we can also see the day it matches. And if you look at my response, Sunday we have no slots. Monday, then I think because I think we updated this to 10. We check the user availability. We said Monday start from 10 to 4, Tuesday start from 9 to 7. So let me close this. Let me close this one. So Monday start from 10 to 4. So it's end at, because we're using 10, the time gap is 10. If you check user availability, time gap is 10 minutes. Let me click on this again. So you can see so we can see Sunday, which is the first one we pass. Today's Friday. So it's going to be in the 16th of this month, which is in the next 2 days. 17, which is Monday, 18. Then I think Friday is 14, which is today. And you can see that. So the it gets today and gets next day for day is actually working fine, giving us the actual date for the day we are going to generate the time slot for. So the Tuesday start from 9-10 minutes time gap till 4, we set 5 o'clock, so it stop at 4:50. For Wednesday, sorry, we set by 10. And then Friday, what do we set Friday? Friday is 9, or it's setting as 10. It came out as 10 here. I think because my current time is 9:55 or 9, yeah, 9 something. That is why it's returned as 10. And Saturday is 9 because we said Saturday availability is true. So let me go into my updates and let me update this time gap to 30 minutes. I'll go into my availability, set this to 30 minutes, and let me click on update, and just update this. So in my public availability, let me click on send, and this will regenerate this to 30 minutes. You can see 30, 30, 30. You can see the timestamp, the time slot for that particular day. So basically this is it. So we're going to go ahead and work on the let's work on the integration endpoint. Let's go ahead and work on integration endpoint. So I'm going to open my, let me close this and then open the source directory again. Let's create integration.controller.txt. So here we are going to first endpoint we are going to create is we are going to get the we're going to get all the integrations first. So what we're going to do, we're going to say export constant, let me close this, get user integration controller. Not basically, okay, yeah, we'll say user because anyone that is connected will be set to true. So I'm going to say we're not going to pass in any validation, so I'm going to use async handler, and we're going to say async requests, which is going to be request is going to come from express, and response is going to come from express too. So let's return this, and let's say return response to status. We're going to say HTTP. Let's import that as OK.json, and we're going to say message fetch user integration successfully, and let's get the user ID. You say constant your user ID is equals to request dot user dot ID as string, and then let's say constant integrations is equals to await. Let me copy this and paste this here. So I'm going to say integration service And we just pass the user ID here. So let's return the integrations. Save that. Let me copy this. Let me copy the get and let's go ahead and create the service for integration. So I'm going to say integration service.tx export. So let me close my terminal. Export constant get user integration service. We use async user ID of string, and we're going to just return this. So let's go into integration and import the integration service from service. And inside the service, let me get a user repository. So user repository is equals to app data source dot get repository user, and let me import user from our user entity. So we can use the integration repository and find where the user, because we pass in. Let's check the integration entity. We pass in the user. Yes, we pass in the user. So let's use the integration entity instead of the user. Integration and repository. So I'm going to say integration entity. So let me, yes. So now let's use integration entity to check if the user. So I'm going to say user integration. So integrations is equals to await integration repository dot find one. You can say find, not find one. Yeah. User ID is user ID. You can use the other way around. You can use the user repository to get only one of it. So since integration are more, we just use the find instead of find one. So we are going to say, okay, let's create a map. We want to get the connected service. Remember, we are not saving all of this. If you go into the integration entity, we are not saving the whole app type or the category. So currently the user entity or in the database is the integration table is empty. So how do we get all of it? Because we want to display all of the integration, whether connected or not connected. So we are going to be making use of this data. We're going to be converting this data into an array and then mapping them together manually. So it's because since we're not storing them in a table or have their own separate entity where we store all of the app we have, and the integration entity will be where the user save the data of the app they've connected. So I'm going to say constant connected map equals to map, new map. We're going to say user integrations dot map. Then this will be integration. We're going to say integration dot app type true. So now we've created the connected map. Now let's return and convert the values, say values of the integration app type enum. Then once we convert it to array, we want to flat the array, flat map app type. Then we simply return again an object of the So we display the data we want to return to the user, we want to return provider, we want to return uh, the title, we want to return the app type. So the app type will work, which is going to be app type. I want to return the category, and then it's connected will be added. It's connected. So for this connected, we'll use the connected map to check if it is true. So say dot has app type, or we just say false. We can as well just get the connected from here. Okay, no, this is the looping. We are converting this to an array, so connect type is not going to exist. So we just use this to check look through the user integration and check if it's true. Else we're going to say false. So if this app type we are looking through, like the Google Zoom meeting or Outlook app, Outlook calendar, if they have been passed here and it does not exist in this, it's going to set it to we're going to set it to false. So now how do we get the provider and then the category for a particular app type? Because app type is a string. You see, we can't get anything from the app type. So we need to manually connect or join, will I say map them together where the app type is, where each of the app type belong. So this is a manual way I'm going to be doing it. We're going to do that for the provider, category, and the title. So I'm just going to just copy that and paste that here. So it's for to be quick. So basically, this is what we're going to do. I will import the provider type, the provider in. So what we did is we just created. If I remove this and type here, what we did is just uh, get array. Say okay, into integration app type dot Google Meets and calendar is equals to this. We have this is equals to this. Is equals to this. So let me pass in the provider. Then for the category, we are going to do the same thing for category. We are going to match them together. I'm going to match the category. So let me import the category in. So app type dot Google Meets and calendar is integration category dot calendar and video conference. So we know that Google Meet and calendar has a category of calendar and video conferencing. Zoom meeting, uh, video and conferencing, while Outlook calendar has calendar. So I think we didn't add Microsoft in the provider. So let's go to the entity and let's add Microsoft. And the error should stop. So this is the provider. So each of these provider, we are getting them from the here. So for the title, we are going to do the same thing for the title. Uh, I think the best approach for this is to have a table for to store all of it, which you just you can see them into save all the data inside. So for the title, I have the app type and string. It's a Google Meet and calendar, Zoom and Outlook calendar. We can just say Zoom meeting. Anyone you want to call it, you can call it Zoom or Zoom meeting. So I'll leave it like this. So now we can make use of this inside to get the provider based on the key we are going to pass here. So I'm going to say app type to provider map. I'm going to just paste that here. I'm going to pass in the app type, and this should give me the provider map. Likewise, the title. I'm going to pass in the app type, and then for the category, I'm going to pass in the app type. So now we are done with this. So make sure, let me break this so you see everything clearly. And title, and then this is it. So this is it. So now let's go ahead and then import this inside integration with passes. So let's go ahead and create the routes for this integration. So say integration dot routes dot tx. So let me just quickly copy this. I'll paste it here. I'll import router from Express, changes to integration, and then let me remove this integration routes dot get. We need to pass in passport JWT and get user integration controller, and let me change this to let's pass in all here. So let's check our server. Server is running, and let me check. Let me go to let me copy this from auth. Let me copy the bearer token. So I'm going to go into integration. Let me collapse this integration, get integration, and let me replace this, paste this here, and click on send all. Okay, yeah, sorry, we've not added this to the index.tx. So let me duplicate this and say integration, and let me pass in the integration routes. And let's save it. So let's wait for the server to. So the server is running now and database is connected. So let me click on send now, and then let's see. Hopefully it should. And then we can see the results. We can see Google provider, Google Meet and calendar, app type, category. All of them are not connected. They are false. So you can keep on adding more app type if you want to. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and create the next API or the next controller to check if a particular app type is connected. So we can do that here. I'm going to say export constant check integration controller. We are going to pass in validation. So I'm going to say async validation. And let's just create the DTO immediately inside the database DTO folder. And I'm going to say the integration dot DTO dot DTO dot CX. And it's basically going to be it's going to be like this. We're going to say app type DTO enum. We're going to pass in the enum. And then I'm going to say it's not empty. Basically like this. So let's just copy this and just go into the controller and pass it here. And this is going to be params. Then I'm going to say async. Let me copy the request and response here. Then I can say app type DTO. Then let me return this response dot status http dot ok, and I'll just say dot json. I will say message integration check successfully. Let's import the app type TTO, and here we just say constant is connected is equals to always check. Let me copy these spaces here. Service. We're also going to get the user. So I'm going to copy the user, paste it here. For the service, let me also return the is connected here. For the service, you're going to pass in the user ID and then the app type. So I'm going to say app type DTO. Since that is an object, I'll get the app type, and let's quickly go and create the let's quickly go and create the service. So I'm going to go into my service and let me collapse this. Let me say export constant, and let me say async. Let's pass in the user ID, string, and then the app type, which is of integration, app type enum, and then let's get the repository for integration. So I just copy that here. Basically, let me copy everything here and just paste it here. Save that here. We're going to find one instead of find. And we're going to say where app type is equals to app type. So yeah, where user ID is equals to user ID and the app type is app type. We are saying if not integration, so change that to integration. If not integration, then let's just return false, and then let's return true. So we are done with that. Let's import this from integration service, and then let's go into the route, and then let's implement this pass it here, and this should be check integration controller. Then we're going to say let's change this to check, and then the app type. Like, so check if your server is running, and let's go into Postman, and then let me copy the Bearer token here. And then let me go into the check user integration. So let me wait for this to load. Yeah, it has loaded and database is as connected. So I'll just change this. So we can see integration check, and I've passed in Google Meet. This is wrong. So let me just quickly change this. Save this, go to my get integration, copy the app type, Google Meet and calendar, and let me pass this, save, send, and we should see connected first. Yeah, it's connected first. So now API is it's working fine. So let's go ahead and work on the next one, handle connect function, handle connect, or yeah, handle connect API or controller. So this is used to connect the app type. So basically, we are going to focus on only Google. So let's just say export first. export constant. So I'm going to say connect app controller, and this will also take in some validation. You're going to have to pass in the app type, also the same thing with this, and this is going to also be in the param async, and let's return this. So I'm going to say request, just copy the same thing you put here. Let's get the user ID. Let's get a return. So for the return, I'm just going to I'm going to just only return URL. So I'm going to say constant is equals to await connect app service user ID. Let me just get the URL from here. App, then okay, the app type co dot app type. So let me copy this, go into service, and let's say export constant service async, and let's return this. We say user ID string and then app type. Sorry, app type is going to be uh integration app type. So for this connect app type, I'm going to strictly focus on Google. I'm going to also show you how you can also add it. The so let me go back to my service. The endpoint is going to cater for Google and cater for other ways you can add other app type. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the integration. I'm going to get the integration repository. So let me get there. So let's just do a check. I'm going to just check this same way here before. So once I check and I see that it exists, that integration exists. Actually, I don't really need this. Not integration. So we can just throw an error. Let's throw an error. Throw new error. Bad request or not found. Let's just assume does not exist. Integration not found. So basically, this is just to check if it exists. Yeah. Oh, I don't really need this. So what we want to do now is we are going to use switch. So this switch, we're going to pass in the app type here. And we're going to use case and say if integration app type dot Google Calendar, and then we want to um, generate the authenticate URL from Google. Then we are going to add in break here. If it is true, if the app type match this, it will break. Then you can go ahead and then write another case. And this case will be for app type for Zoom, and then break. Sorry, like this. So we're going to return the URL. So at the top here, I want to just say let auth URL is going to be string, and then we just return URL auth URL like this. So I'm going to just remove this for now, and let's just focus on Google. So I'm going to say auth URL. This is going to be equals to Google Auth client. So how do we get Google Auth client? If you go into your package.json, we install Google API. So I'm going to just say, let me go into my package.json. And if you see, we install Google API. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a config where we can store all of the auth.config.cx. So, and also in the env, we specify the Google ID, Google secret, client secret, and Google redirect URL. So we're going to create this, and the redirect URL is linking to the core Google callback, which we are going to also implement. So let's go into the OAuth, and then let's implement that. So inside it, let me close this. We are going to say export constant Google OAuth to clients is equals to new Google. So let's import Google from Google APIs .auth.oauth2. Then we say config. Let's import config from API config the Google clients ID. Then we say Google client secrets dot Google redirect URL. So this is for Google OAuth. You can also do for Zoom here, OAuth2, and others. So I'm going to make use of this inside. Let me go into my service. So let me import this. Let me just comment this URL so it stop this error and stop. And then we can going to generate auth URL. So we want access type to be offline. So that means we're requesting for refresh token. Then we can also add the scope, which we are going to also look at. So this should be HttpException. So this should be Google Calendar. Let's search for that. Say Google Calendar and scope. So let's open. So we have different Google Calendar scope, and we can see view edit event on all your calendar, view events or on all. This is for read only. And since we want to edit the event, say okay, this is for make secondary Google Calendar and see great. So basically, the one I want is the event on. So I'm going to just copy the event, and let me just paste it here. So then we are going to add in the prompt. Prompt is going to be, so we're going to force user to accept consent. We're going to tell user to accept the consent here. Then we also want to pass in, since the connect API service. So if you go into our env, let me explain some things. Once we redirect to Google, once we the URL is generated for us and we click on it to redirect to Google, once the user accepts the concept and then select to connect their accounts with us, Google will redirect us to this API, which we have not created, API integration, Google callback. So we will need to know the user which actually click on the connect button. We are using JWT and Google won't pick our JWT, and our data will be lost, which will redirect us. And if for any reason we couldn't get a user ID, then we won't be able to update or create the integration for that user and save those data. So what we're going to do, we're going to pass in states, something called states in Google. So let me go into my integration service, and we are going to say, if you open it, you can see state. So state here, I can just pass in data. You can see state any string value that your application will use to maintain state between your authorized request and right service server response. So you can just read about it. So we're going to use the user ID. So we're going to pass the user ID in the state, but we need to also encode it. So for any kind of attack and stuff. So for security reason. So at the top here, I'm going to say constant state is going to be encoded. Sorry, encode. Yeah, encode. So we're going to use encode from JBit24. We install that inside a package or JSON. You can see JSB24 is to convert those objects to string, to a base64 string. So I'm going to just call this encode state. I want to create the function, and the function will take in the user ID and also the app type. So then we can pass in the states here. So this is it. So let's go ahead and create the let's create it inside the helper. So I'll say export constant record state um sorry function, and then let me just quickly import this here from helper, and then let's go into the helper. We're going to say data. So we can set this to any. So it can be used to convert to encode any type of data. So if you want to just add the type for the user ID and the app type, you can do that if you want to do that. So I'm going to just set it to any, and this will just return string for us. So let me return. Let's get the encode now from JS base 24, and this JS base 24 takes in string. So we're going to just do JSON dot stringify data, and that is it. So we're going to also create a function to decode. So let me just set it to decode, and the code will take in states, string, and this will just return any year. We don't know the. So I'm going to say JSON PS. I'm going to say decode from JSON base 64, and I will say states. You can also use JW's token instead of this. You can use that too. So I'll set this like this. So let's go back into encode state, and let's return this. I think it's been assigned. Okay, I think we've not set the defaults. I think default is it default or make it to stop. So yes, let's say default. Let's throw an error. Okay, yeah, error stop. So we set default here. So now we check if the app type exists, the integration exists. I don't think we need to check this because the app type does not exist yet. So let me just remove this. Sorry, we need to remove that because if we leave this here, it will always fall down to integration not found because there's nothing already existing in the view. We are trying to connect the app, so it does not exist at all. So let's just remove this. So if the app type does not match any of them, it's going to throw an error. So that's not so that will help us to validate what the input user pass. So just save that and then let me run npm run dev. And then let's quickly go ahead and then connect, get the Google Client ID and then a secret key. So let's go ahead and then do that. So we are going to go into Google Console. I'll say Google Cloud Console. And then let me click on Google Cloud Platform here. And then this should open console.cloud.google.com. And so the first thing we're going to do is we are going to have to connect. We're going to have to connect the Google Calendar API key. I mean Calendar API. Sorry. Or let's first of all create a project first. So come to this place and click to create a project. So just click on create a project here. And then you should ask the project you want to create. So I'm going to say Misney. Let me just say Midley app. Then no organization, click on create, and this should create the project for us. And once it's create a project, we can select the project. So let's wait for this to create the project. Okay, yeah, it has created the project. So select the project. And then you can see Midley app. So let's quickly go and search for calendar. Calendar. Let's say calendar API. Or there's no let's not search from there. Let's go into app API and service. So let's click on enable API and service. So click on this and this should take us to where we can add API and service. So let's wait for this. And here you cannot search for the calendar. So let me close this. We can search for yeah, see Google Calendar API. So click on this. You can view more to see all, and then you can enable this. So just click on enable, and this will enable Google Calendar API for us. And this will take us to where we can create, add the scope and also add the redirect URL. So let's wait for this to connect, and then we should look for yeah, it has redirect us. Yeah, the redirect us to where we can add in the credential and then stuff like that. Yeah, you can see to use this API, you must create a credential. So let's click create credential. So this is the way it's going to ask us to create a credential. And let's select API, Google API. I say what will you be accessing? That belongs to user like address, user consent required. Yes. Next. Then we can say app type monthly, add an email. You can add logo, add a developer email. Click on save and continue. Then we can add scope. So let's add that scope which we set here. We can just search for calendar events. Calendar events dot events. Yeah. So check this. So if you try to add the user and info, it will ask you to add to connect the enable the API too. So let's just pick only the calendar for Meet. Let me see Meet. Sorry, Google Meet. You can't find Google Meet here. So let's just leave the API like that and then click on updates. And you should see Google added it to sensitive scope. So we can just save and continue. So we see why it is added to sensitive scope. So I'm going to say, let's create the host client ID web app. We can leave that there. So let's add the redirect URL. Yeah. So I'm going to test the redirect URL, which is the API. So I'm going to just paste that here. You can see localhost 8000 API integration, Google callback. You can add more. Click on create. And this should take, let's wait for this to, okay. Now we can get the client's ID. For the secret key, we are going to see that. So just click on done. So let's go to credentials. And see the web clients which we have created. So just click inside it. You will see your client secrets. So let's wait for this to load. And then we can see the client's ID and you can see the client secret. So let's go ahead and then copy this and copy this. And let's go ahead and paste it inside the. So I'm going to just go back and then add that. So make sure to just paste the client's ID here and also paste the security. So if you have done that, let's go back and let's also look at the sensitive data which Google specify. And with that sensitive data, you need to verify your app. So let's go back and let's go into the data access. And so if you are using Google OAuth for just only logging in the user, getting user profile name and stuff, those are going to be under non-sensitive scope. Or if you are using sensitive data, Google will require you to verify your to verify yourself here. So to verify yourself, I think we should go into let's check clients, not clients, audience. So now you need to verify yourself. And if you try to make this, if you try to publish this, um, if you try to publish it and you generate the URL, the user will see the app not verified. So if I click on publish, you see the app will be available to users with a Google account if the app configuration has more than 10 domains, has a logo or request sensitive that you will need to submit a verification. So we're going to test both of them, but first let's add a test user first. So if I add a test user, let me add an email. And save. So just click on that button and then we can test. So this user can access the app without being published yet. So we're going to test it with the test user and also test and see the message Google will throw out when you publish the app without verifying. So let's go back to our code and then let's we run our server again. So I'm going to cancel this and then click on run dev. And then let's go into the routes, integration routes, and let's add the connect app controller. So let me go into my controller, integration controller. Connect a app, and this will return the URL. So I'm going to go into the route, and then let's say integration routes. This is going to be .get, and we're going to say /connect app type passport authenticate JWT, and let's paste connect controller. And then let's save this. Let's test it out. So let's wait for the server to run. Let's go into our Postman. And let's wait for it to, okay, it has come up. And I'm going to copy the bearer token. Then let me go into let's say Connect app or Google Connect app. Yeah. So I'm going to just remove this Google and I'm going to specify the app type. So save that. And then we go and go to user, get user, okay. Or I want to copy the app type here. And let me paste it here. Save that, database is connected. So let me click on send. And let's see if this will generate the URL for us. So now we can see the URL being generated for us. So let's just copy the URL. And then if I click paste this here and I click on enter, you should see Google asks us to connect the account. So I'm going to pick the email which I put in the database. So I'm going to click on it. And you should see it's an app now. Google hasn't verified this app, but you are currently being tested. You are having access to test this app. So I'll click on continue. And if you click on continue, you see that this app does not exist, API route does not exist. So let's go ahead and then work on the API route for Google callback. So let's go into the controller. So let's implement the Google Auth callback controller. So I'm going to, let me say export constant Google Auth callback controller. And then let's pass in the async. Let me copy this, the request and response. And let's paste it here. Remove the DTO, we don't need that. So I'm going to just say, so what we are going to do, we are going to get the code. So once we try to connect to Google, clicking using the connect app controller, Google will give us attach the code to the URL param to the URL and also the state which we pass inside the uh, integration service, which we added in the integration service. So to get that, we're going to get that from the query. So we're going to say request.query, and this you can get the code and the states. So now we need to get the client ID, and the client ID, if you go into our env file, because we're going to redirect the user. Once we get the user, we're going to redirect them back to the front end. So the front end integration URL is this. So we're going to redirect them back to where they click the button. So to do that, and we're going to attach message to the URL. So let me just get the URL. Let me paste it here. So we're going to get that. We're going to get it from config. So the client app URL. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to constant clients clients underscore URL, and this is going to be equals to, let's say, client underscore app underscore URL. We're going to pass in the app type Google. Then we're going to first of all check if not code or type of, let's type of code is not equals to string. We're going to do some validation here. So I'm going to return, let's return a response to redirects. We're going to redirect the user to the client's URL, not client's app, client's URL. And then we're going to add in like error message. I'll just say invalid invalid authorization or something like that. Just give it a message so the front end can get this. I'll just add this to wrap this in a quote here. So we can also do the same thing if not states. So the user will need to try and connect again. So I'm going to say type of state is not equals to a string. Then we're going to replicate this same thing we did here in this place. So just redirect the user. You can pass in error and then say invalid state parameters there. So I'll just set this to invalid state parameter. So we're going to also do the last check. So for the last check, we're going to first of all get the user ID and be sure that the user ID exists. So I'm going to say we are going to decode the state. So make sure to import the code state. So I'll say decode state from our utils helper, and let's pass in the states. Then we can get the user ID here. And then we're going to check if not user ID. Then we can also return redirect the user to the client's URL and just say user ID required or user ID not found or user ID let me just put that as required. So we need to pass now the code into Google OAuth. So what we're going to do, we're going to say constant because we want to get the token from Google. You say await Google OAuth. So Google OAuth 2, which we are importing it from this place. So I'm going to cancel this. And then we're going to say dot get token. And then we're going to pass in the code. And this will return us the token. And then we're going to this token will also will have the access token. So you can see token with the type of credentials. I'm going to check if it has token. So I will also do a valid check. Say token, not tokens dot access token. Then just redirect the user. I will say access token not added or access token not in parameter. No, I'll just say not pass. Then once we are done with all this check, now if all of the check has been passed and we are in this point, we are going to try to create the integration. So what we're going to do, I'm going to do await. We're going to create a service called create integration service, and we are going to pass in the user ID. We are going to pass in the provider. So the provider for this callback, we're going to say is Google. So we're going to use Google. Then the category which this callback belongs to, I'm going to say the category is integration category, dot. We are going to use calendar and and video conference because this is for Google Meet and calendar. So I'm going to say app type is going to be integration app type does Google Meet and calendar. Then we have to pass in the access token. Access token will be token dot access token. Then refresh token. Refresh token will be tokens dot refresh token. And this we can just set this to null or undefined. Something like that, in case the refresh token is not being passed. Then expiry date. Expiry date is token dot expiring date, which is of null. Then we can also pass in the metadata. So the metadata, it depends on what you want to send. I can save scope if I want. I'll just say token dot scope. We can also say token type. We say tokens dot token type. So metadata can take in other information which we didn't create a column for. So once we are done with this, then immediately we return and then redirect the user. So let me just redirect the user here. So I think yeah, this should be inside. So let me copy this and let me paste it here. And here we just say success true. So let's go ahead and create a service. So I'm going to copy this, go into my service or integration service, and then let's create it here. So I'll collapse this. I'll say export constant create integration service async, and then let me return this. Let me go into my controller and import it. Then let me go, we didn't pass in the type, so let me add. So let's pass in the data, and then we're going to get in the user ID, which is of type string. Then provider is of integration, and provider we have category. We can import this integration category app type underscore type. This is of integration. Sorry, the integration app type Then we also pass in the token. Sorry, access token of type string. Then expire token, which is of number. So let me go into my controller back. I think I made a mistake here. Okay, we set it to no refresh token. Yeah. So let me go back to my integration service. Then we need to add refresh token here. This is also a string and undefined. Why this is null. Then the last one is meta data, which is of any. So now let's create this. So what we're going to do, we are going to get the integration with repository. So I'm going to just put it there. Then we're going to check if the user already has an existing integration. So I'll just say existing integration is equals to await integration repository dot find. You can say find one where user ID data dot user ID. So let me check. Let me go into integration entity. And you should know the reason why we pass in user ID instead of user and ID, because we have the user ID being set here and the join column has the user ID. So the column is already created, the user ID column is already created. So that's the reason why I was able to pass user ID here instead of, let me check, did I use it here? Instead of this way. So even this one, we can even do it the same way. We can also pass in user ID here. You can see it, user ID is here. So I'm going to close that. So I'm going to say app type. So I want to check for the app type. I will say data app type. So now we are going to say if existing integration, then we can throw exception. So throw new bad request exception. Then we can just make it dynamic and say data dot app type already connected. And then once we are done, then let's create the integration. So I'll just say constant integration is equals to integration repository dot create, and let's pass in provider, which is data dot provider. We have category, which is of data dot category. We have app type, app underscore type, which is data dot app type, access token, data dot access token, refresh token, data dot refresh token, then expiry dates, data dot expiry dates. Sorry, expiry, is it expiry? I think I made a mistake here. Instead of expiring dates, I say expiring token. So let me check my controller. Oh yeah, expiring dates. So let me change that here. And then metadata, which is of data dot metadata. Then let's pass in the user ID. We are going to say user and data dot user ID. Then lastly, we're going to just say it's connected to true. Then let's save this. We say await integration repository dot save integration. Then we can return integration. There's no point returning. We can just return success true. But let's just see integration. Yeah. So we have completed the create integration. So let's also create a validate Google token. So if you remember, we are passing access token and refresh token. So once we want to use this to create a Google Meet or Google Meet or meeting, yeah, let's say Google Meet and calendar, token does not last long. So token has a short lifespan. So if the token has expired, it will not actually create. So what we can do is to use the refresh token. We check the expiring date, check based on the current date current time we are, and then if the access token expiring date has passed or the expiring date is lesser than the current time, then we use the refresh token to generate the access token. Then use the access token to get the credentials from we can use it to get the create the calendar or Google Meet. So I want to also create a service here so that I'll just say export constant validate. So we don't need to do it again. So let me just say constant validate Google token. This can just be async. And then here we can just say access token. This will be used to pass the access token, which is string. Then they'll pass in the refresh token, which is of type string. Then expiry dates. This one is number or no. And then what we have to do, we have to check if expiring date is equals to no or date.now is greater equals to expiring date. Then we are going to say Google, let's import Google OAuth clients dot set credentials. And then we're going to say refresh token. Let's pass in the refresh token. Then what we are going to say constant. Let's open this saying await Google OAuth 2 clients dot refresh access token. Then we can get the credentials here. And then we return the credential dot access token. Then if not, we just return the access token. So basically, this is how we are going to be able to use to get the token for us to create the calendar and also the meeting link. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and test the create integration service. So I'll go into my controller and we are done. Let's try it. I'll check in my server. It's not running. Let me run this and let me see the sorry. So I run my server. I also want to, I don't know if we can console the data, the response, or we're going to check that in the database and see if the data was added and also check if uh, this was connected. Check, we get the user integration service and check if the user is connected. So let's wait for this to connect to connected to the database. And then let me try it again. So I'm going to go into my Postman and so my Postman is loaded completely. So let's try it again and try to connect to users. So I'm going to click on send and this will generate the Google OAuth link. So I'm going to copy the link. So make sure you copy only the link and let me paste it again. I'll remove this, paste it, and then I'll select the account which I added to test, and this should ask me to continue. Just click on continue, and then continue again, and we're brought to this page. So something is wrong. Okay. Oh, sorry guys, we didn't add this to the URL, to the route. So let me go into the routes and let's add it. We didn't add it to the route, that's the problem. So let's add it here. So I'm going to just do that. So let me import the Google OAuth controller. So save that, make sure your server is running. So it should be integration route dot get Google slash callback and then Google OAuth callback controller. So I'm going to paste it again. So I'll paste that same link again and let my server to run complete. Okay, my database is connected. So I'll click on it and it should take me to the Google sign in. So I'll click on the account and click on continue. And once I click on continue again, we should see that it's going to create the. So now it has taken us to this front end URL, and let's check the status. We can see success true. Great. So let's go to Postman and let's check the user integration .all and click on send. So I think it's saying 404. So let me click on send again. Okay, token has expired. Let me paste the token. Click on send again, and we can see Google is connected to true. Great. So let's also check the database and see if this is connected. So if we check the data, so check the let me go to my database and let's make sure it's created the integration. So I'll wait for it to load. I'll click on integration and we can see that it created Google and it added the access token and also the ID, the user ID and stuff like that. So that is it. So we've been able to complete integration. So if you try to publish the app without it, you'll be able to just try it out. You'll be seeing if you try to sign in with a different account, Google will display a message telling the user the app has not been verified and like it's on your risks to continue, something like that. So that's it. So let's go ahead and so if you want to continue with it, just verify the app, complete the verification which Google has provided, and that will be removed from when the user is trying to connect the app. So let's go ahead and work on the meeting endpoint. So let's go ahead and work. So let's go ahead and work on the meeting endpoint. So I'm going to go back to my code, and we are going to create the. Let's create a controller. So I'm going to clear let me clear the whole. So let me go into controller. So let me collapse this, open the directory again, and inside controller, let's create meeting.controller.tx. So inside here, we're going to get the users meeting, which was created. So first of all, we're going to get that. So let me just say export constant get user meetings controller. So this won't take any validation. So I'm going to just say async handler. So make sure to import that. We're going to pass in async and let's return this. Let me grab this. So yeah, we're going to say request and let me get request from Express and then response. from Express2, and then we can just return response.status http ok.ok.json, and let's return message meeting fetch successfully, and then we're going to also pass in the return the meeting. So we are going to get the user ID. So let's say constant user ID is equals to request.user dot ID, and then we are going to also get filter. So we want to also use the meeting, this endpoint, to also filter by uh, upcoming, past meetings, and also cancel meetings. So we're going to get it from the query. So I'm going to say constant filter. This is going to be equals to, we're going to say request dot query, and then this is going to be we're going to set default to upcoming. So let's create the enum for this. So I want to make this as a meeting filter enum type. So we're going to set the type and also the enum. So let's create the enum for that. So I'll go into my enum, and let me just say meeting dot enum dot tx, and then let me just do that here. So we have meeting a meeting filter enum, upcoming, past, and cancelled. Then we also get the type for it. So just save that, uh, save this, and then go into your controller, import this, the type, and also we are going to also set the meeting. So I'm going to say meeting. Sorry, it should be the filter. Yeah, we're going to also set get the enum to dot upcoming. So we get default to be set to upcoming, even though we didn't pass, if we didn't pass any of the filter. So let's create a service. So we're going to say constant meetings is equals to await get meet user meeting service, and we're going to pass in the user ID and also the filter. So let's also return the meeting here. So let's create a service. I've not created any file for meeting service. So let's create the file meetings meeting.service.tx. So let's do export constant is that async, and then let's just quickly import this. Then we are going to get the user ID inside the service. So let's get user ID string. Then we are going to also, yeah, we'll get the filter too. So let me get the filter here. And the filter will be set to the meeting filter type. So if you want to pass in response, you can say uh, promise meeting MC array. So let's so I think this is not so let me just remove this first. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the repository. So let me get the repository for meeting. So I'm going to import app data source and also import meeting. And then because we are going to do filter, and if you go into meeting entity, you should know that we have the status here, and the status is only schedule and cancel. So what we are going to do to filter, we're going to check. So let me go into my service. So we are going to check, we're going to do a query database and find where user ID match and also find where meeting schedule with also the start time. So let's so what we're going to do, we're going to say constant where is let's say it's to any. First, we're going to set the user ID because we want to say if it's match ID user ID first. Then we're going to say if filter, if filter is equals to meeting filter enum type dot upcoming. Then what we're going to do, we're going to say where dot status. So we want to add status there is equals to meeting status dot schedule. So we want to only filter by schedule for upcoming, and also we want to filter start time is equals to more than more than, let me check this from TypeORM. Then we're going to say new dates. Then we're going to say else if filter is equals to meeting filter dot pass. Then we also want to filter by schedule, and also we are going to say the where clause, the where dot start time is less than new dates. So we know that it has passed. Then we can also check else for cancelled. Else if we are going to say filter is equals to meeting filter cancel, then we're just going to only filter by cancel. So status is cancel. Then the last else just I don't think there is need for this else because I just only still upcoming here. So I just added here. So once we are done with that, let's get the meeting. So I'll say constant meetings is equals to await meeting repository of find. We pass in the where. Then we'll add in a relation event. Then we want to add order by start time, ascending order. So we are sorting it by ascending order. Then let's return meeting or empty array. So why is it saying, okay, sorry, we need to add a string here. And that should fix that. So we are done with the meeting service. We are also done with the controller. So let's also create a route. I'll just copy the controller name and then go into route and let's create meeting route. Meeting.route.tx. And we can just copy the same thing again. Inside meeting, paste it here. I'll just import it from Express. I'll remove this, change this to meeting. And let's say get. And then I'm going to just paste in the get meeting controller. Then we can say user or /all meetings user /all, and then remember to pass in the passport JWT. Then let's go into index.tx. And then let's duplicate these changes to meeting. And then let's get the meeting route. Check your server is running, and let's test this on Postman. So I'm going to copy the bearer token from here, and I'll open my collection. Let me close integration, go into meetings, and we can see user meetings. Then I'll open that, and we can see API user or so we can have upcoming. So we don't have any meeting currently, so I'll just test if this will bring an empty array. So let's wait for the server to. So server is load. So let me change my. Let me do that. Then click on get, and we can see meeting first successful empty array. So we're not going to be able to get any meeting because we've not created any meeting. So let's go ahead and let me close my thing, go into controller, and then let's implement creating the meeting. So creating the meeting is going to be it's not going to require the passport or JWT token because we're going to use it when the user tries to select the dates from the calendar and the time, and provide the email and also the name. We are going to use that to create the meeting and save the guest information in the database. So, and this will require validation. So let's create that. So now we understand that. Let's do export constant. We can say that this is for public. Create meeting or create meeting booking for guests controller. I'll use async and validation. Then let's create meeting DTO. So let's go ahead and create a DTO. So I'll close this, go into my database and inside my DTO. I'm going to say meeting.dto.tx, and then let's close this. Let's do export class. So if we go into the entity, we are going to see all the requirements. In fact, let me go into my entity, meeting entity, and you should see I require the event ID, guest name, user ID, guest email, additional info, start time, end time, and the meeting link with also the calendar event ID with the status we should have set the status default to schedule. Yeah. So let's implement that now. So I'm going to go into my create meeting DTO, and let's just say events ID first. It will be of type string, and then we're going to have is uh, not empty, and let's duplicate that and say is string, and then we're going to have start time and end time. So I'll just complete that. And let me say start time and end time is going to be, we're going to have is this string decorator. Guest email should be an email, and string with additional info, which is optional. We can just set this to optional is optional. So so let's go ahead to the controller and make use of it. So I'm going to import this, and this will pass as body, and then let's pass in the function the handler. I'll just get the request and response paste it here. So we just get the DTO. So I'll just say create meeting DTO, and then we've gotten DTO. So let's just create a service. So for the service, we're going to say await create meeting booking or meet. Let me change this to meet booking for guest service. And then we're going to pass in the create meeting DTO. So this should return us the meeting link and also the meeting itself. Then we can return the response. So we can say message meeting created or meeting scheduled. Scheduled successfully. And then we can just pass in the data meeting link and the meeting. Yeah, so that's it. So let's go ahead and create a service. So I'll copy this, go into my meeting service, collapse this, and let's say export constants async create meeting DTO, which is of type create meeting DTO, and let's just return this. So go into the controller and let's import this to stop the error. It's going to complain about that. So go into your service, and there we can just get the meeting repository. So I'll paste that here. Then we're going to also so we've gotten the DTO. So let's destructure it. So I'm going to say create meeting DTO. I'll say event ID, guest email, guest name, and additional info. Yeah, sorry, additional info. So now let's say start time. This we're going to say new dates is going to be create meeting DTO dot start time. Then we're going to say end time or end date. This should not be time, but we're going to use it like this. Date create DTO dot end time. Actually, this is going to be passed as date from the client side. We're not going to be using. It's not going to be only time for the date to be passed to. So, but we can just put it like this. Then we are going to get the meeting repository, also get the events because we are passing the events, then also get the integration to get the access token and refresh token. So I'm going to get both of them. So I'll say event, make sure to import events from event entity, then integration from integration entity. Then let's fetch and confirm if the event exists. Exists. So I'll say event is equals to await event repository the find one where ID is event ID. We can also pass in its private to false. Then just quickly can add the relation user, and then we just say if not event just throw new bad request or not, let's say not found, exception, events not found. So now what we are going to do, we are going to get the location type for this event. So we're going to say if not objects dot. So we're going to check if the location type, so object of values, events, location type, so we want to convert to array and then get the location type for the event. So we're going to say dot includes events dot location type. Then we can throw the error if it's not bad request, if it's not among the event location enum type. So invalid, I don't think this check is even important, but you can skip it if you want because the user must pass because we're setting validation for when the user is selecting the location type. So I'm just doing the check here. Then now we are going to fetch the connected calendar integration. Yeah, we're going to fetch the token, access token from the integration. So let's call it meeting integration or meet integration. We can just call it anything, meet integration or calendar. If we are using different meeting and different calendar, you can just get the meeting calendar, a meeting in integration and also the calendar integration. So since they are together, we can say meet cal integration. I think so. Yeah. Then we can find where user ID is events dot user dot ID and then app type. So for the app type, I want to find the app type for the location type. So I think this is just for the location type first. So what we're going to do, we're going to say integration app type enum and then events the location type. So we are looking for it inside here and we can get the app type. So if not meeting integration, then throw new bad requests, exception, no video conferencing, is it no video conferencing or no location set? Let me just keep it like this. I can say no integration. Okay, let me just say let's change the message to, so if the meeting integration is not found based on the location type, the user has not connected the integration, we can say no integration found, something like that. Or let's leave it to no video conferencing integration found. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Then what we are going to do, you can also do the same thing for calendar. You can just get it. If you are using Zoom and Outlook calendar, you can get the calendar too and then do similar. But since the meeting link we're going to use is Google, since it's what we implement, they're going to have the same, you're just using one access token and a refresh token. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say let meet link is of type string is equals to an empty string first. Duplicate that. We're going to say calendar events ID string. Then we're going to say if events dot location type is equals to events in okay, events location enum type is equals to Google Meet. Then we can create that. You can do else if we can also do you can do else if this is equals to Zoom. So I'm going to just leave this now. Then we want to get the calendar. So I'll say await get calendar clients, and this is what we're going to use to create. So what we're going to pass to get calendar client, we're going to pass in the app type first. So meeting integration the app type uh meeting integration the access token, meeting integration the refresh token, meeting integration the expiring dates, and this should give us calendar. So let's create that function here. Function gets yeah, and then we're going to pass in the app type, here. Then we're going to also let's set the type to integration app type enum. Then we're going to say access. Let me get access token. This is going to be string. Refresh token. String. Expiring dates. Number. No. And then let's also add async here. So what we're going to do, we're going to use switch to check the app type. Then we're going to use case. So we know the type and the we say integration type enum dots. If it's Google Meet and calendar, then we can return uh the calendar clients. So I'll set default to throw new error unsupported calendar provider, which is going to be app type. So let me just change this to app type here. Then here we're going to say constant valid token. So this is going to be equals to always validate Google token. Remember, we created this inside the integration service where we're passing this to get the valid token. So I'm going to pass in access token, refresh token, and expiring dates. And then we can say Google or clients dot set credential access token to valid token. Then let's get the calendar. Calendar is equals to google.calendar dot calendar version v3 hot Google OAuth client. And then we can just return calendar. And we can say calendar type or calendar app type. Anyone, if you want to make use of this. So I'll just put it here. Integration app type dot. Basically, this is it. So even this, we should have even set changes to calendar integration instead of Meet. You can use this first to create Google Meet. You can create a separate function like this, saying function get meeting clients or something like that to generate the meeting. Then also get the calendar and then add the meeting there to it. So we've passed all of them. So let's get the calendar and then let's create schedule the meeting or set the meeting in the calendar. So yeah, inside here, I'm going to say constant the response is equals to await calendar dot event dot insert. We're going to use calendar ID primary conference data version. You can set it to 1. Then the request body, you can set summary. We can say summary should be the guest name and the event title. You can give it a different then description should be additional information or additional info. The start time starts, then date time. We're going to set this to start time dot ISO to ISO string. So this is going to be in UTC, and then Google will give the time in a person time zone. So I'm going to say N2 and end we have date, time, end time, sorry, plus ISO to ISO string. And then we're going to add attendees. We can pass the email of the guest user. And it's not a must to pass in the user email because the token with the account which we use to connect the app is where Google will create the event. So there's no need to add in the email of the person, but I'm just going to do that here. If you want, you can, but I don't think we need to add that self. So I can say another email and say events.user.email. Then conference data, you can say create request. The request ID is events.id, and then we're going to say dates.now. So we're giving it a request ID, events ID dot dash dates dot now. So we are done with the response now. We can get the meeting link and then also the calendar events ID. So how are we going to do that? We are going to let's come down below here and say meet link is equals to response dot data dot hangouts link. Set this to define calendar events is equals to response dot data dot id. So we are done with creating the event. So let's now create our meeting. So say constant meeting is equals to meet integration. I'm sorry, meeting repository create, and then we say event id, event id, user, we say event dot user, guest name, guest email, additional info, start time, end time, meeting link, calendar events ID. Then we're going to also save this. So let's save this. Say await meeting repository. Sorry, dot save meeting. And then we can just return meeting, meet link, and then meeting. So we are done with that. Let's go into service controller. Okay, meeting link is first. So let me go into my meeting service and then call it meet link. So let me go back and then change this to meet link and save. So let's create a route. So go into meeting route. So let me just close this and then say meeting route post public creates or public schedule, anyone you want to call it, you can call it. So I'm going to save this and check my terminal. My server is not running, so let me just run it again and we can test this. So let me copy the token. Okay, we don't need the token. All we need is event ID. So let me go and get the event ID. So I'll go into my event, user event. So let me remove this one, paste this here, and then click on, okay, I'm going to wait for my server to load. So let me wait for that to load before we can get the event and then create the meeting or book the meeting. So my server is running now. So let me try and then click to get all events. So wait for the events to come up. So now these are my events and this one is public. So let's make sure this is public. It's public. So let me copy the events ID. So let me also go into create meeting public. And let me wait for it to load. So we're going to, so let me change this ID here. Then you can see the start time. I also have the end time here. And this is 10 to 11 o'clock. Then we have the guest name. We have the guest name. We have the guest email. And we also have the additional info. So let's try and then create this and see. So let me click on send. And let's see whether it's going to generate the meeting link for us. So let's wait for it to load completely. So it failed. It said status status of relation meeting violates none. So let's check the reason why it failed. So the meeting was generated. You can see the meeting link here. But we think we failed to create them. Oh yeah. So I forgot to add the meeting. We forgot to add a particular status for the meeting. So what I will do is I'll go into my database entity, go into meeting, and then let me close this. Let's set this to the default to schedule. I think this is the reason why it didn't work. So let me make sure. Let's make sure this is being set. So I'll cancel my this thing, and then let's run the server. So I instead generate the table again. I mean the migration again. Just run npm run db generate instead of the npm run dev, and this should generate this. And let's migrate this. So I'll say migrate. Hopefully this should migrate. So just make sure to run npm run db generate. So this will generate the file. You can change the migration file name, and then we just run db generate. So this will set defaults to schedule. So hopefully you should migrate this to database and commit it. So then let's run the npm run dev instead. So once we run that, we can try to create the meeting again, and we'll be able to avoid the null issue in status. So let me wait for my server to run and database to. So my server is running. So make sure let me set the date. So this is let me set it to 2025 and set the month to 3. Then I'm going to set the day to, let's set the date to 17. And then I'll set it to 10:30 and 11:30. So that is it. Yeah, let's try and set so we can check in the calendar. So I'm going to click on send now, and hopefully, okay, say bad request. Start time must be day string. So it's complaining about, okay, yeah, it should be 03. 03. So save that, and then let's send again. Hopefully validation should pick up this. So let's wait for this to create the meeting for us. And now we can see the meeting has been created for us. So if I go into, I'll see a meeting link, then we can see the guest name, the additional start time, and the calendar ID and the user information. I don't know why the password is showing here. We didn't omit the password. We can omit that too. Then status is scheduled. Great. So I'm going to remove the meeting from the response. So meeting should not be returning the response, only the meeting link. So that is it. So if I check my calendar, so let me go straight to my calendar, and if I go to 17, the date I picked here was 2025 March 17. Let me go to 17, and then we can see that this was added to my calendar. You can see the name of the guest user and the name of the event, the time 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Yeah, which was set here by Google. Then you can see the name of the two user. Basically, that is it. March 17, which is on Monday. And then let's go into the Postman. Then we can go ahead and filter and get the, let's go ahead and filter and get the uh, user meetings. So I'll just go to users meeting and upcoming. So I'll just click on send, and we should see the meetings here. And then we can see the meetings, the upcoming meeting, because we filter by upcoming. If you filter by past, if I put past here, save that and send, it should be empty array until that particular day as past is past. So we see empty array. So let me just return that to upcoming and save that. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and work on the cancel meeting. So I'm going to go into my controller, and then let's implement cancel meeting. So I'm going to collapse this, and then let's say export constant cancel meeting controller, and then this is going to have a validation because we're going to pass in the uh meeting ID for us to check if the for us to get the particular meeting you want to cancel. So I'll just go into my meeting DTO and let's scroll down and just paste the meeting ID DTO. String is not empty, and the meeting ID. You can also just set UUID. We've done that inside events and events DTO. I think we did it inside event DTO. Yeah, we can see that we can make use of this and just pass it here. Then import is UUID and then save that. Then let's go into, let me copy this. Then go into our controller and then let me pass it here and import it. Then pass, I think we're going to pass it in the param and then async. Then return this. Then let me get the request and the response. And then we can get the meeting ID DTO. Then let's also return, response or status http.ok.json message. We are going to say meeting cancelled successfully. Yeah. So let's say await cancel meeting service. We're going to pass in the meeting ID. So I'm going to say meeting ID. So it should be capital letter. Meeting ID DTO dot meeting ID. So let's go ahead and create a service. So let me go into my meeting service, and then let me collapse this create meeting. And I'm going to say export constant, paste this async meeting ID string, then return this, and then let me go into my controller, import the cancel meeting service, and yeah, let's go into the service, and then we can get the meeting repository. So I'll just copy this and then let me paste it here. And then we are going to, so let's say meeting repository, find one where ID is equals to meeting ID. Then we can get the events user. Then let's also say if not meeting, then let's throw a new not found exception, meeting not found. Then we can also get the integration. So we can get the integration repository too. And we use this to get the integration. So constant calendar integration is equals to await integration repository or find one where we're going to say where user ID. So I'm going to use let's say object here. I'm going to say user. Sorry, I want to use filter by two different things. So I'm going to use the array. I'm going to say user. I'm going to say ID. I'll say meeting dot event dot user dot ID. So we're going to use it. So using the array is for the where is using like an OR operation in TypeORM. So I want to get the user, then also find the category. I'll say integration category dot calendar conference, or we can also duplicate it. So I want to get find one where user match this or match calendar like this. So we are going to get this. So we'll say, okay, if the user ID which we pass, which the location that is the user who created this the particular location type is selected, which is this. We're going to get the calendar voice conference. So we're going to check the one that match. I think so. We're going to get this. So we're going to say, okay, if calendar integration, then okay, we're getting the calendar, not the event. So we're going to filter by the category of calendar. So if we're just going to get the first one out of both of them, if one comes out, we get one out of them. So we just pick one based on the calendar that is already existing. So I'm going to say calendar integration. We're going to say await um sorry, not await constants. So we're going to say get calendar clients. Remember the function below here. And we're going to pass in the calendar integration dot app type, which we found calendar integration dot access token, uh, calendar integration dot refresh token, calendar integration dot refresh token, calendar integration dot expiring dates. Okay, sorry, I repeat this. So I'm thinking the other way around to get the calendar, which you use to create the meeting. we can easily just save the calendar itself, like the enum, inside the meeting entity, so that you can be able to get. I think that should even be a best way. So that as you're setting a calendar ID, you are setting also the calendar which you use, either Google Calendar or Outlook Calendar. Then we can use that to say, okay, since you use Google Calendar, you can use it to get the calendar and clients to cancel the event. So I think that is a better option for this than this one I'm using here, because now what if the find one gets the one that didn't match the exact one I used to create the meeting. So you can look at that and update that if you want. So I'm going to say switch. So remember that it's get calendar clients return to value here. We have the calendar type, which is the Google Meet calendar and the calendar. So now we are going to say, okay, if calendar type, so I'm going to pass calendar type here, case integration app type dot Google Meet calendar. Then we're going to say await calendar. So let me get the calendar here. Calendar dot events dot delete. Then we set the calendar ID, which is the primary, and then we set the events ID, which is meeting dot calendar events ID. Then we break this. So then all we can do next is we can set defaults, and then this, so this will just throw error. You can say bad requests. So I want to also wrap this check in a try or catch. So in case this didn't go through, doesn't mean we are not going to be we'll be able to cancel it, even though the message is not being created, it's not being removed from the calendar. You can also use try or catch to catch in case it failed. So I'll just wrap this here. So I'm going to just say show bad request error here. We can say fail to delete events from calendar, or basically you can just console this instead of something like this. So that you use console or you'll leave it like that. So let's set the meeting status. The status is equals to meeting status dot cancelled, and then we can save await the meeting response repository the save meeting. And we can just return this. So let me just say success true. And then that is it. So we are done with the cancel event. Cancel meeting. And then we can go ahead and implement this. So let me check my server. So I need to make it to run. So let me go into my meeting route and then let's get the route. So we're going to just use put for this. So we import the passport authentication GWT. Okay, I think so it should be passport is, and let's import cancel meeting controller. And then we should wait for the server to run, and then we can go ahead and cancel the meeting. So let me go into my where I created the meeting, copy the meeting ID. Let me scroll down. You can see the meeting ID here. So I'll copy this. And then let me go into And I think this will also need a bearer token. So let me copy the bearer token here. Then I'm going to cancel meeting. And then let's replace the token with the one we copied. So let me go into unauthorization, then remove this one, paste it, and then let's go into body. And let me see, cancel. Okay, we don't need anything for the body. So I'll just pass in the meeting ID here. So let me pass the meeting ID in the params. So let me make sure let me check my controller if I pass this in the body of controller. Let me see, cancelled. Okay, params. So this is connected. Now let's click on cancel. Okay, so 404 meeting cancel, meeting ID. Okay, let me go ahead and cancel, paste the meeting again. No, not here. I'll copy it and let me go back again and then paste this, save this. Oh, sorry, this should be not be, this should be put. So click on send and if you should see successful. So let's wait for it to run and we can see the meeting cancelled successfully. So if I go ahead and check my meeting, so I'll go into and check for click on upcoming, send, so to get the upcoming meeting, and this will just return empty array for upcoming. Then if I pass in cancel here, so let me pass in cancel. And we should see the data returned for us. So I think we should wait for that to, oh yeah, we can see meeting being cancelled. And if I check my calendar, let my calendar reload, then we should be able to now see the meeting in the calendar hopefully. So let me check 17 and we can see that there's no meeting in the calendar, no event in the calendar anymore. So it's cancelled the event in the calendar. And this will also send mail. So I'm going to okay, since I'm using test mail, I'm not going to see the mail. But if I'm using a real email, yeah, as the guest email, I should see, try to use a real email and you should see mail being sent to you from Google Calendar. So that is it for the backend. We are done with the endpoints for backend. So let's go ahead and then work on the front end side of it. So let's go ahead and work on the front end. So I'm going to close my backend and we're going to start to work on the front end. So for the front end, I'm going to be using Vite React. So we're going to clone it from the repo. So just make sure to click the link in the description. You will see a link taking you to that will take you to the repo. So what you have to do is click on this and switch to the front end code branch. So we are going to clone from the front end code branch. So just open your terminal. Let me cancel my server. Then let me go away from the back end. Then see into front end. Then to clone, just do git clone branch, I'll say underscore front end code and the repo. Let me close this and the repo. So I'll just click here to copy a repo. So I'm going to just paste it and this should clone the repo for me. So this has cloned the repo already. So this is the front end. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move all of this code into the front end. So I'm going to highlight everything at once and move it into the front end. So I've finally done that. So what you need to do, you need to write npm install to install all of the packages, and that should install all of the packages. So let's go and look at all of the packages first and what we use in this project. So we are using React, we are using Shanty UI, Shanty UI which add all of these Redux, and we're using Tailwind CSS4. Why we're using, if you look up Tailwind CSS4, you see for Vite you have to install this. Then we're using Nox here. We're also using React area component for the calendar. We are using React date picker. We are using a React hook form. Sona is toast from Shanty UI. We are using UUID. We are using Zord for validation. Zord stands for alternative to Redux for storing the access token in the local storage. And then date function. Then Asios and a Tanstack query for API call. Basically that is it. And also the dev dependency. So I think this is store. So let me try again. Let's try again. npm install all of the packages. So let me use F and see if it will install all of it first. Yeah. So while this is installing, let's go into the SRC folder. So in the SRC folder, if you go into the main.tx, then we can see we have the answer query provider wrap here. We also have it wrapped with the Nox adapter. You will see how why I'm using Nox here and what Nox is all about. So Nox is more like your state, but handling the state on the URL. Then we have to start from Shanty UI for Toast. Then for the query provider, if you go into it, you can see I'm just calling query client from Danstack query and then wrapping the entire app with it. Then if you go into app, then app, you should see I place in the app route here. So inside the app route, I'll close this. Then you should see we have three routes group. We have the route for the authentication. We have the public routes, which is basically the public endpoints which we created for the events, public events, and also the public capability. Then this is a protected route, and this is for to capture undefined routes. Then for the auth route, if you go into this auth route part, this is where I list out all of the routes. So we have authentication route. So I'll go into auth. Then this is where I listed out the sign in parts, the protected parts, events type, integration, availability, and meetings. So these are the protected one. For the public, this is how we get the user event, then get the user, which will pass into the endpoint, then user single event, which also takes in the username and slug. So basically that is it here. Then you can see the protected routes and their pages, then a public route and its own pages. So I'm going to close this. Now we've seen all of them. Now let's see the base layout. So the base layout is just a div, just a wrapper around the outlets, and the outlets just similar. It's getting from React Router DOM, act like student, which display the routes, uh, which will display this inside the base layout. So the base layout is also used for a public route because it's just a basic layout For the main layout here is the app layout. The app layout contains the sidebar. You can see sidebar is coming from Shanty UI. Then this is the sidebar, the header, and then the server provider. Then we have the app sidebar. So let's check if this app installed. So it's still loading. Then if you go into the app sidebar, the app sidebar is basically just showing the routes, the navigate, the side menu, the event type meeting, integration and app, and the icons from Lucy React. Then we got the location, and the use sidebar is coming from Shanty UI. Then you can see uh, this is just meeting logo. This is the trigger, and there is where we list out the item, the sidebar uh, button, and also link them to their specific URL and show the title. So that is it for that. So let's go back here. And if you go into, okay, most of you see the route parts and the route parts. So this is where we store them. Then for the auth routes, this is where uh this is basically where the once the user land on the auth on the so basically, let me come here. The protected routes. Let me go into my index.tx first. You can see we have auth route here and we have protected route here. So basically, once the user lands on the let's say the protected route page, this is what we use to check if we get the access token from Zoltan store. So we created a use store, a store page, a store folder where we store the user's access token and user information. Then if not, if access token, we just return the applet that we continue into to display the protected routes and their pages. If not, we redirect them back to the login page. So the login is slash. Also, the same thing is being done for the auth route. If I go into my auth route, so let me just open this and just go into auth route. You should see the same thing. If access token and not if not access token, then we just show the auth route. Instead, we navigate the user we navigate the user to the events type, which is the main app page. So that is it for the route section. Then for the store, if you go into stores, you should see basically this is I'm using Zoltan for this. If you don't know anything about Zoltan, I have a course and the link to the Zoltan course will be in the description. So this basically we're setting the type, what we want to store, and then we're setting the state. So we want to store the user, and the user type is user type, access token, expiring. Then we are setting the method to set the user, set the access token, and set expiring date. Then we have another method to clear user, clear access token, and clear expires at. Then we create a slice, auth slice. So this slice we set default value here to null, access token default value to null, expire out to null. Then we also implement the method. So the method is it takes in token and set the token. It takes in expiring out, set the expiring out, takes in the user and set the user. Then for clear, it just set all to null. Then this is where we set in the store. So basically, we're using dev tools from Zoltan middleware. We are also using persist. So persist is to persist the data into the local storage. We're getting that from Zoltan middleware. Then uh, basically this is just used for if you watch the video you understand more details about it. So I just added it here just for like I will just give you a brief summary of it. Like it's just used to if you're storing large length of data, something like that, and you want it to be easy to for user to easy to get. It's not even needed here, but it's basically using large data you're storing in a local storage. Like from if you're having nested data, so it's required for it. So then this is just to set the storage, session storage. So this I'm using local storage, so I'm going to say local storage here. Then get storage to local storage. Then this is where I call the use store. Yeah. So this is basically what the store is. Then the selector is basically a piece of code just for handling the selector. Uh, so just for handling the selector, and I think I use the selector inside. Let me see inside here. Let's see. Yeah. So I use selector and I pass in the use store base. So use selector is gotten from resultant documentation. I also provide it in the video where I explain about Zoltan, so you can check it out. So we've explained that. Now let's go into the pages. So before the page, let's go into the lib folder where we set up the API. So for the let's go into Asus client. We're using Asus for this. Let me check if this has installed. So it has installed completely. Why is it showing error here? So you cannot find index.tx, index.cs. Let me see. Ah, well, I'm seeing index.cs here, CSS here. So let me close this. Let me try and then import this again. Yeah, you should stop. So let's run the server npm run dev. And also, you should know that inside the env, I pass in some env here. Inside the env, we have the API base URL and also the origin. So just know that. So the localhost. So let's go into this localhost. So I'm going to paste it here and click on it, and it should take us to the login page. So I'll close this and we can see the login page here. Great. So let's also check in the API. So basically I've connected everything in this app. It's just for you to just understand it. There's no need to write anything. Everything's connected. I'll just explain everything and you can just put in your start your backend server and try to interact with the front end. So for here we got the base URL. So if you look into get env, so get env is inside the lib folder. This is where I set in the envs, which are the API and the origin. Then the base URL, they will set in the option. We use that for API with token, Asios. Then we set API interceptor request. So once the API is trying to make a request, you just check if there's access token. You gather from the use store. Then if access token, add it to the header and then return the config. And this will just pass it down to the interceptor response. And then we say error, we got the error response and we check if undefined and status is 401, then we get the data install and clear all the data and then return this to frontend. So if you implement refresh token, this is where you call the refresh token, then updates the access token. But since I don't have refresh token, so I just log out the user, so the user will log in back. Then we have custom error. I implemented this custom error because we want to be passing error code. So the custom error, if you go into error code type, and this is where we set the type, and we extend from error, then we pass it reject. So for public, those API that does not require a token, we also could create the same thing here. And then we just only do the interceptors response since we are not going to pass in token. So there's no point doing the interceptor request. So just similar thing here. So basically that is it. Then if you go into API, this is where we did the whole API using query and mutation function. We started from login. So I'm going to just pin this, and we are going to let me just clear the whole page, and let's go ahead and look at the sign in first. Sign up first. So I'm going to close this. Go into Frontend by SRC folder. Let's go into our page, and let's go into auth. So this is where we have the pages. So sign up. Uh, so if you go into sign up form, inside the components you see sign up form. So we're using result for validation, and then so you can see the mutation function from Tanstack query. So we have register mutation function. If you go into API, you should see where we call the endpoint. So let's run our let's create this, and let's run the backend server. So I'm going to say cd out of frontend, and then cd into backend, and let's say npm run dev. So if you know that I've already passed in the API localhost 8000, and inside the lib folder, where is this? Inside the lib folder, I have a get env where I get that from the environment variable and then pass it into the Axios client. So just make sure this is being passed. The base URL is being passed into it. So both of them are using the options. So note that. So let's go into sign up again. Let's check server, and let's test the sign up. So if I go into sign up form, let me go back into my sign up form, and basically we just have in the email, name, and then password. And then this is just the logo, which is here. Let me go back again. Then we have the div. We have we're using form field from Shanty UI, and you can see password and then the loader. So loader, I created the loader component, and this is it here inside the component folder. We are going to look at that later on. So then we have link to the sign-in page. Then this is where we have the on submit, just passing the and also the tools, and redirect us to the login page. So let's check if our database is connected, which is connected. So let's try and sign up with this user. So I'm going to say Emmanuel. I'm going to use Emmanuel Breezy. Then let me use the password 123456. And let's click on sign up. And then we can see that it has signed up the user. So now we can try and test the login. So let's go away from the sign up, and let's go into the login form. So this is the login. So just go into the login form. And basically it's just the same thing. This email and password, the mutation function. Here we got so here we are getting the set user, set access token. So from the use store, if you go into use store, you can see we are getting this because we want to set it from the response. Remember, we passed that in the response. So what we did here is on the on submit, we get the user data access token expiring, and then we set it to the storage, local storage. And so here just the form card, the email field, the password, and then it's pending. So this is all the UI is not working. The continue Google is not working. Then we have the login with sign up route. So basically, let's test this out and see. So I'm going to click on login now, and this should store this. So I'm going to inspect this. Let me bring my inspect down. So now I've opened my inspect, and now we can check this out to see the response and also see data being stored inside the local storage. So just click on login, and this should take us to the so this has taken us to the dashboard. And if you look at the endpoint login, so we can see and preview access token and then the user data. Then if you go into if I go into let me see, now performance, application, local storage, let me see local storage, then you can see the data is being stored here. Great. So I'll close that. Now we have looked at the sign in and sign up, which is easy. So now let's go ahead and look at the next folder. So I'll collapse this, open my front and back SLC, and let's look at the events type. So basically, the event is the first page we see. I'm supposed to have seen the sidebar. So let me close this. So inside the event type, we are going to use the get event list query function to get all the user events. So if you go into API, if you go to events, we have get list user events. So this is just basically get user events, or you can call it get event list query function. So if I go into the index, then I just get the data. If you look at the Postman, what we did before, what we did was to return. If I go into user events, if you look at the response here, we are returning the event of the user and also the username, right? Yeah. So that is it. Yeah, it's just the page. I create a component for the page type for all of the page. If I go into page type, you can see it just passing the name, the title, and the subtitle. So I can use for all the pages. Then for the error alert is a separate component. So this component just shows error if, for instance, the endpoint didn't go through, it just pop up at the top of the page here. So that's it. Uh, then this is just expanding, show loading, then empty state. So this is an empty state. If I click, or let me open this, let me close this. Let me open this. If I click on components, you should see empty states, create schedule link, and then some description. Then this is a dialog when you click. So we're going to look at that. So now let's look at let me go back to index, and let's first of all look at the create event type first. So I'll go into my empty state, and this is a dialog that handles the uh, create event or new event. So if I go into the dialog, so I'm using it for two sides, you will see that when we create our first event. So this is also getting the mutation function for create event mutation function. So I'll just go here. You can see this is to create the events and the data which it will be passed. And the type is gotten from app type. You go into type, you see that here. This is where I list all the old type here. So inside let's go into the dialog. Then we have selected location. So I'm going to click on this so we can be seeing that. So once I click on this, you should see event name, description, duration, and the location type. So how do we do that? So let me scroll down first to where we have the form. So I'll collapse all this first, the on submit. So now this is a dialog. This will passing the new event type button. This is the title and the header. You add new events and create new events. And then we have the title, form, description, duration, and then this is where we display the location type. So the location type, uh, you can see location type option here. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So I'm going to, let's go into that. You can see the icon, the image being shown. So if I go into location option, This is where, if you go into type inside a lib folder, this is where I listed out all the integration name. Like, if from the top you can see integration app in these are their logos. So the logos gotten for is added to the access to the asset. Then the type, the title type, and then we also have the description. We didn't do that description in the backend, so I did description here in the front end. Then we have the video conferencing platform. So I split it to show the video conferencing platform. That's what we can see in Microsoft Zoom and Google Meet. And then I created a location option where I have the label, the value, the logo, and it's available. So when I said it's available true, this is showing true and true, but this is showing false. If I set this to true, you should see Zoom will be visible. I'll set it to false, it will be disabled. So that is it. And that is the color that is what we did here. Once I loop here, I did the type, then I say if not available, then gray the button. Then we have an on click. So this on click, we once you select, instead of setting it in this sort the React hook form, we are going to store it in a state selected location state. So I'm going to go up, and you can see that because we want to get it and pass it inside, we are going to pass it inside this function here. So we're going to call this function. Then once we call the function, we pass in the particular location type you select, set it into the selected state, location state. We set an app connected false. Then we check if the value is equals to the video conferencing platform. We say it's checking true. Then we call the check integration query function. So I use this method because I want to call inside the function. So if you go into this, you can see that inside under integration API, this is where we do check integration.check and the app type being passed. We implemented that in Postman. If you go under integration, you can see check user integration. And let me go back to so once we check, we say if it's connected, then we send a message and a link to the integration page, which we are going to look. Then we set error and then once it's if the check is connected, then we are going to say location type value, location trigger will update the the React hook form. So that is then we use the selected type to check, we set it to green, set it to green if app connected and select type. If selected, then you will see set to blue, which is the primary color. Yeah, if it's checking, we show loader. Else we are going to show the image and the name of the location type. So here we just show the error message, and there is the footer where we show the icon and the button. The loader and the button. So basically that is everything here. And this is the validation here. So let's try and create a new event. So I'm going to save this empty states. And let's try and let's first of all check this. If I click on this to check, and then we should see, because this is a new user, user is not connected. So I'm going to open this in a new tab. You don't need to even click. If you just click on it to open in a new tab, and then we can see the integration. So I think this is failing. It's supposed to have shown some. Let me close this and let's go into integration page. Let me inspect this network. So what is the problem? Why it's not showing? So something is wrong. So I'm going to check that. It's returning the response. So we have looked at this. Let's pin this. We're going to come back to the event. We want to look at the integration page. So let's go straight to the integration page. Inside the integration, we are calling data get all integration, and then basically get all integration. Then we are saying response integration slash all. Let's confirm the API. We are sure that gets integration. Certain integration here. Okay, I think we passed integration here. That's the problem. So I'm going to copy that. I will set the response data. So if I go back to integration, let me pass this string error. So what I have to do is I have to go into the integration type, and you can see the type. So what we can do here, we can just remove this, open this, uh, instead of data, we say integration, and then integration type like this. So this is the response type. So I'll go into my index, and I'm going to remove data, and let's see if it will work. And then you can see it work. So that's the problem. So I used data before, and here we in the current backend we are using integration. Then we pass in the page title and the sub, also the error too. Then we say if it's fetching, if it's error, show loading. Then we look through the data which we return from the response. Let me check here. Data which we return here. Then I set you can see that some other ones are con. So if I set this to true, now you should see not available. Yeah, so I did that because we didn't implement Zoom and Outlook. So it's disabled, you pass the app type, the title, and the is connected. So let's go into integration card, each of the card. So we're going to components and click on integration card. So integration card, how do we do that? We have some data, we're going to look at that. We pass in the app type, title is connected and it's disabled. Then we have the is loading. We got the logo. So integration logo is this. So we're passing the key to get the logo. And you know that we calendar meets Google Meet and calendar has two logo. Yeah. So we cater for that. Then for the description, you can see the description here inside the lib type. And this is for handle connect first. Let's look at this. So we have the card. We say, okay, if logo is an array, then we pass in the two images. We said logo 0, index 0, and logo index 1. We pass in calendar logo and the meet logo. Then we have the title and description. We have if it's connected, we show the a different button or different div. Then the button here is to this button here, a connect button. Then if disabled is true, then we have the not available. So now if we look at the handle connect, we pass in the app type. The handle connect is where we set true. Then we call the connect app integration query function, which is the integration connect app type from a Postman connect app type. And we're passing the app type here in the API. Then this will give us a response. And then we console the message. So we have success message here. It said success if integration app type dot Google Meet and calendar. Then we show a message if error failed to return the message. So we got the message, we set the message based on the app type. Then we direct the user to the URL. Then we show the error message and toast the message. So let's try and connect now. So I'm going to click on this. Let me just close one. Let me close. So let's click on connect, and this should load and redirect us to Google. So I'm going to click on an account which I set as test. So I'll click on continue. Then I'm going to continue. And we can see connected. If you look at the URL, we can see success true. So now if I try and inspect this back and I click on save and let me reload this, we can see inside the response we have is connected true. Great. So now let's go back and click on the events type and let's create the events. Now let me try and drag this down. So we are done with the event, with the integration. Let me close this. Let's go back to the new event dialog and let's try and click. So if I try to click on this again to check, you should see it's connected and you should see a green border which display here. And you can see 200 is connected. So now let's put the events here. Just say product demo. This is product demo. Then we can set the duration. You can set it to 15, 30. So I'll leave it to let's leave it to 30. And then let me close this. Let's try and hit create. And then I think we've looked at the ons. Okay, we've not looked at the on submits. So we pass in the data for mutation in the mutation function here, the title, description, and then duration. And then we invalidate the query for event list. And then we set the form. So let's click on this now. And this should create the events for us. And then we can see this. So I think this is not responsive. Let me zoom out like this. And if you notice, we can see the username being generated, which has been set here. And this is the card. So let's close the form dialog and let's go back to events again and look at, let me go to the event type. Let's look at the first user section. So the user section, I pass in the username from the data. And if I pass in, I call the events the origin, then get the name, and then we have the icon. We get the user from the use store. Then we set in the username, and then we set in my link, which is the combination of the origin and the username. Then we have the new event dialog, and which is this icon here, which acts as the same thing with that MC state on. So now let's close the user section and let's go to the event list. So the event list, we pass in the username. We have the events. We're setting events ID. So this is just for the turn off and turn on. We have the mutation function for toggle events visibility or privacy, which is a put request. Then we have the function here. So we have the event card. We look through it and have the event card. I think this should we can have. Let me have grid column one, then enlarge, and let me zoom this thing back. Something like that. Okay, let's leave it like this. Or I can make it two. Yeah, two can be okay on mid. Let me change this to grid column one. Okay, let me leave it like this for now. So for the events, we look through the events. Inside the event card, we are passing the ID, the title, the slug which we generated, the duration, the is private, the username, and then is pending. We set the toggle and set the event ID. Yeah, so we use this to indicate which of them we should load. So if I create a new test clients 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 test, I'll just put 15 here and then click on this create, and we can see client test and demo. So this is just to use to identify which of the is pending when we click on this or this should show display the loading on the button. So let's go into the events card. So inside the event card, to get into the events card, it's inside the component. So I got all of the information here. So now we need to get a link, which is the copy link. So we set a link using the origin username and slug. Then we do the handle copy. And if I click on this now, you see a copy link. If I paste it here, you will see the slug and the username. So we have the it's private, transparent. So this is showing the color here is showing indicating that the event is public based on the color. If I try to, and this is view page, is also a link to go to the view page. We have title and this and duration. Then we have the button for its copy, and the other one to toggle between public and private. If I click on toggle, you should see that it's showing the loading, and then you can see the color has changed, indicating you can't copy link and you can't go to view the page since it is private now. So unless I click on turn on, and this should turn on, and you can see it's displaying. So this is done by this function here and the toggle event function. So we've done this now. We are done with the events. We have looked through all of the events components here. So let's go into the availability. So I'm going to click here and let's go into the availability. So inside the availability, something is wrong here. So I'm going to go into my index first. So for the availability, we are calling the use query. And if I go into get user availability, you can see we have availability/me. So let me confirm the API. So let me go into availability, user availability, and let's see the response. So let me click on this. Hopefully okay, unauthorized. So what I will do is let me reload this. Okay, let me see. Oh, we can see the response here. The response is showing in the response is showing here. So I think the response should be data message, and availability. So we're going to cover that. So this is the get user availability. So I'll go into that. And we have data dot availability. Then we have availability dot days, which is this. And we have availability dot time gap, which is 30. And so let me console this. Let me console data, and let's see. And let me see the console. So, okay, I think I need to remove this. So let's look, let me go into the response type, and I'll remove this data here. And let's check this. So it didn't come. Let's check the response. So we have data.availability and availability.days. So let me reload this. So something is wrong. Something is wrong. So let me console the availability. So let me reload this again. Okay, I think this is correct. So I will just take this and then display this here. Okay, it has shown. It has shown. So let me remove this. Let me come this so we can see this here. So let me continue. So we have the page, we have the error, we know about this. Then this is to show the loader and the card, the card for the week hours, and also we have a component for the week hour row. So week hour row takes in the days and the time gap. So if I go into week hour rows, this component is inside the availability component. Then we have the week hour rows, which takes in days and time gap. Then we have the mutation function to update user availability. We've done that. Availability updates. If I go into my postman, if I go into our ability, we have update availability there, which is updates availability slash updates. Then let me go into the week hours. Then we have the time gap validation, like we can see can't put value except certain amounts or minutes, yeah, number. Then we have the availability validation, and this is just to enable the start time is not greater than the end time. So yeah, so to enable that the start time is not greater than the stop time, I mean the end time. Then this is just to get the type based on the combination of both of these. Then we'll pass it into the form. Then this is where we use to set the value when we go from the API. We set it into the Reactjs form. Let me remove this. Then this is the on submit. Why this is the handle time select. We are going to look at this now. We are going to also look at this. So let me just remove all of this. So now we have the time gap. This is the input, the time gap input. This is just for the time gap, this one here. Then this is where we look through the days for the day availability. Day availability takes in the day, start time, end time, it's available, index, and the form. Then the day mapping. So let me look at it. If I hover, let me go into day mapping. So I'll go into a lib and we can see the day mapping here. And this is for availability, the type for work hour for data, and then this is just generate time storage is not used yet. All these are just dummy data. Uh, uh, let's go back. Date mapping. So this is not for this is we're going to make use of this. Only this is dummy data. It's not needed. So and this is the button, save changes button. So inside the day availability, I'm going to go into that, which is inside the availability component. Here, what we are doing here, we're going to show the switch. So this switch, then we use this dot index that is available. We also do that for the start time and end time. If it's checked, if it's not checked, then this cannot work. Then we set this. So if it's checked, like this now, it defaults the start and end time to 9 o'clock and 5:00, 17:00. So like this, if I enable this to see 17:00 and 9:00, then we display the day of the week, and if it's available, then we show the time selector, the two time selector. And here, this is where we have the remove button, the on remove. This is where we display the error message, and then we show the unavailable when we toggle off and or toggle on. Then inside the time selector, we pass in the name, default value, time gap, the form register from Reactjs form, and then we pass in class, and we also pass in on select, which is the time on time select. So we check this if error the availability index to end time, we show the error in the like this. If I try to click, let me select something good than that. I think it's not. Why is it not showing? Let me see. It should have shown red. Um, I think something is wrong here. The error is not displaying here. Error is not displaying. So I'll look at that. So look at that. So this is also to show the error for this. Then let's go into the time selector. So time selector is just this drop down, indicating the time and also the input is button that you click or the input. So if you look at the popover from Shanty UI, which have the input and the style with the placeholder and the default value. Then we have a button where we look through this time slot. So this time slot is we are using generate time slot. And what we did there, we pass in the format 24 hours and then the time gap. If I go into time slots, we can see this is a method that generates the time slots for us. And then nothing more, you have the handle select, which is being passed. Okay, the handle select, we pass it into this select time, and then we set the popover to false. Then let's look at the on time select, which is being passed into this day value. So I'm going to close this, and there we can look at the on time select here. which is the handle time select. You can see what we did here. We get the day field, which is start time or end time. Then we say index gets the value. Then we find the index is equals to day. We say if not this, then if not -1, then we update it should validate true. I think this is where the problem is coming from. Then we trigger, we say form dot trigger day index start time, days index end time. Yeah. So for the remove, what we did is just also get the value, find the index, and then we just set it to false. So if I click on this remove, you can see it's set to on available. So set is available to false, and it will show unavailable. So if I enable that, it shows 917. So basically that is it. So basically we've looked through the availability page, the work hours, and the day availability. So let's try and switch the Monday to false. So and also Saturday. And let's try and click on save changes. So save changes should update this. So I'm going to scroll up where we have the update availability mutation function, which is being passed into the on submit. This is it here, and it should give us response. So let's click on save changes. Okay, we can see the error displaying here, but it's not displaying the message. And I set mode to unchanged. So um we need to look at that. I think this is where it's not triggering the it should validate. Let me see. Let me check inside the availability and be sure. Let's look at this. Come, this is not showing. So I'll just remove this. This is not being it's not showing there. So I'll just remove it. Yeah. So let me just change this back to 9. And change this back to 17. So I can just change this to 10 instead of 9, or then change this to 4 instead of 5. Okay, maybe 430. And let's click on save changes, and this should save this. And then you can see updated. So now we have looked at everything except the meeting. So let me close this and then close this. Close everything. Let me close everything here. So let me go into meeting page. So just go into your meeting page. So inside the meeting, we have let me go into meeting here. So we can see upcoming meeting, past and cancelled. So I'm going to close this. So for the meeting, we are using use meeting filter. So we are making use of Nox to handle this. So if I click on past, if I go into the URL, you should see it added period past, cancel. You can see period cancel here. So if I go into meeting filter, and you can see I created a hook called use meeting filter. So this is just using Nox. So this is the purpose of Nox. We created the Nox here. We make sure we set the type to match this, and then we return the period, set period, and then the enum itself is enum. So we also have the use query, the get user meeting use query. So if you go into API, you can see under meeting API, you see get meeting query, and this is API. We're passing the filters. Then we get the meeting data. Then we're passing the page title, the error alert. Then for it's loading. Then we have the card contents, the tab header. The tab header is this the you can see that tab header where we have the it gets the period from the meeting filter. We have upcoming, past, and then cancelled. Then we have the tab. So inside the tab, before we go to inside the tab, we're passing is fetching, meeting, and period. So if I go into tab panel, we are also doing the same thing. We're storing the meeting ID here. And then we got the use query clients, and this is to mutation for canceling meeting. Then we did the handle cancel. Then we have is fetching. So is fetching will show the loader inside the card. You can see that it's showing inside the card. But once you try to load the entire page, the loader shows before the card display. So that is where we are using it's loading here. But it's fetching, we are using it on top of inside the card. Then we have the error panel, the empty panel. If I go into empty panel here, you can see this is just showing the image and the title being passed. And the title we're using check based on the period is equals to upcoming, show upcoming, equals to partial past or is cancelled. Then we list the meeting here. If you go into meeting card, we have the period, the is pending. We are using that to just display which of them should show the loader and then the cancel. So we're going to come back to this. Let's go ahead and create our first meeting. So let's close this. So let's go into SRC page, and what we're going to look at is the external page. External page, the user event and the user single event. So let me try and go into the user event. So I'll go into my events and let me click on this link and it should take me to this page. You can see the page. So this is the user event which takes in the username. So in this user event, we have the gets the username from the param, and then we have the user query to get all public events query function. If I go into you can see this is all external public API. You can see the events public. We are using public API for this, and you can see this. Then we got the events and the user data, which we are using to display the name of the user, and then we also show a description. We have a page container for both of them. So this page container is inside the components. You can see page container here. This is just to wrap the card. This is the card and the powered by being shown here. So we have the error alerts components. We have the loader. Then this is where we display the contents and the events. Each of the events being shown here, the ones that are public and the icon. So this is that for the user event. So now the main page to show is the user single event. So once I click on a single event, so let me click on this event. This will take us to where we're going to see the calendar. So let me zoom this out so you can see that yeah. So you can see that properly. So now for the card, we're using the same page container. So if I go into, you can see we're getting the username and the slug. For the use booking, we're going to explain that. So mainly we're getting the single events. We're passing to the get single public events and username as log. So we are passing a username as log here. We've done the endpoints for that. If I go into events, you can see public events and public event details. Let me see public events details. Where we click, we pass in the username and the list log. So now if I go into the user single event, now we got the event. So from the event, we have the page container. We use the is fetch and the selected dates. We are going to look at that to display the size of the page container. We show the error alerts. We show the loader. Then this is where we display the event details, which is this. Then we have the booking form and booking calendar, which is this page, which is this side of the component calendar. So for the events details, we are passing the event type to description, the user, events.user, the location type from the event, the username, and the duration. So let's go into event details. So event details inside the components, inside under external page, you can see event details here. So so what we're going to do, what we did here was we got the prop, then we have a handle click here for this icon here to go back. We are saying it's success. We're using this icon for different purpose. So based on how we complete the process. So if it's successful, we are going to take this person to the main page. If it's next, you're going to see all of these two sides of the page, the success and the next page. But the main thing is that it takes you to the user's page, back to user's page. Then we get the location. From the location inside the types in the lib folder, we get the location and passing the location type to get the Google Meets and the image. And then this is where we have the arrow, the username, the event title, description, and the div. So we are going to look at this. This is going to show once we click on a particular day in the calendar. Then this is the duration. And then this will display the location type. So let's go and look at the calendar, which is the major part of the project. So for the booking calendar, we're using a we're building is a custom booking calendar. We are using this package to handle that. Let's go into package.json, and you should see React area components. So I'm going to copy this, go into search on Google, and if you see it's coming from React area components is Adobe components. So I'm going to click on that, and inside here you can search for calendar, and you can see use calendar. This is basically what we use. We're going to look at that, and then you can see how they use the calendar here. So basically, the reason why I love this is because everything is broken down into pieces, and we are going to take a look at that. So let's just continue, and we're going to come back to it. So let's go into the calendar. So for the calendar, we're passing the events ID. So this is where we pass in the events ID to call the availability. So if you notice inside the Postman, if you go into availability, we have public availability for events. We are using the events ID. So this is the reason we are passing the events ID to call the availability. We have the minimum value and the default value. So we are using today, which is coming from internationalized dates, and then time zone is coming from, okay, let's look at the use booking state. So use booking state is a purpose to handle almost everything on this calendar page, this user single event. So we're using Nox to manage everything here. So if I go into use booking state, this is to handle the selected dates just to get only the year, months, and day. slot is to get the time slot which the user will select, the client will select, or the customer will select. Next is to handle the next. Time zone is gotten from get localized local time zone from the initialized dates. Then hour type, we are setting it to 24 hours is just to handle which of the hours type we selected. It's to handle the success. This is a function for the selected date. This is a method for the handle select slot. So the handle select slot, we get the selected slot, we convert the slot into the dates, actual dates. So we can display inside we're going to display that in uh, the event detail page here. We're going to look at section here. Then this is just the method and we'll return all of them here. So we're going to look at, so I'll pin that here. Let me remove this. So now let's go into the booking calendar. Now for the booking calendar, which is the components here, we are going to get everything from the booking state, which we have looked at, the time zone, hour type, selected slots, and stuff like that. Then we're going to call the API, passing the event type, event ID to get the public availability by events ID. Let's look at that. So you can see it here. So just forget about this time zone. I'm not passing any time zone here. So I'm going to just leave it there. So this is it. This is the API. Then we got the availability here. So now we are trying to convert the time slot. So we are saying, okay, availability to find the day. If this dot day is equals to format, we are formatting using date function. Then we say selected dates. So we're trying to find the one that matches selected dates. But none of them now is none of them match. So we format this and I'll make it uppercase. Then we say dot select dot slots. So we are doing that to get the slot for each of the day. But now none of them is going to get on an empty state since none of them is selected. Then the is available is date unavailable is a method being asked to pass in the calendar for for Adobe. I think yeah, can't remember where it's been passed. Yeah. So let's just look at that. So what we did here was we get the date of the week, we format the day and the time zone and get the day, which is like get day of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So then we say day availability day, they'll find the day of the week. Then we say, okay, if not day dot is available. So we are checking for the day that is not available. So if date is unavailable, so we're trying to get those of the days day like Monday. If Monday is set to false, it's available set to false, then we find Monday set to false. Then we set it, this method will disable all of Monday for that month. Then we have handle change. Handle change is new dates calendar where we set this handle select not null and then handle selected dates calendar date. So this is us handle selected date select date is from the use booking. So once you click on any dates here, it will say so. Let me click, and if you notice, you can see Monday is disabled, Sunday and then Saturday. So if I click on 18th, which is currently we are 17 is okay, 17 is Monday, so it's disabled. So 18, and you should see uh the time slot. And you can, if you notice, if I look at my URL, you should see dates and the year, month, and then day that was selected. And you can see the time slots generated for this. But this is somehow wrong. This is wrong. So let me reload this again. So Tuesday it started from 00. So let me look at the availability, and let me see Tuesday. Okay, yeah, we can see that Tuesday started from 12. So let me change that to 10. So this is where we had a mistake. 10. Okay, we set it to 10. So let me start this one to 8. 8:30. Click on save changes. So let me go back. Let me reload this. And let me select 18 again. We can see 8:30. So 12 hours and 24 hours. So let me zoom this in. I'll just leave it like this. So you can see clearly now. So let me continue. So now this is where we display the calendar, which is this. And this is where we display the the slots. So this basically is just the day based on the selected dates. We pass in the time zone, and then we display the day you select Tuesday 18, and you can see formatted. This is formatted to Tuesday and to the day and the number. Yeah. So format is gotten from date function. Then the hour button is just a component which I have created inside a component. If you go into component folder, you can see hour button and just a basic button that show when it's active. And this is it. So just to toggle. And when you click on any hour, you can look at the use the set hour type. If I go over set hour type, you should see it's coming from the use booking states, and the use booking state is using Nox to handle the hour type here. So let's go back into Google Calendar. Then we have the time slots. The time slot is gotten from this. So since I select a day, time slot will be gotten. So all of them have time slots, right? But we are checking it to match. So since the day match, we're going to just get the time slot for it for that particular day, and then we're going to loop through it, and then this is where we're looping through it and showing each of them. So this is the button here that show these dates. So reason why we're using formatted slots here is because if I scroll up here, we're trying to format slots. We are passing the slots time zone and the hour type. So if I go into format slot, so let me go into format slot. So format slot is cutting from the helper. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just go into format slots, which is inside the lib folder. So this is just basically I've put something. This is just basically to convert the particular the way you want it. You want to convert the slot from 12 hours to 24 hours. So what I did here is pierce the slots, the you can see it, we pierce this and we get the to zone time, convert to user time zone, then we return. If it's 12, then we say format zone time, and the time, which is 12 hour, we'll put in the PM. Put in this, then the 24 hours will just give us the 24 hours and the minutes here. So 24 will give us the minutes. 2 o'clock, which is similar to 14:00. Yeah, so that is it. And then remember the slot is gotten from the loop slots, the time zone is gotten from, and the hour type is gotten from the use booking states. And now, so I'll just collapse this. So we're going to look at this. So this is basically what it's showing. And if it's equals to this, we just say opacity to 0, opacity to 100. So We've not selected time yet. So selected time is coming from where do we do that? Selected time is here. So what we are doing, so let me try and look at this, okay? So if you go into use booking states, we have selected slots. So since when you try to click on any of these slots, what happens is we're going to convert the slots. You can see selected slots now, if not just done. So if a slot is selected, we're going to pass the slots, the same thing. Then we are going to get the selected dates. Then we're going to combine the slots, the time, attach it to the selected dates. The date here is if I go to my URL 2025 18. So we're going to combine the time together with the date, basically, and based on the user time zone. So we're going to say, okay, to zone time, which is gotten from date function tz. So passing the time zone. So let me just comment this console I did here. Then we encode the selected the slot date in UTC to ISO string. Then we update that. So now because we want to because we want to indicate the one that is selected here, what we are going to do, we have to decode the selected time. Then once we do, selected slot, we decode it, then get to decode it to match with this with a particular format like 12 hours and 24 hours. Then we use it to match if it's equals to this. We show 0% opacity, and else we show 100 opacity. Reason why we are putting 0 opacity is because we're going to display this on top in that position. So what happens is that this is an absolute. Um, then you can see. Let me just show this like this. So we said selected time. We're trying to use a transition to transition this particular div to appear in that position of the item of the slot we selected. We select. So we have a button. And just this button does not do anything. It's disabled. You just show the actual formatted slot which you selected. And then this is where we have the next button. Remember, we have the next inside the use booking. So this is to set if we are moving to next. So this next will take us to a new uh component. And if you go into the user single events, if you notice, we use the next here to if next is true, we show the booking form. Else, we just show a calendar. So that's the reason for the next. So that is it. So if I go into the decode, the decode slots, this is basically just trying to just return back the 12 hours and 24 hours, the time itself. It's just similar to this. Yeah. So just using the decode URI component here to which we use inside the book. We use the encoded inside the use booking states. You can see encode URI components. So I'm going to go back into my calendar, we pass in the slot, time zone, and the hour type. So now we've understood this, and then this is the selected slots. So remember, we pass in select a slot into the handle select, and this comes inside the use booking state here. Then we convert it. So let's try and select the time. So I'm going to select 9 o'clock, and you should see the two buttons has appeared. These two button has appeared in that position. So if you try to click any of them, the button will appear in that position using the so it's going to use the formats. So let's try and click on one and click on next. So I'm going to click on next now, and you should see the booking form. So let's close the booking calendar. So before we continue, go straight to the booking form. I've not shown you guys the calendar itself. So let me go to the calendar. So for the calendar, we have a calendar component that takes a minimal value. So the minimal value, if I scroll up, is being passed here. The minimal value is passed as today, today, and the default value is today. So if I go back to the booking calendar, then we have the value, which is selected dates, the time zone, the unchanged dates, which is this, and then the is dates unavailable. So I'll go into my calendar. So inside the calendar, we have the calendar component here. You can see all of the sections are splitted. So we have the index of TX where we display the calendar header. Let me go back. So we have the calendar header. So inside the calendar header is a component which is here. Um, so for the calendar header, we have the month date formatter. So this is from the React area components. We have the month date formatter. We are displaying hiding this. We have the calendar button here and the icon. So I change the icon to my own icon. We have the month name. The month name is gotten from here. Then we have the right side button. Then we have the calendar body, which takes in the states, time zone, and then it states unavailable. So inside the calendar body, you can see um, we have the use local. We have the end of the month. We got the end of the month. The stars visible range to start. So then we have the week in a month. Then we have a table component where we map the weekdays first. Then we have the body, which is the cell itself. So this is the weekday. Then we have the cell, which is the get day in a week. We pass in the week index and the start date. Then we pass in state date, current month, time zone, and it's unavailable. Then if I go into into calendar cell, you can see the component here just displaying the this this particular div here. You can see the div and the style. You can change the style you want. It's finalized, disabled, it's focus, it's selected, there's the color. If I change the selected to primary to red, you can see it changes to red. Sorry, red 500. You can see it says to red. Then it's visible, it's selected. If it's disabled, you can see if you change it's disabled to red 500, you will see the disabled one is set to red 500. So you can change the color the way you want it. And that is it for the calendar itself. So just look at it and go through it. So let's go back and let's try and let me go back to the booking form. So let's go into the booking form. Booking form, we pass in the event ID and the duration. So if I go to my Postman for a form, we're going to create the meeting. So inside the booking form is where we put in the create meeting. Should be meeting form, right? Or booking form. So I will just go into my booking form. So this is where we set the meet link. We get the use booking states, schedule meeting or create meeting. So I'll just go into that, which is a public API. So I'll say meeting public creates, which is this one here, passing the data, and this is a post request. So let me go into my booking form again. And then we have the booking form schema. The React will come for the default value, guest name, email, and additional info. Then for the on submit, first of all, I'll come back to that. So this is to check if it's successful. If it's success, which is we're getting that from use booking stage. We display the you are scheduled meeting and the link for the meeting. Then we have the form itself, guest name, guest email, additional information, and the loader. Then for the on submit, what we did is to decode the slot dates. Let me show you the slot date which is select. So if I go to the top and I go to slot, you can see the slots. If I go to you can see slots here. We have the selected which is 25:03:18 and the time attached to it. So which is encoded here. And notice this is showing here. So I'm going to let me zoom out again. You should notice that this is showing here the actual time. So I selected which is I selected 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. So I have 9 o'clock to 9:30 time slot duration since we're using 30 minutes for the meeting. So this section is being shown inside the event detail. So if I go to event detail and scroll down to this place, so once we click on next, that is if I go back and you should see it's not showing, but once I click on next here, it will display it. So we show the calendar icon, then we say each selected slot, we pass in selected slot, we pass in the duration, we pass in time zone and the hour type. Then if I go to format, which is inside the helper, you can see we decode the slots, we convert the start time to user time zone. We calculate the end time using the duration. Add this using add minutes from date function. Then we have the format states, format zone and start time. Then we have the time format. If it's hour, it's 12 hours. We set the time format. If it's 24 hours, we use this. Then we group them together. We say format this and format that. Then we return the formatted date and the formatted time, which gives us this. So if I cancel this, that is, so if I go back and I switch to 24 hours, so 24 hours and I click on next, you see 9 o'clock or 9:30. But if I click on 12 hours, I click on next, you should see the AM is being passed here. So let me go back to my book. So for the on submit, we have the event ID, selected slots, selected dates. We have the we decode the slot dates using the decode URL components, which is this. Then we pierce this to ISO using pierce ISO from date function. Then we calculate the end time by adding the start time and the minutes to get the end time. Then we pass that to the payload, and then we pass it into the mutation function, and this will schedule the meeting for. So I'm going to save this, and let me try and put in a name. So I'm going to say um let me say John or John. Let me put John. I'll just say please. Let me zoom in. Please the documents, and then for the email, I'll just put in so I'll put in my email. I'm going to put in a Google email so that I can get notification email from Google Calendar. So I'm going to click on schedule meeting and then let's see. And then this should schedule the meeting for us. Then you can see a Google Meet link is created and your meeting, you have scheduled it successfully. So let me look at my calendar. So I'll go to my Google Calendar. So now I've opened my email. So I'm going to click on 18. So I've selected 18, and then we can see the we can see this. So if I open this, we can see the let me zoom in, let me zoom out. Then we can see the meeting. We can see the meeting here. Join email product demo 9 o'clock to 9:30 a.m. Then we have the meeting, which is same thing with CVU, which is the same thing with this meeting link, and then the guest users which will be added. Then if I open my Gmail, now you can see my Gmail, the email that was sent to me for the you can see join email products demo, and then the view on Google Calendar and the time 9 a.m. to 9:30, which is exactly the same time which we have here 9 a.m. to 9:30. This is great. So now let's go back to now we can go back to our app, and let's go back to meeting. So I'm going to zoom in, or let me zoom out back, then go into meetings. So if I go into meetings, we can see the meetings now, which the meeting that was created. You can see upcoming. Then let's go back. Let me cancel all of this and go into the meeting. So I'll go into let me close this component, meeting components, meeting pages, I mean. So we're looking at the wanted to look at the meeting card. So for the meeting card, we have the prop here. We have the details. So we're using transition to display the bottom side of it. So I'm going to show that. So here we have the time, the dates, I mean. So you can see meeting dot start time, meeting dot end time. Then we format it, the dates and the time. So we format the dates here and we format the time here. Then we have the location. We have toggle details. So if I click on this, you can see my mouse is showing point, and we have a more button here. But before we do that, we can see the formatted dates shown here, which is the title here. Then we have the time, I think so. So let me look at that. Let me wait. Yes. Okay, yeah, you can see the formatted time here. And we have the yeah, the meeting guest name, the event type, which is product demo. Then we have the more button. So if I click on the more button here, so let me close this. Nice. So if I click on the more button, you can see we have the email of the user, the Google, the location, and the question or description, the additional information the person added. So we can see the event detail. We have if it's upcoming. If the period is equals to period of upcoming, then we are going to show the cancel button. Else, we're not going to show that. So we have the email, the location, then the meeting additional information. So let's try and go and handle the cancel. So go to on click cancel, which we are passing here. So this will be gotten from going to the tab panel, and if you see handle cancel, which we did here, you can see handle cancel, and then the mutation function. So I'm going to go into mutation cancel mutation function. This is under the meeting API. So just click on, let's try and click on cancel, and this should reload. This is using use query clients, and this will invalidate or we call the endpoint for this. And then we're going to set pending meeting ID. So this meeting ID, pending meeting ID, is just to get the actual meeting. If we have like 2 or 3 meetings, so we know the one which will be showing the loader here. So I'll go into my meeting card. Let me go to cancel where we have the cancel button. Then the loader, we can set this to black. Save that. So let me click on cancel and let's see. So if I click on cancel, and you should see that this should call the endpoints. And now we can see no upcoming meeting. So if I go to my cancel, we can see the meeting is being shown and there's no cancel button being shown here. So that is it. I hope you understand everything here. So I'll go to my upcoming and past no data is being shown here. So basically that is everything. Then for the last part we are going to show is the logout. So I'm going to go to the components. I didn't show you the header in the layout. So inside the app layout, we have the header component. The header is where we have we got the use store. Then we have the side bar trigger, which is this here to display the trigger. Then we have the popover here, popover which we pass in the avatar here. So this will just show the name of the user and then the logout button. So this is a logout button. Yeah. So if you click on logout, then you can log out the user. So you can click to log out the user. So if I click on logout, now this should take me to the login page, and I can log in back, and this will take me to the login page. So let's log out. Let me log out, and then we have looked through everything in this front end code. So basically everything is already implemented. You just need to just test it with your backend API. So that is it for this tutorial. Guys, so make sure to like, share, subscribe, and share this video to all for others to learn, and comment your thoughts. You can rate the video, rate the tutorial in the description, I mean in the comment section, and see you in the next video. You can also write the next video you want me to create in the comment section. So see you in the next video.